Marrying the Cowboy. Written by Bree Livingston. Copyright 2018. Chapter 1. In the middle of nowhere, Texas, Grace Maddox was as lost as she'd ever been. Her GPS had sent her who knows where, and now, she was cruising through winding hills on a stretch of road that never seemed to end. And while it was beautiful, lost was lost. At least she was driving her fiancé's old 60s Mustang, which was fun. She could still remember the first time Brett let her drive it. They'd gone far outside Houston so he could teach her how to drive a stick shift. It was awful. She nearly gave up, but Brett pushed her to keep trying. Brett would have loved being lost in a place with willow trees and grass so lush it looked fake. Add to it the picture-perfect powder blue sky, and it was like being in a different world. That was Texas, though. You could go from a packed city to desert dry to what looked like something out of a rainforest without ever leaving the state. Only, she didn't have the luxury of being lost or slowing down. Her boss, Yolanda, would kill her if she missed this appointment. Not only did it mean good things for West Hall Interior Designs, it meant Grace might finally get the promotion she'd been working for since she was hired 6 years ago. All the late nights, coffee runs, and lack of social life had led to these clients, a rich couple with a house in need of a complete interior makeover. They'd specifically asked for Grace after seeing one of her homes featured at the Abilene Design Show. Granted, that was before she lost Brett, but it was still her design that caught their attention. What would Brett think? Would he be proud of her? She had to think he would. He was always great about cheering her on. She graduated from college with a business degree, but her passion had been design. Instead of encouraging her to get the corporate job, he told her to go for her dream. If it weren't for him, she would have never even had the guts to try. Rubbing her thumb across her engagement ring, tears pricked her eyes as she thought about him. It had been 8 months, and moving on was proving nearly impossible. To the point that she'd been unable to take her ring off yet. How could she move on when she couldn't get over loving him? It's not like he'd left willingly. He'd been taken from her, and she felt hollow. By now, she would have been married. They would still be in the honeymoon phase. She swallowed hard and shook her head. There was no point dwelling on it. How many times had she been told to be thankful for the time she had? That didn't make losing him any easier, but she'd finally pulled out of her funk a few months ago. At only 31, she was determined to live her life. It's what Brett would have wanted anyway. She pulled the ring off and stuck it in her pocket. This time, she'd do it. She'd take it off and keep it off. Without warning, a rattling noise came from the engine, and white smoke poured from the hood, yanking her from her thoughts. Oh, great. As she pulled to the side of the road, the car shuddered to a stop and died. She opened the door, got out, and walked to the front of the car. The smoke was even thicker now that she was stopped. Grace raked her hand through her shoulder-length hair and twisted around. There were no signs of life anywhere. Would roadside assistance even be able to find her, especially since she didn't know where she was? She walked to the open car door and leaned across the seat to grab her phone. As she straightened, she sighed. No bars? What was she going to do now? With another exasperated sigh, she sat down hard in the driver's seat and leaned her head against the headrest. If anyone is listening, I could really use a break. The blue blur of a pickup whizzed past her. She didn't know how fast they were going, but it had to be more than the 65 miles per hour speed limit she'd been driving. A moment later, the blue pickup returned, facing her head-on as it stopped a few feet away. An average-height man wearing jeans and a denim button-up got out and approached her. If she were to guess age, based on his tanned, weathered face, she'd put him in his 50s. You need some help?" he asked. What did she say? Yeah. This was a great place to run into the wrong person and wind up on a missing persons list. Although, he didn't look like a homicidal maniac. Then again, how would she know? He smiled. I swear you're safe with me. Holding up both hands, he chuckled. See, no weapons. You could just be saying that. He shook his head and put his hands on his hips. I'm Quincy Bellamy, and I'm guessing you're lost. Grace chewed her thumb. Indecision gripped her. What should she do? Did she have a choice? She stood and put the car door between them as she stuffed her phone in the pocket of her navy slacks. I'm Grace Maddox, and I don't think smoke is supposed to be pouring out of the engine. His smile was warm as he closed the distance between them. He stopped at the front of the car and took a deep breath. It's a shot in the dark, but by the smell, I'd say your radiator's busted. If you want, I can give you a ride into town, and you can see about getting your car towed. This man was the first human she'd seen in hours. What if she turned him down? Or better yet, what were the chances of someone else stopping? She fanned herself with her hand as sweat began to form along her brow. With as hot as it was, if this man didn't kill her, the heat would. Okay. Thank you. Sure. He nodded his head toward the truck. Get in. Grace grabbed her purse and locked the car door before walking to the old 70s pickup. It might not be pretty, but it was running, which was more than she could say for Brett's, her Mustang. She pulled on the door handle, and it didn't budge. Oh yeah. I'm sorry. That door is persnickety. Quincy jumped into the pickup and reached across the bench seat to push the door open for her. Well, if Quincy was a killer, at least she knew she could get out. Thanks, she said as she got in and shut the door. I appreciate you giving me a ride. No problem. He chuckled. So, you're lost, huh? Grace nodded. Yeah, I've never been more lost. I know I put the address in my GPS correctly. I don't know what happened. Willow Valley isn't what you'd call mapped. What? Willow Valley? That wasn't what she'd put into her GPS. How could she have gotten so turned around? She'd even downloaded the app's newest version before she left home. Quincy glanced at her. That's where you are. How far is Abilene? You're at least 3 hours from Abilene. Her eyes widened. 3 hours? And a broken-down car. How was she going to make her appointment now? Yolanda was going to kill her, raise her from the dead, and kill her again. And promotion? Forget it. It seemed like the last 8 months had been one continual shoe drop after another. I take it that's not what you wanted to hear. Grace shook her head and sighed. No. I wish I knew what happened. He shrugged. I guess someone thought you needed a detour. She snorted. I wish they'd asked. Would you have said yes? No. Quincy chuckled. Then that's why they didn't ask. Funny. She rolled her eyes. So, where you from? Houston. Big city. I stayed there a year 1 week. Grace wrinkled her nose. What? Longest week of my life. I swear those highways and roads were so twisted around that it was like driving on concrete spaghetti. Okay, I'll give you that. It's busy, bustling, and crazy, but I love it. Warmth filled her as she smiled, thinking of Brett. The smile faded, and she looked out the window. Loved it. Quincy cleared his throat. Were you going to Abilene to find a new place or? She looked at him. No. I'm an interior designer. I'm supposed to be meeting a client first thing tomorrow to show them what I have planned for their home. Well, you may have to postpone that. We don't have a car rental place. We do have an excellent mechanic, but it takes a while to get parts sometimes since we're so far out of the way. Great. She looked down at her phone. Still no bars. Is there better cell reception in town? Sure, it's better, if by better you mean only slightly better than what you've got now. Quincy brightened. Grace nodded. Of course. That's how everything in her life was working lately. Her gaze blurred as she turned her attention to the rolling hills zipping by, and the companionable silence lengthened. Well, we're here, Quincy said. She jerked her attention forward, looking out the windshield. How long had it taken to get here? No longer lost in thought, she was wide awake and trying to take in everything as they slowly drove through what she'd call Main Street, USA. It was a cute little town. If it were a cartoon, it would remind her of Radiator Springs. It's quaint. Is that code for old and small? He pulled the truck into the parking lot of a gas station and parked. A sign that read Q. B. Fix It was painted on the front of the brick building in black and white letters. She laughed. Maybe. He lifted an eyebrow and grinned. All right, I'll give you that. It's old and small, but the people here are worth gold. Everyone knows everyone, and there's something to be said about a community of people who've got your back. Grace nodded. That does sound nice. And it did. Her community consisted of her two sisters, her mom, and her grandfather telling her it was time to move on all the time when they actually took time to talk to her. As he opened the door, he paused. By the way, that mechanic I told you about? Yeah. That'd be me. He smiled. Her mouth dropped open. Why didn't you check the car when you stopped? It's only 10 in the morning and already hot enough to fry eggs on the pavement. I might be small town, but I'm not stupid. Grace could give him that. It was hot 30 minutes ago and only seemed to be getting hotter. She took another look out the window before opening the door and getting out. How long do you think it'll take to get my car running? I have no idea until I'm sure what's wrong, but you'll be here for at least overnight. Oh man, this was not what she planned at all. Her shoulders sagged. Yolanda was going to be furious. And she didn't have enough reception to call her and warn her or the clients. Is there a place I can stay? She asked. Maybe they'd have a signal booster or a landline. Something that would give her a way to the outside world. The way Quincy grinned, it almost made her nervous. About 10 miles from here, there's a bed and breakfast. My nephew, Jackson, runs the place. Let me give him a call, and he can give you a lift while I get your car towed to the shop. Now she wished she'd been paying attention when they arrived in town. There aren't any hotels? There's one, but I wouldn't stay there. The way he scrunched his face made Grace wonder just how bad the hotel could be. Okay. I guess I don't have much of a choice. She paused. Is there any way I could get my suitcase out of my car? I'll bring it by later this afternoon. I'm having dinner with Jackson tonight anyway. I appreciate that. He waved her off like it was no big deal. Go find yourself something to drink in the store. My treat. It shouldn't take Jackson long to get here. Chapter 2. Sweat dripped down Jackson Bellamy's face as he tugged off his Stetson and rubbed his arm across his forehead. His white tank was soaked. He'd abandoned the checkered button-up hours ago. Normally, he kept it on to protect his shoulders and arms from the sun, but it was too stinkin' hot in the midday sun. It might be freezing in other parts of the county, but Willow Valley, Texas, was an oven. It was only May, which meant the coming summer was going to be boiling water hot because of the humidity. He paused and let his gaze roam over the land that lay before him. It was all his now. When his uncle, Quincy, had passed on claiming the place, the ownership had fallen to him. At first, he'd let the place sit. 1, because there was an age clause, and 2, he'd been married. When he'd brought his wife to the farm, she looked at him like he'd grown 2 heads. She was a city girl, and city girls had no business in the middle of nowhere with not a manicurist in sight. He could be a cowboy all he wanted, as long as that meant staying in Houston. For a while, he'd given up on the idea of fixing up the place, but when his marriage had fallen apart a year ago, he returned to Willow Valley to piece himself back together as the divorce finalized. So far, he felt like one of those 5,000-piece puzzles where half of it was all sky, and he was struggling to find what blue piece went where. Since then, he'd spent hours working on the house, getting it livable again. So much needed to be done on the place, however, that he'd barely made a dent. His plan for this day had been to figure out what indoor paint to buy for the parlor, but the broken fence couldn't wait any longer. The horses needed better grazing. When he'd checked on it before, he hadn't noticed the posts were rotten. If he'd known they were bad, he wouldn't have let the horses loose in that pasture. It was the same thing he told Don Vickers when the man barged in and raised a ruckus about the animals grazing on his land. Rolling his shoulders, he tried to loosen the muscles aching from the morning spent digging holes. As he picked up the shovel again, his phone rang. He swiped his arm across his forehead again and answered it. "Hello." "Hey, buddy," Uncle Quincy said. "You're breathing a little hard, aren't you?" Jackson dropped his hat back onto his head. "I'm working a little hard." His uncle laughed. "You're only 31. What's a young man like yourself doing out of breath?" "Fixing the fence on the second pasture." The horses got out, and Vickers raised Cain. "Oh yeah, if there is such a thing as reincarnation, he's coming back as a mule." Jackson threw his head back and laughed. It was funny but true. "All right, what did you call for?" "Got a favor to ask of you." It was Quincy, so he didn't have the heart to turn him down flat. The man had raised him from the time he was 6. "What's that?" "I got someone who needs a place to stay for the night. Their car broke down just outside of town." Jackson lifted an eyebrow. "Does this someone happen to be a woman?" "Now, don't you go giving me any lip. This nice lady needs help. Her Mustang broke down, and I need to fix it." "Oh really?" Jackson had lost track of the number of times his uncle had set him up with some so-called helpless lady. "I'm telling the truth." Smoke was billowing from the engine. "I'm pretty sure it's the radiator, but until I get under the hood, I won't know for sure." Right. What had his uncle promised this woman? With the last one, he'd promised a new engine if she'd pretend she needed lodging. Uh-huh. "Jackson Bartholomew Bellamy, I'm telling you her car broke down. Now get yourself here and get this poor woman. It's almost lunchtime, and she's going to be hungry. I've got a few sandwiches, but I don't think someone like her will be interested in convenience store limp lettuce, ham, and cheese." He'd used all 3 names? Boy, he was desperate this time. "All right, I'll come get her." Sometimes, he wished he had an ornery streak, but his uncle had done too good of a job raising him. He couldn't bring himself to be anything less than a gentleman. "You're coming now, right?" "Yep," he said as got into his pickup. "I'm leaving right now." "Good. I'm going to get her car." "You mind your manners, you hear?" "Yes, sir." "Good, I'll talk to you later." Later, Jackson said and hung up the phone. He shook his head as he started the truck and put it in gear. Why couldn't his uncle just let him be? Jackson enjoyed his life. Yeah, it was a little lonely, but not so lonely that he needed to be set up by his uncle. Besides, it wasn't that long ago that he was married. Hannah was the love of his life, or so he thought. He'd given every piece of himself to her, and she'd run off and left him shattered. Never would he have thought he'd be in his early 30s and divorced. It's not that he necessarily wanted to be alone, there just wasn't anyone he'd been interested in. Jackson hadn't given up on love, he just set his standards higher this time. The next time he got married, he was going to be more careful with who he picked. A half an hour later, he parked his truck next to his uncle's pickup. Geez, the man tried too hard to be smooth. The tow truck was gone, and Jackson could make out a slender figure in the store. Well, he tried to let her down easy and hope his uncle hadn't promised too much this time. He hopped out of the truck and strolled to the door. As the bell above it chimed when he opened it, a woman turned, and wide eyes greeted him. For a second, he was frozen by her beauty, until he remembered it was a setup. He tipped his hat to her. "I'm Jackson Bellamy." The woman smiled as she walked toward him. "Hi. I'm Grace Maddox. I'm sorry about this. I never thought to ask your uncle if you had a room available. He always had plenty of room." The Willow Bend bed and breakfast was the star of Central Texas back in the day, but now it was rough inside and out. It was livable, but no one in their right mind would pay top dollar to stay there anymore. Jackson had a lot in common with that house. "Oh, it's no problem. I've got room." He shook her hand and returned her smile. "So, your car broke down, huh?" "Yeah, first I get lost, and then my car breaks down." She sighed, and he could have sworn she said, "Of course." He studied her a moment. Where had his uncle found her? She even sounded sincere, but he'd fallen for that before. The last time was the worst. She'd been a damsel in distress too. Next thing Jackson knew, he was apologizing for his uncle and letting the woman down as easy as he could. Come to find out, Quincy had put his profile up on a farmer's dating website. Jackson had come unglued when he discovered the truth. After their huge argument, his uncle had promised no more setups, but here he was, being set up yet again. He did have to give it to Quincy. She sure was cute. Her chestnut hair fell to her shoulders in soft waves, little freckles ran across her cheeks and stopped just beyond her hairline over her ears, and she had the cutest button nose of anyone he'd ever seen. It was so perfect that he wondered if it was natural. "This isn't so bad a place," he said. "It's bad when you have an appointment to keep and you didn't plan on staying." He shot her a smile. "Well, how about we get going? I haven't eaten any lunch." He pulled the door open and held it for her. "Have you?" "Not yet," she said as she passed him. They walked to Jackson's pickup and got in. He'd left it idling, but the cold air he'd enjoyed on the drive over was lukewarm. "Give the air a second. When we get on the road, it will cool down again." She nodded and twisted a piece of her hair around her index finger. He drove about a mile before Grace broke the silence. "You don't look like the owner of a bed and breakfast." "Oh yeah? What do I look like?" He probably looked a mess after working in the pasture, especially since he didn't grab his button up and throw it back on. "Like you should be riding broncos or bulls or roping something." Jackson let out a chuckle. "Well, I used to, but I gave it up some time ago." He left out the part where his ex-wife was the reason. He'd quit so he could spend more time with Hannah, thinking they could start a family, and he wasn't going to be an absent father, like his dad was. "Oh, well, it's dangerous, but it's fun to watch." She smiled. "I agree on both accounts." She shifted in the seat and crossed her legs. "How long have you lived here?" He shot her a quick glance. "I was born here." "How big is the town?" Jackson snorted. "A little less than 500. Which he didn't mind at all. After Hannah, he was hesitant to put himself out there again. He was glad to be back in a place so small because anyone he went to school with was either married, more like a sister, or someone he could never see himself dating. Wow. I don't think I could have found a town this size if I'd planned it. What's it like growing up in a place so tiny? He shrugged. I guess it didn't feel so tiny when I little. Where are you from? I was born in Baltimore, but I moved to Houston when I was 10. Houston, huh? He'd lived there a short while with Hannah. He didn't hate the place, but he didn't love it either. She nodded. Yeah. What brought you this way? Other than his uncle. I'm an interior designer. She took a deep breath. Or, well, I should say was. When I call my boss and tell her I've missed the appointment, she'll probably fire me. Which, doesn't make any sense. Like it's my fault my car broke down or that my GPS brought me to the middle of nowhere. Who plans to get lost? And sure, I could have flown to Abilene and then rented a car. But when you've got a '67 Mustang, why wouldn't you want to drive it? She clamped her lips shut as a blanket of pink covered her cheeks. Boy, she could talk fast, but he had to admit it was cute. You get fired up like that a lot. Only when I'm frustrated. He shot her a smile. How often are you frustrated? Her blush deepened. Enough that it lands me in hot water sometimes. I see. Grace's knee bounced when silence fell over them and lingered. Your uncle said the bed and breakfast has been in your family forever. It has. Would you tell me about it? I love old houses. He slowed to turn onto the gravel road that led to the place he called home. Well, you'll see it here in a minute, but it was built in the 1800s. It's been in my family since it was built. Almost a year ago now, I inherited it from my grandfather. He died 6 years ago, and my uncle held possession of it until I turned 30. It still needs work, but I plan on making it shine again. It sounds great. Was she serious? You think so? Most people can't run away fast enough. And most of those people were of the female persuasion. The wide smile she gave him made him swallow hard. He had to give it to Quincy. She had a smile that would stop traffic. I've dreamed of finding an old house and restoring it. There's just something about things built way back when that make them special, you know? Yeah, I agree. She twisted in the seat to face him. Like, they've got these great bones, and all they need is a little love and they'll be as strong as ever. You can't get that nowadays. Her excitement was contagious, and before he could stop himself, he added, and the aged would. You can't fake that kind of thing. Oh, I totally agree. I had this one client who bought an old church and was turning it into a residence. He wanted modern everything. I tried my best to get him to reconsider, but, nope, the guy insisted on ripping up the wood floors. I was so mad, but I found a carpenter who took them. He sent me pictures of that wood floor repurposed in a new house. I nearly cried. As the truck coasted to a stop, he tipped his chin toward the house. There she is. Grace steepled her fingers and pressed them to her lips. A small gasp escaped, and she said, "Oh, this is incredible." A ring on her left finger glinted in the sunlight, and it was like a poke in the eye. Engaged? He hadn't seen her ring when he picked her up. Where had that come from? Jackson was going to give his uncle an earful when he saw him next for trying to set him up with an engaged woman. Chapter 3. Slowly, Grace exited the truck and let her gaze roam over the old bed and breakfast. It needed a ton of work, but her mind swam with the possibilities. She could see how grand it could be, and it thrilled her. A porch wrapped around the front of the house and was wide enough to have 2 swings sit side by side. She'd never seen a porch that big and grand. The railing was shot, and most of it would need to be replaced. 8 large fan-shaped windows lined the second floor and were spaced about 6 feet apart. 2 balconies jutted from the front of the house, and she suspected that at one point they were used by dignitaries to make announcements or for newlyweds to wave to their friends and family after being married on the front lawn. White paint peeled off in big pieces, leaving the previous light yellow exposed. If she had to guess, the wood underneath might need mending from years of neglect, but the bones of the structure looked pretty good from where she was standing. The only thing new on the house was the black shingle roof, which stood out in stark contrast against the rest of the weathered home. In Grace's mind, she was picturing the bright white of the house popping against the shingles. She could see a double-wide front porch swing on each end of the porch, 2 seating areas with little tables between the chairs, and guests sipping mint juleps or sweet iced tea. Oh, the visions of the bed and breakfast restored to its former glory played out like she was sitting in a theater, eating popcorn. You can feel the history. She heard the door slam and took her eyes off the house just long enough to see Jackson stopping by the hood of the truck. Are there any records of people who may have stayed here? He chuckled. I haven't checked the attic yet. I was too busy trying not to fall through the floor. How many rooms does it have? It has 4, but they're large. I was thinking that, eventually, I'd put a bathroom in each of them. You'd have to find the right contractor and make sure they knew how to match the style. You don't want to do anything to take away from the historic nature of the place. You really like it, huh? I love it. Grace smiled and turned her attention to Jackson. Suddenly, her mouth was dry. Talking about the house had given her brain something else to concentrate on other than the gorgeous man who'd picked her up. He'd shot her a sexy smile, and out of habit, she'd slipped her ring back on. One of these days, she'd be strong and leave it off when an attractive man smiled at her. Most of the time, she would compare everyone to Brett, but not this guy. He was tall, tan, and tantalizing with sandy blonde hair and green eyes. The white tank he wore accentuated every inch of his muscular chest and showed off arms bigger than any she'd seen. His jeans hugged all the right places and made her blush just thinking about it. She'd never cared that much for cowboys or their hats, until now. A wave of sadness washed over her. Brett hadn't been gone that long, and just an hour ago, she was tearing up at the thought of missing him. Now, here she was, ogling another man. She shook her head and pulled her gaze away, absent-mindedly rubbing her fingers across her engagement ring. As much as I love looking at this place, you mind if we take this inside? It's hot, and I need a cold drink, Jackson said. Oh, sure. Could I get a tour? Before they hit the bottom step, a car barreled up the driveway, leaving a plume of dust in its wake. Oh, do you have another guest you're expecting? Phew. At least she wouldn't be alone with him. Not that her thoughts were headed that way. She just knew having someone else around would keep her occupied. Jackson shook his head and put his hands on his hips. No. His eyebrows drew together, and the muscles along his shoulders tensed. It seemed he didn't want to see whoever was in that car. It made her wonder if the bed and breakfast was in trouble. That made her chest tighten. Just the thought of that beautiful old house being bought bothered her. It needed to stay in Jackson's family and be restored. The car stopped next to his pickup, and an average-height woman with stick-straight raven hair got out of the car. The sundress she wore popped against her olive skin. She looked like a model and made Grace feel underdressed and self-conscious. She slowly approached Jackson and stopped in front of him. Jackson. Hannah, what are you doing here? I thought we could talk. No. The woman's shoulders sagged. Jackson, please. I've called. I've left messages. We need to talk. He shook his head. No, we don't. Come on, Jack. Don't call me Jack. My name is Jackson. Grace cleared her throat. This wasn't a conversation she should be hearing, and she needed to call Yolanda and tell her what was going on. Plus, she was hot. If it's okay, I'm going to go use the restroom and get a drink. He nodded. Sure. Take the stairs. Your room is the second on the left. The bathroom is the second door on the right. Thanks, Grace said and grabbed her purse from the truck. She glanced over her shoulder as she took the steps. Who was that woman? She pushed it out of her mind. It was none of her business. The doorknob wiggled as she opened the door, and she stepped inside the home. Phew, does it feel good in here? She'd never been more thankful for air conditioning in her life. Turning in place, Grace was overwhelmed with the beauty of the interior. Oak floors ran lengthwise from the front door to the wide-open parlor. The same oak floor continued up the stairs and trimmed the railing. It was also used in the crown molding that ran as far as she could see. The walls were painted white, and several shades of paint had been rolled onto the wall as though someone was trying to decide what they liked. The thought made her smile, and she wished she'd been there before the walls were painted so she could see the previous color. As she slowly ascended the stairs, she tried to take it all in. What stories could this house tell? Had presidents or celebrities stayed here? Were there any ghosts? Her mind continued to wander as she reached the top step. It was obvious Jackson hadn't touched this part of the house yet. The walls were dingy and dark. The wood hadn't been polished. She walked along the hall, peeking into rooms as she went. One had wallpaper that was falling while another had a hole in the wall. She stopped at the bathroom, and again a smile overtook her face. It was like walking back in time. A small white pedestal sink stood across from the toilet, and a clawfoot tub sat along the wall. Jackson must have done a little work, because a makeshift shower had been built and a curtain hung from the ceiling. Shutting the door, she turned on the water in the sink and splashed her face. After the day she'd had, the cool water was refreshing. Once she'd finished freshening up, she crossed the hallway to the room Jackson had given her. The work had been started in this room, but it was unfinished. It was half wallpapered, and the rest had been pulled off. She walked to the bed and sat. It was new, and by the feel of it, she was going to have a good night's sleep. The fan-shaped window overlooking the front of the property sat directly across from the bed. She stood and walked to it, running her hand over the wood trim. Had someone important stood where she stood? Her gaze drifted to the couple below. From what Grace could see, Jackson was having an animated conversation with the woman. He raked his hand through his hair and stomped to her car, opening the door and motioning for the woman to get in. She shouldn't be watching, and like an exclamation point to the thought, her phone began ringing. She pulled it out of her pocket. Her boss had beaten her to the call. "Hi, Yolanda." The connection was horrible. "Where are you?" Yolanda's voice was so garbled that Grace almost couldn't understand her. Grace turned her back to the window. "My car broke down." "What?" "My car broke down," she said a little louder, as if that would help Yolanda hear her better. "Your car broke down?" "Yes, in a place called Willow Valley." "Yellow Sally?" Grace groaned. "No, Willow Valley." She accentuated each word, hoping it helped. The line cleared a little, and she heard Yolanda shuffle some papers. "Is that close to Abilene?" "No." Yolanda scoffed. "Are you in the process of getting a rental car?" I don't like that word." Grace began pacing. "There isn't a place to rent one around here." "What am I supposed to tell the client?" "I don't know. I'll have to reschedule." Yolanda sucked in a deep breath. "Do you know when you'll be able to get there?" This conversation was going to go south in 2 seconds. "No." "What?" Grace sighed. "They don't know what's wrong with my car yet, and the mechanic said it's hard to get parts." "I'm sorry, did I hear you wrong?" "No, Yolanda." "I'm sorry." "Well, have you offered to pay someone to take you to a town that would have a rental car?" She hadn't thought of that. Maybe Jackson could drive her, but the idea of leaving Brett's car in Willow Valley made her nervous. "No." "Well, try that." "I don't want to leave the Mustang here." Yolanda took a deep breath. "Look, Grace, I know losing Brett was awful. I know you've had trouble. The first few months, I tried to be understanding, but it's been 8 months now. You've lost your drive. Is this something you even want to do anymore?" That was a question she'd been asking herself since Brett's death, but she didn't want to think about the answer just yet. My design won this client. She paced faster, heat racing up her neck. Yeah, from a design you did almost a year ago. Admit it, your heart isn't in it anymore. That wasn't far from the truth. Despite the pep talks she gave herself, she didn't have it in her to care anymore. The funk she'd tried to push away seemed to settle over her. I want my heart to be in it. I love designing. Well, until you actually want it, maybe you need to take a break. Grace's heart stopped. What are you saying? I'm saying that when you've got your head in the game again, call me. Until then, I'm afraid your time at West Hall is over. Yolanda was right. Grace sat down hard on the bed and put her head in her hand. It wasn't fair to the company to keep a designer who wasn't pulling their weight, and the past 8 months, she hadn't. Okay. There's no rush. You can pick up your things anytime you're ready. Okay? Sure. I appreciate that. Good luck, Grace, and if you need a reference, I'll give you a good one. Thanks. Grace ended the call and set her phone on the bed. She twirled her ring around her finger with her thumb. What would Brett want her to do? She lifted her head and looked around the room. What if she could get this old house back in shape? It's not like she had a lot in Houston to go back to. Her family lived in Corpus Christi now. Houston was where she was going to build a life with Brett. With him gone, it was just a big city with sad memories. She wondered if Jackson would let her stay if she offered to help get the bed and breakfast going again. If anyone could work hard, it was her. How many splinters had she picked out of her fingers? How many scraped hands or elbows had she received? Grace smiled and headed out to find Jackson. Maybe his guest would be gone and they could come to an agreement. She'd offer her services if he'd let her stay at the house. Maybe a change of scenery would give her the chance she needed to pull herself together and get her life back on track. When she got outside, both Jackson's pickup and the woman's car were still parked out front. Only, they were nowhere to be found. Raised voices filtered from the side of the house, and she followed the source to a barn, stopping outside as the conversation became clearer. Chapter 4. Stalking off to the barn was meant to get Hannah off Jackson's back. Couldn't she take the hint that he didn't want to talk anymore? She hated the smell of horse manure, hay, or anything else even remotely related to country living or farming. That's why she'd left him. Well, no, that wasn't the only reason. Their problems had only been exacerbated by it. Jackson, slow down. Hannah called after him. Her spindly little heels were sinking into the grass, making it hard for her to keep up. It made him want to walk faster, just to see her take a nosedive in the grass. His uncle would have cold-cocked him for even having the thought. No matter how someone treated you, you never stooped to their level or wished them harm. Why did his uncle's words have to play in his head all the time? He stopped inside the barn and faced her, his hands on his hips. Go home, Hannah. We're not married anymore. We haven't been together for a year, and there's nothing to talk about. He talked until he was blue in the face. Why couldn't she move on? What would it take to make her see that they were no longer a couple and never would be again? I'm sorry. I was wrong. Jackson straightened and crossed his arms over his chest. About which part? Trying to convince me to sell this place for its mineral rights, or for cheating on me with your dad's newest and youngest business partner? All of it. So, you don't want me to sell Willow Bend? He lifted an eyebrow, knowing full well what her answer would be. She put her hands on her hips. You were offered $6 million for a property that's worth, at best, $1 million, and that's on a good day. Was it so bad to want to take the money and live our lives without worry? And there was the rub. She still didn't get it. Jackson couldn't picture her ever getting why he wanted to keep the place. I wasn't worried. I'm fixing this place up. In a year, it'll be up and running. Hannah's eyebrows knitted together. In a year, this place will still be a dump, and you'll still be $6 million poor. Money. That's all she seemed to care about. It's not all about the money, Hannah. It's about my family. My heritage. This place means something to me. I would have been working on it sooner if I could have. His grandpa had put a stipulation in the will that if Quincy didn't want the place, Jackson could have it when he turned 30. Apparently, it was the magical number that somehow imbued common sense enough to take ownership of the place. He hadn't moved home right away, either. After his grandfather died, he'd stayed in Houston to try and save his marriage. It had ultimately been a waste of time. Hannah scoffed. There is no way my dad is going to let you keep this place. He narrowed his eyes. What did you say? Her eyes widened like she'd let loose a secret she hadn't meant to. Nothing. Hannah Marie, you best get to talkin'. Jackson took a step toward her. Now. Dad bought the mortgage on the house. He's going to make you pay the mortgage in full, or he's going to foreclose on you. Jackson's lungs suddenly felt deprived of air. Pulling his hat off, he sat down on a nearby bale of hay, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees and his head in his hands. Foreclosed? This place had been in his family for forever. His grandpa had left it to him, entrusted it was more like it. How could this be happening? I'm sorry, Jackson. I tried to talk him out of it. I swear I did. I know this isn't where I wanted to live, but I know you love it. No matter how hard he gulped air, he couldn't get enough. He lifted his head and locked gazes with Hannah. How long? He wants us married. Jackson stood as anger flooded him. It was a cheap ploy and one her dad had to know wouldn't work. What? You heard me. That's not happening. Did you put him up to that? It wouldn't have been far-fetched to think that. Hannah had begged Jackson to take her back more than once. The trust was gone, though. Hannah cast her gaze to the barn floor. No, she said softly. Don't lie to me. I hate that. Don't ever lie to me. That's what killed us. When he caught wind of her affair, he confronted her. He pleaded with her to be honest and tell him the truth, but she refused. Instead, she clung to the lie. He would have been willing to work it out if she'd been honest, but without trust, the relationship was dead. And if I don't marry you, how long do I have? Hannah exhaled. You've got 3 months. It felt as if he'd been kicked in the gut. I have to come up with $100,000 in 3 months. He had money left from his rodeo days, but between splitting with Hannah and living on it for the past year, he didn't have enough to fix up the property and pay off the mortgage. The developer has offered him the same deal he offered you. The only reason he's giving you 3 months is because you were family. Jackson grunted. Right. Family. Hannah took a step toward him and placed her hand on his arm. We could try again, Jackson, or what? She smiled. You could sell it. Sweetheart, are you in here? Jackson jerked his attention to the entrance of the barn. Grace? Why was she calling him sweetheart? I'm in here. He put his hat back on and wondered what this woman was up to. This engaged woman, he reminded himself. I'm sorry to interrupt, she said, approaching them. Hannah looked from Jackson to Grace. Who is this? I'm his fiancée. Who are you? Grace asked. His eyes widened. What was she doing? He'd give it a second to find out where she was going with this fiancé business. If he didn't like the road, he'd put the brakes on. Fiancée, Hannah choked. What? I'm sorry. I overheard you talking about the house. Selling it? Grace asked. Now he understood. It was still nuts, but he'd seen the way her eyes twinkled as she spoke about the house when she first saw it. With the way she reacted, it was no wonder she was trying to save it. But why say they were engaged? What should he do? Play along? He was tired of Hannah butting into his life. Maybe if she thought there was no chance, she'd back off. But what about the house? Could he come up with $100,000 in 3 months? He didn't have the money to pay it off on hand, but he had what he needed to fix up the place. There had to be a way. A flicker of determination settled into the pit of his stomach. He'd rather be foreclosed on than give up. He put his arm around Grace's shoulders and pulled her close. No, darlin', I'm not selling. I know how much you love this house. Jackson, what's going on? You're engaged? He smiled and locked gazes with Grace. It happened kinda suddenly. Hannah grinned. Jackson, we've known each other a long time. You don't watch a movie without doing a week's research. There's no way you're engaged. Oh yeah. Anger ignited in him. Who was she to question him? He moved to plant a kiss on Grace's lips but stopped short. Now he wished he had a chance to ask Grace about the ring. If she was engaged, what would her fiancé think? Why was she doing this? Should he be worried about an angry man hunting him down and asking him why he'd kissed her? What if he was huge? Jackson was pretty fond of his face. It's okay, Grace said, giving him a smile and a slight nod to back up her words. As he held her gaze, he realized that, for some unknown reason, he trusted her. Maybe Grace had one of those open relationships? Well, if she did, he wasn't interested in that, but he did want to stick it to Hannah. Without another thought, he went for it. Jackson cupped Grace's cheek and hoped she could see how desperate he was to prove Hannah wrong. Like the secret word to a clubhouse, she smiled and circled her arms around his neck. When he pressed his lips to hers, he expected the feeling of an unspoken business deal. Instead, he got fireworks, which was a little more than he bargained for, but he kept himself in check and the kiss brief. He didn't want to make Grace uncomfortable or risk the vengeance of an angry fiancé. He pulled away and faced Hannah. Hannah smiled at Grace, but the look she was throwing was anything but sweet. Would you mind if I spoke to my ex-husband for a second? Alone. Grace looked at Jackson like she was waiting for him to approve it. It's okay, honey. Go on to the house. I won't be long. Grace nodded. Okay, sweetie. Maybe we can grab lunch? I'm getting a little hungry, and you promised me a date. He winked. I never go back on a promise. Grace squeezed his hand and walked out of the barn. For the first time, he found himself watching her walk. She'd come by her name honestly. It was like watching a dancer glide away. She filled out her slacks pretty well too. Hannah grabbed his elbow and spun him to face her. So, want to explain that? What do I need to explain? We're divorced. He yanked his arm away. Remember? I wasn't good enough, this place wasn't good enough, and you didn't want to be trapped with a guy who gave up a great rodeo career and turned into a loser. Ignoring his comment, she said, Where did you meet her? Her lips were pressed so hard together it was a wonder they weren't turning into diamonds. Uncle Quincy set us up. It wasn't a lie. His uncle was the reason Grace was at his home. Hannah crossed her arms over her chest. When? I don't have to give you anything, Hannah. I'm engaged. I'm happy. That's all you need to know. I realize I made a mistake, but... Jackson bristled. Is that what she called it? He knitted his eyebrows together as he faced her. A mistake? You make it sound like you tripped and fell into bed with Wes. Not only did I give you a chance to come clean, but I practically begged you to. I even offered to go to marriage counseling. Do you remember what you said to me? Hannah looked down. I remember. You looked me in the eyes and told me that marrying me was the single worst thing you'd ever done in your life, and you couldn't for the life of you remember what it was about me that made you think you could love me. The night she said that, it had crushed him. He wasn't good enough. He'd never be good enough, and she was throwing him away. His parents had thought the same thing, which is why Uncle Quincy had been the one to raise him. No one ever wanted him for long. He was as useful as a tick on a hound dog. In a year, he'd done so little that no one could tell he was even working to get the house fixed up. Truth be told, between his split with Hannah and his lack of significant progress on the house, his confidence had taken a beating recently. Jackson, you loved me better than I ever deserved, and I've realized that I'll never have that with another man. They'll never be able to give me what you did. You loved me, faults and all. Hannah palmed his chest, and their eyes locked. I was so wrong to say that. I can't tell you how sorry I am that those words ever left my lips. If I could take that night back, I would. If she'd said those words a few months ago, he might have considered it, but now? It had been too long. You can't take back that night. You can't change that you left me for another man. The ink's been dry on our divorce papers for almost a year now. We're done. Her lips were set in a thin line as she lowered her gaze. What right did she have to be mad that he'd moved on? Jackson exhaled softly. He was tired of fighting with her. This was their dance every other month, and he didn't want her coming back again. Look, we were together a long time. I know moving on is hard, but we both need to. Find someone who loves you the way you want to be loved. I don't wish you ill, Hannah. I want you to be happy, but that's not going to happen with me. Not now, not ever. When she lifted her head, she met his gaze head-on. You better hope you have the money to pay this place off. Whatever help you might have expected from me is gone. Without another word, she stalked out of the barn. Jackson leaned his back against the barn wall, pulled his hat off, and raked his hand through his hair. He hadn't meant to hurt Hannah. That wasn't what he wanted at all, but she needed to finally understand that their chance was gone. He pushed off the wall. At the moment, he needed to find Grace. She had some explaining to do. Lots and lots of explaining. Chapter 5. Grace paced in the parlor room in front of the couch that didn't fit at all with the time period of the house. On top of that, it was a pattern that should have been pictured next to the word hideous in the dictionary. Who in their right mind would have picked pale pink and dark green check with pink roses thrown in? Yuck. If only the couch was the biggest issue. Oh, she'd been so impulsive. But that was Grace Maddox, running in without a second thought. Brett would get so mad at her when she did things like that. It made her wither a little, wondering what he might think of her. What could Jackson possibly be thinking? What had she been thinking? Barging in and claiming she was engaged to a complete stranger? It was just the house. He couldn't sell it. It had been in his family since the 1800s. All it needed was some TLC. And then that woman. From what little Grace had heard, they'd been married, and Hannah had left him. She couldn't imagine how much that hurt. Losing Brett was devastating. Having someone walk away because they wanted to, it made her chest tighten. Jackson had been nice enough to pick her up and give her a place to stay for the night. How bad could he be? At least Mr. Tall and Tantalizing had kept the kiss short and sweet. It hadn't been part of the plan, but it wasn't like she'd actually thought it through. Another problem she might have considered had she slowed down just a second to think. All she'd heard was house being sold, and her brain had gone on a hiatus. She didn't know the man, and there she was, butting into his life like she had the right. Oh man, would he even hear her out now that he knew she was insane? The door opened, and she stopped pacing. Hugging herself, she faced the foyer. As Jackson walked in, she smiled. "Hi." He pulled his hat off and hung it on the hook by the door. When his gaze settled on her, he returned her smile. Grace could tell by the questioning look in his eyes that he was waiting for an explanation. Well, of course he would be expecting a reason for why she'd done something so wild. She dropped her arms and started pacing again. "I know. It was nuts, but there you were, talking about mortgages and selling the house. You can't sell the house. It's been in your family since the 1800s. If that developer gets his greedy hands on it, he'll be tearing it down and digging huge pits in the ground or something stupid like that. All the wood is original. The house isn't just a house. It's a really large piece of art, and I just couldn't let you sell it." Jackson crossed the room. "I'm not selling the house." Grace stopped pacing and faced him. "You weren't just saying that?" He shook his head. "No, but I would like to know what happened in there. Think you could try and explain that?" She chewed her bottom lip. "I swear I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but I was looking for you. I heard voices and found you in the barn." She pulled away and threw her hands up. "Which is just as much a piece of art as the house, by the way. Can we focus?" "Oh, right." She smiled sheepishly. She was being so pushy. You told her it was over, and she wouldn't take the hint. "So, I don't know. I just kinda reacted without thinking. Mostly, I just didn't want her pressuring you into selling the house." He narrowed his eyes. "So, what will your fiancé think of what you did?" Grace felt the color drain from her face. Tears pooled in her eyes, and she fingered the delicate ring. What kind of awful human being was she? She hadn't even thought of Brett when she did all that. "I'm not engaged. That ring says otherwise, and I'm no cheater." Oh, what had she done? She didn't know this guy. Did he really need to hear her sad tale? Did she have a choice now? No, and it was all because she didn't think. Did she tell him? It's not like it was some state secret, and if she managed to convince him to let her stay, they'd be partners. They'd have to learn to trust one another at some point. Why not now? 8 months ago, I was supposed to be getting married at the end of September. Okay. Everything was planned, the cake, invitations, my dress, all of it. I was literally marking the days off the calendar until we stood in front of our friends and family and said, "I do." Her voice caught, and she sank onto the edge of the couch. Her heart felt like a hot knife was slicing through it. Brett, my fiancé, was a runner. He was training for a local 5K. Every morning, he'd go jogging. During his morning workout, 3 days before our wedding, he was hit and killed by a car. His mouth dropped open, and for a heartbeat, he just stared at her. "Oh, Grace. You don't." She put up her hand to stop him. "No, it's okay. I'm sorry I made you think you were doing something wrong. It's just hard to let him go." Jackson closed the gap between them and sat next to her. "I'm so sorry." She'd heard those words so many times, but somehow, they meant something coming from him. Maybe because he had some idea of what she'd been through. It was so fast. 1 minute I was getting married and planning a life. Next thing, I'm helping plan a funeral. He put his arm around her shoulders. "I can't imagine." Grace twisted to face him, and her breath caught. He was staring at her with such intensity. As though he was hanging on every word. "I'm so sorry I told your ex you were engaged." I'll go find her and tell her the truth. Jackson dropped his arm from her shoulders and sat back on the couch, crossing his ankle over his knee. I get your enthusiasm for keeping the house, but why say we're engaged? Why not just tell her it wasn't for sale? Facing forward, she fidgeted with her fingers, twisting the hem of her shirt around them. Actually, I have no idea why I did that, other than it felt like you needed rescued. She wasn't listening, and I figured if she thought there was no chance, she'd leave you alone. It was totally spontaneous and not something I'd normally do. Only it was, but he didn't need to know she was full on crazy just yet. Not if she wanted him to let her stay and help him with the house. But he'd told Hannah he hated being lied to. If Grace was going to be spending any time with Jackson, it wouldn't take long for him to realize she hadn't been honest with him. Okay, that's not true. I'm spontaneous and jump into things all the time without thinking about it. I see. He caught her gaze and held it. I guess I should thank you, then. She definitely knows there's no chance now. You're not mad? She twisted to face him. A wide smile greeted her, and Jackson shook his head. No. Can't say I wasn't a little confused at first, but I think it was a good thing. Sorry about the kiss. Grace felt heat rush to her cheeks, and she looked away. You're the first man I've kissed since I lost Brett. Are you okay? She lifted her gaze to his, and all she could see was genuine care. I'm okay. It was just unexpected. He snorted. I'd say so. I didn't plan that. She made me mad. I could tell. Your ears turned red. Jackson quickly touched his ear. They did? Yeah. It was cute too. No, she needed to stop that train of thought right that second. If he bought her crazy idea, they'd be partners. That's all. He could be cute all day long, to someone else. The reason I was looking for you was to see about staying here a while. Don't you have a client in Abilene? Well, I did. I was kinda fired. He quickly sat forward. Fired? My heart hasn't been in designing since I lost Brett. I thought maybe you could let me live here, and I'd help you fix the house. Maybe a change of scenery will be good for me. Don't you have family and friends who will wonder if you've been put in a hole with baskets of lotion being lowered to you? She laughed. I'll call, if I can get the reception, and tell them what's going on. They're the ones who've been pushing me to move on. They don't understand that everywhere I go, I see Brett. It's impossible to move on when everything reminds you of the person you lost, not lost, the person who was taken. Maybe instead of calling, she'd send a quick text. She'd tell them she took a big project on and it would be a while before she got back. It wasn't a total lie. So, you'd live here and help me restore this place? Was he actually going to go for it? Her pulse jumped. She could sell this idea, she just knew it. Yeah, for the price of staying here for free, I'd help you. If we work together, I know we can make it look even better than it was originally. Jackson fell back. We have 3 months. I have some money left over from my rodeo days for supplies, but I don't have the money for the payoff. It'll take a lot of hard work. Her pulse made another little jump as he seemed to consider what she was proposing. I know. And it'll mean working long, hard days, but we can do it. Do you really love the house that much? That you're willing to just jump in and help someone you don't know? Love it? That was an understatement. She needed it. It was like her soul was crying out for something, and the house was a lullaby that could soothe it. I need to throw myself into something that's bigger than my own problems. You need to keep this house in your family. I can't see where either of us comes out of this any worse than we are. You know this is a little nuts, don't you? I mean, we don't know each other at all. You could be a hot water hog. He bumped her on the shoulder. Grace chuckled. It was more than a little crazy. It was flat out bonkers. This was not something she would have ever done if Brett was still alive. And you could snore so loud the windows shake, but I'm willing to risk it if you are. Jackson rubbed his chin with his fingers. You don't want anything other than free room and board? No. I've dreamed of working on a house like this. And I promise I'll earn my keep. I'm a hard worker, especially when it's something I love. I don't doubt that. Jackson stood. Which reminds me. I need to finish the fence in the second pasture. The horses need it for grazing. Grace jumped up. I'll help. I don't think a silk blouse and trousers are the best attire for that kind of work. And a white tank is? Jackson slapped his arms across his chest, grasping his arms. Oh yeah, I completely forgot I left my shirt hanging on a fence post out there. It was a relief to know he had shirts that covered more of him than the one he had on. It was hard to concentrate. Well, do you have a shirt I could borrow? You're really serious about helping me, aren't you? Grace nodded. The faster it's fixed, the quicker we can get working on the house. We only have 3 months. Even if we get it done in 3 months, there's no way I can come up with the money all at once. She didn't know why, but from the moment she saw it, she felt tied to the house, like if she was able to save it, maybe it could save her. There had to be a way to get the money together. And then it hit her. I have an idea. He narrowed his eyes. What? We make this huge deal about the Willow Bend bed and breakfast. We call historical societies, get the newspapers involved, and everything. We tell them that in order to save it, we need to raise money, so we're going to charge a donation and allow people to come tour it before it officially opens. Maybe we can let them book ahead. I could also do an article with pictures and sell it to a magazine. You think that would work? I think it's worth a try, don't you? For a heartbeat, he held her gaze. I'll get you that shirt. I think I might even have some old boots that could work short term. Grace lunged forward and hugged him. When she realized what she'd done, she peeled herself off him and stepped back. I'm sorry. He shot her an Olympic gold medal-worthy smile. Her knees wiggled a little, and a tiny flutter of butterflies erupted. She could have sworn his eyes even sparkled. I've had worse things happen than a beautiful woman hugging me, and I've never received an apology. He called her beautiful? She hadn't felt beautiful in a long time. Let's get to work. Yes, ma'am. He mock saluted her and ran for the stairs. Follow me. You can change in your room. Grace's heart swelled. She looked heavenward and whispered, please let me have this one good thing. Once the words left her lips, she was racing after Jackson, ready to get to work. Chapter 6. Jackson had worked with a lot of people, but he'd never worked with someone like Grace. The woman was a workhorse. They finished setting the posts and were getting the wire strung long before he thought they'd be finished. He'd counted on 2 days, but she surprised him. When she said she'd earn her keep, she wasn't kidding. There'd been no complaining either. Once she got one of his shirts and an old pair of boots on, she was ready. She even tore a hole her slacks on one of the posts and kept going. It earned her a little respect in his book. As the sun hit the tips of the trees, he nailed the last line of wire on the post and stood back to look at their hard work. Now, that's a beautiful fence. Grace wiped her brow with her arm and smiled as she came to stand next to him. Yeah, it's great. That'll hold the horses, right? It should. She stuck her hands into her trousers. Are the horses from your days in the rodeo? He grinned. No, I bought 'em after I'd been here a few months. How many do you have? 6. They're in a different pasture at the moment. I plan on letting them loose in this one tomorrow morning. Can all of them be ridden? All except the stallion, Gulliver. That boy still needs work. Grace pulled her hands out and crossed her arms over her chest. Her eyebrows were drawn together, and her lips were in a thin line. Over the course of getting the fence fixed, he'd learned that was the look she got when she was thinking. We could do trail rides, she said. Offer that as part of the experience. We need to hire a farmhand to help, but I think people would pay to ride through this property. Have you explored any of it? He was beginning to enjoy how her mind worked. And her use of we didn't sound bad either. She'd used that more than once. While he didn't know her, it had felt nice not to be so alone all the time. A little. Maybe we could take a day and go together to see what things of interest are out there. How big is the property? This was part of what made the place so valuable. It's 300 acres. Her eyes widened. Wow. That's huge. Oh, wow. The lilt in her voice told him she was about to talk a million miles a minute. It got cuter every time she did it. We could offer overnight camping trips. Oh. We could have stargazing tours. You know, have a guide bring guests out here away from the house and see the stars. Not only would it be romantic, but it'd be fun. If there's water running through the property somewhere, that'd be even better. We could offer swimming if, it was safe. He took her arms. Grace, breathe. She pulled her bottom lip in between her teeth. Sorry. I get carried away. I've noticed, he said and released her. Her cheeks turned crimson, and she grinned. Not one of my better qualities. Who said? He thought it was her best quality. All that passion trapped in a woman who was as interesting as she was attractive. She shrugged. Brett and I weren't perfect. We loved each other, but that wasn't his favorite thing about me. He said I jumped before thinking and that I needed to learn to slow down and weigh things before just rushing in. Kinda like what I did with you. Well, on that, your fiancé and I disagree. Her pale pink lips parted, and a small smile appeared. She tapped a piece of hair behind her ear as her cheeks turned an even darker shade of red. That's nice of you to say. I meant it. It shows you've got passion. Why wouldn't someone like that? And why would anyone try to corral it? Her kind of passion was the kind you let run wild. Of course, he didn't know her at all, but he had a good feeling he was right. Toeing the ground, she shook her head and cast her gaze to the ground. I don't know. I guess I come off too strong sometimes, and I speak without thinking. I think it shows you've got gumption. She lifted her head, and they locked eyes. No one's ever said that to me before. Thank you. He broke eye contact and rubbed the back of his neck. You're welcome. Why was it so hard to talk to her all of a sudden? His stomach growled, and he chuckled. I'm so hungry I could eat dirt. Are you hungry? They'd completely forgotten about lunch, and now that the sun was sinking below the trees, his stomach was protesting. Grace nodded. Yeah, I'm starved. He palmed his forehead. Oh, my uncle is coming to dinner. I'd completely forgotten. I guess we do need to scoot if I'm going to get dinner cooked. And by cooked, I mean bread and cold cuts. She laughed. We'll grab a shower, and I'll help. Jackson lifted an eyebrow. She rolled her eyes. I mean, we'll each get a shower separately, and then I'll help you with dinner. He chuckled. I knew what you meant. I was just teasing you. Grace nodded. Jackson, I want to be clear. This is just a business arrangement. I'm only here to get the house restored. Once that happens, I'm going back to Houston. I do have a life there. I know. That doesn't mean we can't have fun while we're working. I know, but I don't want to give you the wrong impression or make you think. He clenched his jaw as his chest tightened. He wasn't sure why her words stung so much. They'd just met. No, that wasn't true. He knew why. Rejection hurt, no matter how long you'd known someone. I don't have the wrong impression. In case you missed it, I'm recently divorced. And, if you'll recall, it's not like I came looking for you or asked you to stay. He yanked his shirt off a nearby post and strode to his pickup. If you're riding with me, you'd best get in. Grace nodded. Sure. She walked to the pickup and climbed in. As she got settled, Jackson threw a glance her way and put the truck in drive. He hadn't meant to snap at her, but it had hit him wrong. Did he look so desperate for companionship that she thought he'd fall for the first woman who struck his interest? He probably did, but that didn't mean he was interested in a relationship, especially one with her. After several minutes of silence, Grace twisted in the seat. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I don't know you very well, but what little I do know, after working on the fence all afternoon, I think you're great. I don't want to hurt you. Not that I think I'm all that wonderful, but when you're working with someone, it's easy to get messages mixed, and I didn't want that. He glanced at her. I know. I'm sorry I snapped at you. How about this? I'm not interested in you like that. We'll both keep a professional distance, and when the house is done, we'll shake hands and part as friends. Why did the word friend leave such a bad taste in his mouth? That's all he wanted. That sounds like a great plan. All right, he said and stuck out his hand. Deal? She shook his hand. Deal. Okay, now that we've established ground rules. Care to tell me a little about yourself since we'll be roommates for the next 3 months? Well, I told you my family lives in Corpus Christi, which includes my mom, 2 sisters, and my grandpa. My mom and dad divorced when I was little. I don't see him much. My mom remarried a few years ago, and he's a nice man. I'm still getting used to him. How about you? I have a kid brother, Logan. By kid, I mean he's younger than me by 3 years. How old are you? Grace asked. I'm 31. She smiled. Me too. When's your birthday? April 4th. Her jaw dropped. Really? Me too. Really? No. She giggled. He bumped her shoulder. Joker. When is it? It was 2 weeks ago. Happy belated birthday. Thank you. How did you get into design? I've loved it all my life. I wanted to study it in school, but my mom said I should be practical, which is why I studied business. Brett's the one who encouraged me to follow my heart. There was an opening in a local design group, the one I've been with this whole time, and I put in an application. There were all these meetings and different interviews. It came down to me and 2 others. And you won. Yep. I'll never forget what Yolanda said to me. Grace, you have more potential than any new designer I've met. There's no doubt in my mind you'll be a star. That's high praise. You have no idea. It was the most incredible feeling. I left that meeting, floating on a cloud. Someone liked me and liked my ideas. No one ever liked my ideas. My mom and sisters are so different from me. My mom and my oldest sister are both lawyers, and my other older sister is an accountant. And your stepdad? He's a lawyer too. Wow, a family full of lawyers. That has to be fun at holidays. She snorted. I think it'd be more fun to watch grass grow. In fact, I've snuck out and done just that. It was like being at a dance club. Jackson laughed hard enough his eyes watered. So, Logan? Tell me about him. He cleared his throat and pinned his gaze on the road in front of him. Our mom left just after Logan was born. My uncle raised us both until my dad decided he wanted a son. He picked up Logan one day, and from then on, I saw him at holidays when my dad would drop him off here in Willow Valley. He clamped his mouth shut and waited for the typical response. Wow. Well, he's a jerk. Good thing your uncle raised you. I can tell you were better off that way. Jackson nearly swallowed his tongue. You're not going to tell me you're sorry? Why? Seems like Logan's the one who needs that. Can you imagine being raised by someone who'd do that? That was a new way to think about it. Why hadn't he ever turned it around like that? He shot a quick glance at Grace. She was different, and he found himself looking forward to the next 3 months. What other things could she turn around? When he pulled the pickup to a stop in front of the house, Quincy was already waiting for them, holding what Jackson assumed was Grace's luggage. His uncle was going to give him an earful. Not only about being late but for putting a guest to work on top of it. Wait until his uncle found out he hadn't fed her lunch. I thought we were having dinner. And why does that young woman look like she's been working in the field? He handed Grace the suitcase. Told you I'd bring it. Thank you. Sure thing. He turned his attention back to Jackson. Do I get an answer to my question, bud? Jackson rubbed the back of his neck. Actually, that's my fault, Grace said. Quincy raised an eyebrow and looked at Jackson. Oh, really? She smiled. I'm going to stay here and help him get the house restored. Is that so? I thought you had some high-dollar client you were late meeting. Grace shrugged. Well, I don't now, and I can't stand the thought of this house not getting fixed up. She looked from Quincy to Jackson. I'm going to take a shower, if that's okay. Sure. Just don't use all the hot water. He winked. She smiled and pulled her luggage toward the house. Once she was inside, Jackson gave Quincy the play-by-play of what happened in the barn with Hannah, including the part about Grace jumping in and telling Hannah they were engaged. Then he told him about their arrangement. So, she isn't engaged? His uncle asked. No. I thought so. Jackson narrowed his eyes. I knew you set me up. I thought we'd agreed you weren't meddling anymore. Jackson crossed his arms over his chest. Uncle Quincy, you've got to stop. Quincy shrugged. Well, now I don't have to meddle. This is a business arrangement. Nothing more. We've both made that very clear. His uncle chuckled. Just 'cause your head says one thing don't mean your heart has to agree. There's something different about her. Jackson had to give him that. There was definitely something different about her. The kiss they shared had been brief, but he'd liked the feel of her lips. He'd never tell his uncle they'd kissed. Quincy would make sure he never heard the end of it. At least I don't have to lie about not being able to find the parts to her car now. What? Her radiator is busted, but I can get a part by tomorrow. I was going to forget to order it a while. Jackson cursed under his breath. You meddlesome old. Old what? His uncle gave him a dirty look. Nothing. Just don't meddle here. We've got it worked out, and I need the help. I don't want to lose the house. I won't meddle. Jackson leveled his eyes at Quincy. The way he said it meant he was absolutely going to meddle. He might not have to get creative with her car parts, but he'd find other ways to butt in. I won't. Jackson wanted to believe him, but he'd known the man too long to think for a second that he wouldn't stick his nose in if he thought he could or should. With Grace, though, his meddling wouldn't stand a chance. Then again, with the way his uncle worked, who knows what would happen. Chapter 7. Grace pushed flyaway strands of hair back from her face as she peeled off wallpaper. She'd woken in the middle of the night, and unable to go back to sleep, she decided it was as good a time as any to start working. With only 3 months to get the house ready, they didn't have time to spare. She'd silently sneaked downstairs and started in the dining room where Jackson had left off. The wallpaper was old and stuck like superglue. She picked at small pieces with her fingernails, enough that they were starting to hurt, but she pressed on. This would be the toughest room since she wanted to keep the plaster. Hiring that out would be costly and something Jackson didn't have the money for. Dinner the night before had been wonderful, even if it was just cold sandwiches. Something about working hard always made food taste better to her. His uncle had stayed a few hours, and she'd found him charming and funny. It was getting easier to laugh the longer she stayed. It wasn't until she'd really thought about it that she realized how little she'd laughed in recent months. After Quincy left, she and Jackson had decided it was time to get some rest. By the time she made it up the stairs and into bed, every muscle screamed. It had been a while since she'd worked that hard, but as much as she hurt, she also felt good. Not once had she thought about her own problems. Getting that fence done made her feel accomplished, and she'd enjoyed being part of the reason Jackson smiled. For some weird reason, it sent a thrill through her. She'd even found herself enjoying being teased by him. But that wasn't a thought she could entertain. She might not be a full-fledged widow, but that didn't mean she didn't feel like one. A relationship wasn't on the horizon for her. At least, not for a long time. Grace hadn't expected his reaction when she made clear why she was there. His lips had twisted, and she knew she'd unintentionally hurt him. They just needed to be clear on the end goal. Besides, the house was what mattered, nothing else. It was why she'd made sure to put the brakes on so that neither of them got caught up in anything. As long as they knew the rules and set some boundaries, everything would work out fine. She didn't know why those rules felt like a nasty pinch all of a sudden. Grace? She jumped and whirled around. Oh, good grief, you scared me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I thought I was the only one up. Placing the flat of her hand against her chest, she let out a slow breath. It's okay. How long have you been working? Jackson asked. He'd put on a short-sleeved button-up and jeans, and Grace was tongue-tied. He sure could work the checkered look. She grinned. A while. What's a while? Since about 4? He crossed the dining room and stopped in front of her. How did you get that much wallpaper off in 2 hours? Are you kidding? I'm a designer. This was one of the first things I learned. It took me a week to get off what little I did. I was so tired of it that I decided I was going to paint over it, he said as his gaze roamed over the room. She ran her hand along the wall. I saw you'd started it and figured this is where we should begin. We take a room at a time, get it paint ready, and move to the next. She brought her gaze back to his. This plaster isn't that old, and it's in decent shape. I was surprised, to be honest. Most of the time in these old houses, the wallpaper is hiding a huge problem, but by the looks of it, it's not more than 15 years old. It's not. My grandmother wanted this room redone, and my grandfather had it done for her birthday, 2 years before she had her heart attack. He took her to San Antonio for the week, and Uncle Quincy and I stayed here to oversee the workers. Grace shot him a wide smile. How sweet. He taught me a lot. I bet he did. Jackson rubbed his chin and said, I was going to get breakfast and then let the horses out. I can help right after. Her stomach rumbled. Breakfast sounds terrific, and would it be okay if I helped with the horses? His smile was like a heated blanket, and a warmth spread through her. She mentally shook herself. There couldn't be thoughts like that. Yes, the man was breathtakingly gorgeous. And yes, the shirt sleeves showed off his huge biceps and the jeans fit, oh, they fit so well, but she was there for the house. Only the house. I'll take all the help I can get, but just warning you, Gulliver takes a while to warm up to people. If something happens and he gets loose, keep your distance. Okay, I can do that. You okay with some cereal for breakfast? Sure. The quicker we eat, the quicker we can get to work. She followed Jackson to the kitchen. It had been previously updated, but whoever had done it didn't do a good job. They modernized without making it cohesive with the rest of the home. Once they each poured themselves a bowl, they sat at the small kitchen table and ate. Halfway through, Jackson put his spoon down and sat back in his seat. Are you always so driven? He asked. Another of her less than desirable qualities. When she got set on something, she didn't stop until it was done. Unfortunately. It's one of my many not-so-great quirks. If haven't you noticed, I pace too. I'm not disparaging whoever told you that, but I will voice my disagreement again. She laughed. Brett hated when she got like that. All in, no holds barred, pedal to the metal until the last detail was in place. It was just how she was wired. To be told it wasn't such a bad trait made her feel good. You don't have to say that. I know I can be too intense. I'm not just saying that. I've never seen anyone put their heart and soul into something like you do. When you said you'd help me, I didn't expect. He waved his hand at her, you. The compliment sent a tingle through her. Why hadn't Brett liked that about her? She'd liked all his quirks. Well, not liked, but she hadn't complained that he liked funny-smelling supplement shakes or that he didn't rinse the beard stubble in the sink or that he'd leave his gym bag in her laundry room and forget it. She smiled and shrugged. The farm means something to you, and I want to help. Plus, being here, I don't feel so weighed down. I have something that needs me. I haven't felt that in a while. With a small nod, he smiled and began eating again. If this was how things were going to be, the next 3 months would be a cakewalk. It was so easy to talk to him. Things just poured out of her when he asked a question. It didn't feel as though he was judging everything that came out of her mouth, either. When they finished eating, they went out to the barn to let the horses out. Gulliver, the stallion Jackson had talked about, was stunning. Apparently, he was a Frisian, and Jackson had found him in a kill pen somewhere south. She couldn't imagine that beautiful animal on the verge of being killed. His coat was so black and shiny that it almost looked purple. That snippet of information had eased Jackson several notches up on her good guys list. She could see why the horse needed more work. That guy was full of spirit. He pranced around for them before galloping off. Guests would love him for sure, but unless he calmed down a whole lot, no one would be taking him trail riding. After they finished with the horses, they returned to the house and worked on getting the rest of the wallpaper down. Most of the time, they worked in silence. Grace was surprised by how well-oiled it felt. It was as though they'd been working together for years. He'd go right, and she'd instinctively go left. When lunchtime rolled around, they'd stripped half the wallpaper off. Grace's fingers were so sore that she was wishing bad things on the person who invented the stuff. Whoever had installed that wallpaper had meant for it to stick around, but they hadn't known Grace. She was more stubborn than the wallpaper. As Grace stood back, she took in what would soon be a blank canvas, trying to gauge what would be both appealing and modern and yet fitting with the style of the home. What would make eating in that room the most appealing? She could see wedding parties and receptions being held in it. I think something mid-range in color would work in here because of all the windows. All this light gives you so many options. What are you thinking? She turned and found Jackson watching her. What? She asked. It's interesting to watch you work. What? He shot her a grin. You heard me. She waved him off. Stop. What color are you thinking? I'm not the designer. You are. You pick the color. You own the home. Jackson shrugged. I know, but I have at my disposal a talented designer. Why would I not take advantage of that? Her face burned like fire. She palmed her cheek and ignored the sweet compliment. Where do we need to go to get paint samples? There's a town about 45 minutes from here. It has a small hardware store. They'll even order stuff if we need it. She drummed her fingers on her lips. Well, I say we figure out what we want for each room and make one trip. That way we're not running back and forth. That's a time waster right there, and we definitely don't have time to waste. I can get on board with that. Like I said, though, I'll defer to you on the design stuff. I don't mind giving input, but I think you should have the final say since you're skilled in this. The first time he said it, it caught her off guard. This time she wondered what made him think that. How do you know I'm skilled? You haven't seen any of my designs. Jackson's eyebrows shot up. Yes, I have. I Googled you last night. You did? How did you get good enough reception for that? He chuckled. I have a signal booster in my room. And yes, I did Google you. A show from Abilene popped up. You did a good job on that house. You're talented, and I liked your style. Most designers I've seen go too overboard, but yours was soft and simple. Grace's pulse jumped. He liked her design style, and he thought she was talented. And it didn't feel like he was just being nice. The way he said it, the conviction in his voice, sounded as though he had confidence in her, and it felt good. Thank you. Most don't appreciate it because I don't like rooms feeling crowded with knickknacks and such. That's what I noticed. There wasn't junk stuffed in every crevice. She laughed. That's a good way to put it. Her eyes widened. You've got your thinking face on. Stop that, she said and popped his arm. You think we could grab lunch and take it to the attic? See if we can find old pictures of the place? That'll help with inspiration. He pointed at her. See? Thinking face. Before she could think twice, she lunged forward and poked him in the ribs. He yelped and jumped back. Oh, this made things interesting. She flashed a wide grin and lunged forward again. Oh, no. No tickling. You totally have it coming. She dodged one of his arms trying to hold her back, and this time she used both hands. I'll show you thinking face. Jackson wasn't nearly as fast as she was, and every time he tried to block her, she'd slip out of his grasp and tickle him even harder. It was more fun than she'd had in, well, she couldn't remember. He finally held her wrists and pinned them to her sides. No. More. Ticklin'. Grace threw her head back and laughed. She didn't know where it was coming from. For so long, it had felt like all of her joy had been sucked out, and she hadn't known how to get it back. In the span of 2 days, being in this place had filled her with something she thought she'd lost. It's not that funny, he grumbled. You didn't see your face. He let her go and crossed his arms over his chest. Oh yeah? Well, I'm a firm believer in revenge being a dish best served cold. She didn't know why, but that made her laugh harder. Oh, I'm so scared. Jackson narrowed his eyes and leaned down. You should be, Missy, you should be. Consider me terrified. He snorted. Come on. Let's get those sandwiches made, and we'll go dig through the attic. Apparently, my interior designer needs inspiration. Okay. She was nearly giddy. Going to the attic, digging through boxes, and finding the history of the house was something she'd been dying to do. Jackson had no idea what he'd done for her. He'd given her time and space to figure out who she was again. It was like having a drink paid for by the stranger ahead of you. A gift you could only pay forward. Chapter 8. With the last bite of sandwich stuffed in his mouth, Jackson pushed through the millionth cobweb to grab another box. They'd started in the left corner and moved right. So far, they'd only found newer records, and his grandparents hadn't done the best job. None of the boxes were in the same decade. It was as though someone had taken the room and given it a good shake. Grace seemed especially disappointed. With each box, her lips curved down more. That didn't sit right with him. If ever a woman needed to smile, it was her. And her laugh? Good heavens, she had a great laugh. It was light and lilting. Bubbly and cute. He had to stop those thoughts. She'd made it clear she wasn't looking for anything like that. Neither was he. All he wanted was her help getting the house back in shape. It would have been dumb to turn down a professional interior designer, and he was no dummy. You think this box will have something? Swallowing the rest of his sandwich, he said, I don't know, but I hope so. If not, we'll keep looking. Anyone home? A deep voice called from below. A voice Jackson knew. Grace startled. Her foot hooked on the box he just set down, and she knocked into him. He grabbed her elbows to stop her from falling, but with the momentum, they crashed to the floor with a thud with her sprawled on top of him. Pain stabbed through his back, and he squeezed his eyes shut. Oh, Jackson, I'm so sorry. She scrambled off him, but he could feel her next to him. When he opened his eyes, she was leaned over him, her face inches from his like she was inspecting him. The sunlight coming through the window made her eyes look like sapphires. Even her freckles seemed to stand out against her skin a little more. Wow, you're beautiful. Did you hit your head too? As he tried to sit up, she hugged him around his chest to help him. It's just my back that smarts. She slid her hands up his neck and into his hair, in what he assumed was her checking to make sure he didn't have any bumps. The sensation was making his body go haywire. Are you sure that's the only place you hurt? He took her hands and pulled them out of his hair. Instead of immediately letting her go like he should have, he held on to her. I might be sore, but nothing's broken. Everything stopped. All the dust, cobwebs, and boxes filled with musty old records were just a blur on the edge of his vision. He even forgot there was someone downstairs. What if he kissed her? Maybe the fireworks from that first time were just because it had been so long. If he kissed her again, he'd know for sure. In his mind, the reasoning was solid. He took both of her hands in one of his, slid his other arm around her back, and pulled her closer. How was it that she fit so well? The air was suddenly buzzing around him to the point that his nerves felt exposed. How could he be so attracted to someone so fast? That hadn't happened to him before. Jackson? Grace quickly pulled away and stood. Her cheeks were so red they looked sunburned. Jackson looked up at the man who'd intruded. Hello, Thomas. It's been a while, Hannah's father said. Jackson pushed off the floor and stood with a grunt. He gripped his sides and stretched back. No doubt, he was going to feel that tumble tomorrow, if not sooner. What are you doing here? Thomas stuck his hand out to shake Jackson's as his gaze traveled to Grace. Hannah said something interesting. Jackson's gaze drifted from Thomas's extended hand back to his face. Yeah. What's that? His ex-father-in-law withdrew his hand. She said you're engaged. Jackson put his arm around Grace's waist. I sure am. Why? I know you and Hannah had your problems, but I always thought you'd work them out. You two belong together. Hannah had told Jackson that her father knew why their marriage ended, but the look on the man's face said otherwise. There's no working it out. I'm with Grace now. Grace stuck her hand out. I'm Grace Maddox. Nice to meet you. Yes, he said dismissively and returned his full attention to Jackson. Did Hannah tell you I purchased the mortgage on this place? Yeah, she told me. I know you can't come up with the money, son. Why not just sell? Jackson looked at Grace. Sweetheart, would you mind giving me a minute to talk to him? No, I don't mind. She lifted on her toes and kissed him on the cheek. I'll be in the kitchen. It took effort not to palm his cheek where her lips had touched. He smiled as the warmth spread through him. Thank you. Grace gave Thomas a small wave and quickly hurried out of the attic. Jackson went back to the stool he'd occupied earlier and sat. Thomas, why do you care if I sell if you own the mortgage? If you foreclose, that's a big payday for you. Despite what you might think, Jackson, you're still a part of my family, and Hannah wants to try again. I want good things for you, son. This house is falling apart. You have a good offer. Take it, retire to the Caribbean, and enjoy your life. Jackson leaned forward, balancing his elbows on his thighs. This isn't just some house. I want to make it into a bed and breakfast again. Eventually, I want to have a working ranch. There's plenty of acreage to do both. Thomas chuckled. So, now you're a ranch hand or something? No, I'm a ranch owner. Once I get this place running again, I'm going to have a home built a few miles away, and I'll start my ranch. I plan on hiring someone to manage the bee and be part of it. It's not going to happen. Thomas paused a moment and then shook his head as he scoffed. Truth be told, I find it hard to believe you're really engaged, so I want to see a marriage license as proof. And if you don't have the license and the money in full by the end of the 3 months, I'm foreclosing on you. Not only will you be out this property, you'll be out that $6 million offer. Jackson stood. Why would you do this? If we're family, why not let me see if I can make this work? Thomas licked his lips and looked away. Hannah. This is her doing, isn't it? When Thomas didn't speak, Jackson put his hands on his hips and cursed under his breath. I'm not getting back with Hannah. It's never happening. His ex-father-in-law jerked his attention to Jackson. My little girl loves you, and you left her. Left her? Is that what she told you? Jackson licked his lips and shook his head. She cheated on me. You can ask your partner Wes about that. Jackson's blood was boiling. He'd left her? Of course she'd lie. That's what she did. Everything with her was a lie. He'd caught her in so many since they'd separated that there was no way he could ever be with her again. Thomas's eyes widened for a moment before he regained his composure. I didn't come here to hash out why it happened. I came here to talk sense into you. Hannah and I are over, Thomas. That's as clear as I can make it. Thomas exhaled sharply. Then you have 3 months. No extensions will be offered. Do you understand? I understand fine. Now see yourself out. Jackson clenched his jaw as Thomas gave him one last look and left. He turned around and scrubbed his face with his hands. Leave it to Hannah to lie and turn everything back on him. It's what she was good at. He dismissed so many things while they were together. Why hadn't he seen it? His heart was hurting him something fierce. It was almost like finding that first text message from Wes. Jackson? He turned around, and Grace stood at the entry of the attic with her hands clasped in front of her. She crossed the room and stopped in front of him. Her eyes locked with his. Are you okay? No. His voice cracked, and he didn't know what else to say. He thought his days of being broken by Hannah were over, and here she was, trampling him into the ground. She opened her mouth like she was going to say something and then stopped. Without uttering a word, she hugged him around the waist. He wrapped his arms around her and tucked her head under his chin, relishing the feel of her comfort. After the divorce, he didn't get much in the way of sympathy. Everyone had warned him Hannah wasn't the one, but he fought for her. He pushed their warnings to the side, and when all was said and done, mostly what he got was "I told you so." It didn't go a long way for soothing his broken heart. Grace pulled back and cupped his cheek. "You're a good man. One of these days, you'll find someone who thinks the world of you, and she'll love you like you've never been loved before." "How do you know I'm a good man?" "You just met me." She dropped her hand to his chest and flattened her palm against it. "You saved a horse from a kill pen, and he's not an easy horse. Most people would have demolished this house. Where others saw no value, you did. Plus," she said and smiled, "you let a crazy stranger invade your life and live here for free. I'd say that makes you a good man." It was easy to see why Brett loved Grace. Aside from the physical, there was something about her that made being with her comfortable. "How about we finish looking through these boxes?" "Are you sure? We don't have to continue right this second. Weren't you the one saying we didn't have time to lose?" Grace's eyebrows knitted together. "You're more important than a house, Jackson. No matter how old and great it is." His heart picked up speed, and he was sure she could feel how hard it was beating. Man, she sure was different than the other women he'd met. The spot where her hand lingered was sending sparks leaping from one inch of him to another. It was then that he realized he was still holding her, and he wasn't particularly fond of letting her go. Mentally, he checked himself. This was a business deal. He dropped his arms from around her and stepped back. "I appreciate that, but I'm okay. Let's get back to work." Grace smiled, and it was like his own personal son was in the room. "All right." He rubbed his hand across his lips. "We have another problem." Hannah's dad said he wanted a marriage license as proof of the engagement, along with the money in full, or he'd foreclose in 3 months. Our little lie keeps getting bigger. Maybe we need to just come clean now. Her lips parted with a gasp. "What? A marriage license?" Jackson nodded. "Hannah's dad wants a marriage license as proof. He says he doesn't believe we're really engaged." She drew her eyebrows together as she pinched her lips. What was it about her feistiness that made his heart speed up? "I can't stand the thought of just giving in like that." "Did he say it had to be a signed license?" "We could apply for one and have it handy in case we need to show it to him. They're good for 90 days. Just because we have one doesn't mean we need to use it." "I guess that'd work. We can raise the money and pay it off before the 3 months is up so he can't force a marriage, but we can get the license and pretend to be planning a wedding at the end of the 3 months to throw him off." It wasn't just her feistiness he liked either. The woman wasn't a quitter. At that moment, he couldn't decide which of those characteristics he liked better. "We'll get it done. Before you know it, you won't have to deal with him or Hannah anymore." Her smile lit up the room and his pulse jumped. In an instant, he found himself looking forward to spending more time with Grace. Just then, an idea hit him. "I was thinking we could work hard for a couple of weeks. At the end, we reward ourselves and take that day off. By then, we'll need it." Her smile faded. "But..." He held up his hand. "We'll still be working." I had a chance to look at the property map. There's a huge stream about 20 minutes from here. We'll take a couple of horses, some lunch, and explore on our way there." She clapped her hands together. The only thing cuter than her thinking face was her excited face. "Oh, I'd love it. I know we'd be losing time, but do you think we could camp out? We could test the overnight theory." "A night alone with Grace?" Was that a test he could pass? He already liked her more than he should. But it was just camping. Not a big deal. He could handle it. I can arrange that. Are you the type that needs a tent? As long as it doesn't rain, I'll be fine. Not only did Grace give her all to things, she was as tough as any woman he'd met. Most would have insisted on a tent. At least, the women he knew would have. Okay, tough gal. We'll freewheel it. She bounced on her toes, and her eyes twinkled. It'll be so much fun. Have you been camping? No, but I've wanted to. This was going to be more fun than she knew. When someone who'd never been camping was this excited, it never was as good as they pictured it. He'd keep that to himself, though. He didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm. Then this'll be a treat. For him. Chapter 9. Grace hefted another pitchfork full of hay into the wheelbarrow. She'd been up early again, and by the time Jackson came downstairs that morning, she'd managed to sand a section of the plaster in the dining room. She wanted to make sure it would look good when the whole room was done. His parted lips showed he was impressed, and then he shot her a wide smile that made her nearly melt into the floor. They'd spent the evening before digging through box after box, and they were only halfway through when they both threw in the towel. The plan was to try again today once the horses' stalls were taken care of, which is why she'd taken it upon herself to get up early and work some on the dining room. Jackson, it's me, Hannah. Grace went to the stall door and peeked out. What was Hannah doing here? Was she going to try to talk Jackson into selling again? Selfishly, Grace wanted him to march Hannah's happy self to the door and send her packing. The part that wanted good things for Jackson hoped that Hannah had changed and she was there to make peace with him so she could move on. Jackson walked out of the stall 2 doors down and stopped in front of Hannah. Why are you here again? Her shoulders sagged. I'm not giving up on us, even if that only means being friends with you. You told your dad I left you. Hannah reached for him, and he jerked away before she could touch him. Jackson, I'm sorry. It was right after we split. I should have confessed, but it had been so long. I was too embarrassed to tell him I was the reason we broke up. Now's as good a time as any to set him straight. When I found out he'd come to visit you, I did. And I didn't send him here. I swear. I was upset, and I told him why. I didn't even find out he came here until he returned to the house. Jackson raked his hand through his hair. How do I know you're telling the truth? You've told so many lies that it's hard to separate fact from fiction. I realized the other day that I'd handled things wrong. Again. I'm trying, though, Jackson. I promise I am. And I know you're engaged, and it breaks my heart to see you with someone else. I just need to prove that I've changed. Grace pulled back and leaned against the wall. Not a minute ago, she wanted this. So why did it bother her that Hannah was trying to win Jackson back? It shouldn't matter. All Grace had with him was a business arrangement. She peeked around the doorframe again. I'm with someone else, and even if I wasn't, I can't go back to the way things were. I can't handle the lies and deception again. Hannah, you need to go. Jackson, please. Hannah wrung her hands. I know I completely messed up. That's why I was hoping, that you'd let me stay here and help you with the house. That way I can show you I've changed. I can't do that if we're never around each other. Jackson stepped back. No way. I promise I'm not trying anything. We've known each other a long time. I hate how things have been between us. I'd like to try to mend that if I can. Be friends. What about don't expect any help from me? That's what you said the last time we talked. Hannah raked her hand through her hair. I just found out you were engaged. I was mad and hurt and handled it wrong. Jackson studied her a second and then shook his head. No. No way. You cheated on me, lied to your dad about why we broke up, and then have the nerve to come here and try to work things out? There's nothing to work out. We're done. It's my fault Daddy is doing this. Let me stay and help you get it ready. I know how much this house means to you. Would it hurt to have another set of hands working to get this place back in shape? How about fixing it so I don't have to have another set of hands? Tell your dad to back off. Hannah sighed loudly. I tried, Jackson, I did. He's convinced this is the best way to get us back together. I told him to stop, but he just wouldn't listen. And I'm supposed to believe anything you say? All of this is your fault. I know. That's why I'm here. This is the only way I know how to help fix things. Let me stay and help you. Part of Grace knew it would be beneficial to accept Hannah's help, but the other part wanted to beat her to a pulp. It was all so confusing, and she didn't know why her hackles were raised. Jackson wasn't really engaged, not that Hannah knew that, but he was as far as she was concerned, and a little voice kept whispering in Grace's ear that Hannah wasn't to be trusted. Hannah might say she just wanted to mend things, but Grace knew from overhearing their last conversation that she wanted more than that. What did it matter if Hannah wanted him back? Grace wasn't looking for a relationship. If Hannah had really changed, didn't Jackson want to know? Without debating further, Grace stepped out of the stall. I thought I heard voices. Jackson and Hannah both jumped and looked at her. Grace's guess was that they'd been so caught up talking that Jackson forgot she was working in the barn. Grace's gaze drifted from Jackson's surprised face to Hannah's. Hannah may have been trying to be subtle, but Grace caught the slight narrowing of her eyes and the way her jaw tightened. Oh yeah, Hannah had her boxing gloves on, and she was looking for a fight. Hannah quickly recovered. Hi. Grace, right? Like she didn't remember? Yes, that's right. I'm so sorry our announcement came as a shock the other day. I'm known for speaking before I think. I should have let Jackson handle it. Grace let her gaze rest on him. That's okay, sweetheart. Most likely, it would have been a shock no matter who told her. He stepped away from Hannah and walked to Grace, sliding his arm around her as he stopped. Within seconds, his lips were on hers, and she couldn't stop herself from melting into him. That first kiss was done and over before she knew it, but this one felt different. The first time he kissed her, she'd shrugged off the little flutter of butterflies nestling in her stomach. It had been a long time since she'd kissed someone, so of course it would feel tingly. This time there was no dismissing what this kiss was doing to her. A fire bloomed in the pit of her stomach as he circled his other arm around her. He was deliciously warm, and his lips were soft. She slid her hands up his chest, feeling the muscles tense as she did. With a small probe, her lips parted as he deepened the kiss. He was honey, all sweet and gooey, sticking to all the parts that felt dry and lifeless. His hands slowly glided up her back and into her hair. He was making her head swim, and if he wasn't holding her, her knees would have already given out. When he broke the kiss, he held her gaze for just a breath and then pressed his lips to each of her cheeks. As he let her go, he slipped his hand into hers and faced Hannah. I don't want you here. Grace's heart skidded to a stop. Oh, right, Hannah. That's what that kiss was. It was a show for Hannah. How many more times would he be kissing her like that if Hannah was living at the house? Was she going to regret butting in and blurting out that they were engaged? If he kept kissing her like that, she would. How on this green earth was she going to survive kissing him on a regular basis? What? It was silly. It was a simple kiss. Nothing more. She'd be fine. They were partners. That's all. She liked Jackson, and Hannah wasn't good for him. All Grace was doing was protecting him. There wasn't anything else going on. And it wasn't like they'd be making out every chance they got. They'd only be that way when Hannah was around, which would be all the time. Maybe she could figure out a reason to keep them from having to be physical all the time. Under normal circumstances, Grace would suspect Hannah wouldn't last 5 seconds working. That girl was built for high society, not stinky, animal-laden ranches. But there was a resolve in the way she eyed Grace. Grace didn't peg Hannah as the cowboy type either. Then again, 3 days ago, Grace hadn't been either. Good grief! Where did that come from? Cowboys weren't her type either. The thought flitted through her mind, and she glanced at Jackson. Cowboys might not be her type, but this man sure was. He was sweet, passionate, and, boy, could he kiss. It was a wonder she still had her socks on. Hannah's smile looked forced. I was telling Jackson that I wanted to stay and help fix up the house. It's my fault that my dad is foreclosing, even though I asked him to stop, and I want to make up for it. Jackson told me no, but I know you could use the help. Grace wondered how much she was going to regret this. Well, it wouldn't hurt having more help. Jackson jerked his gaze to her, confusion etched across his face. He tipped her chin up. Honey, are you sure you want to do this? He stared into her eyes, searching for her reasoning. Those green pools of his only seemed to grow deeper every time he locked eyes with her. And now, she was noticing how deep and soothing his voice was. Understanding softened his gaze after a moment, followed by caution. Oh no. Maybe he didn't want to spend time around Hannah. She should have considered his feelings before rushing to accept. Are you okay with it? I don't think it's a good idea. We can handle getting the house fixed up by ourselves. At first, her heart swelled at the words, but of course, they had to keep up the charade for Hannah. It said a lot about Jackson's character that he would think to be concerned about how a real fiancé would feel in this situation. Not to mention the fact that he was so opposed to it in the first place. I think we should take Hannah up on her offer. An extra pair of hands wouldn't hurt. Jackson's eyebrows knitted together. I don't know, Grace. I don't want Hannah here. Grace chewed her bottom lip and took his hand. We need to talk for a second, she said to Hannah before pulling him to the other end of the barn, away from Hannah. When she stopped, she let his hand go as she looked up at him. Tell me what you're really thinking. I don't want her here. I know her, and she's only wanting to cause trouble. His voice was low, and she could hear the strain in it. Okay. His eyebrows knitted together. Just like that, you'd give in? We're a team. If you don't want her here, she's not staying. His gaze held hers for heartbeat after heartbeat as a small breeze picked up and the smell of hot hay swirled around them. What do you think? I think we have 3 months to work on this house, and we've got someone willing to help us. As long as we tackle her like we tackle this house, we'll be fine. It's free labor, and as frustrating as she might be, I think it'd be unwise to turn down the help. Jackson nodded and rubbed his hand over his mouth. You'd be okay with her staying here? I'd be fine. I know what she's up to. Grace smiled. He returned her smile, and his eyes twinkled. All right. If you can handle it, I can handle it. Let's go tell her. As they walked back to Hannah, Jackson tangled his fingers in Grace's again. They stopped in front of Hannah, and with his eyes locked with Grace's, a glorious smile spread on his lips. Fine, we'll take the help. He pulled his gaze from Grace and it landed on Hannah. You try anything, and I mean anything funny, and you're out. Do you understand? Hannah chewed her lip and nodded. I understand. I did bring my clothes, just in case you said yes. I figured it'd save time if I could jump in right away and help. That's fine. Grace's room is the second on the left. Mine is the second on the right. You can choose one of the other 2 rooms. Okay? Hannah grinned and rocked on her heels. This is going to be great. We'll get this house together and show Dad just how great it can be. With that, she bounced out of the barn, leaving Grace alone with Jackson. He turned to her. You sure you're okay with her staying here? Grace shook the cobwebs from her brain and smiled. Why was his voice so noticeable now? Was it the same deep timbre when she first met him? What had happened to make it so luscious suddenly? Are you kidding? One more person helping us? It'd be crazy to turn her down. Are you okay? I don't know what she's thinking. I am done with her, and there's no going back. Grace wasn't going to let the question slide. That didn't answer my question. Jackson pulled off his hat and let it hang by his side. Honestly, I don't know. I can't tell when she's lying or not. Guess that makes me one dumb, gullible guy, huh? He couldn't really think that. Grace took his hand and held it between hers. No, it doesn't make you dumb or gullible. It means you're trusting, even after having been through such a tough time. It means you're strong and you didn't let all that bad stuff change who you are. They stood there quietly for a second before Jackson smiled. Well, we'll see how long Hannah lasts. Whatever it was that was really bothering him was behind a wall, and Grace understood that. She'd let it go and hope that maybe as they worked together, he could trust her a little more. She could surprise you. She hates the smell of anything barn-like. Work is a four-letter word to her. I can't see her lasting more than a day. Grace almost snorted. Jackson didn't see Hannah's determination. If all the woman got out of staying at the house was breaking up Jackson's relationship, it would be mission accomplished for Hannah. Of course, Grace didn't say that, but the thought was like a neon sign. Well, extra help for a day is better than nothing. Yeah, but it also means, he looked over his shoulder, that we'll have to pretend we're a couple. Are you okay with that? Not by a long shot, her head screamed. What came out of her mouth was, sure. We know where we stand. Right? She hoped it sounded as convincing as she wanted it to sound. Heartbeat after heartbeat, Jackson remained silent. A strange look crossed his face, and then he said, absolutely, you're my designer. This is a business partnership. Great. We should be fine. She smiled, her heart sinking a little. For a moment, she thought he was going to protest. Why did it sting a little that he didn't? No, he was right, and if he could stand strong, so could she. You think she'll want to go camping with us if she lasts that long? Jackson threw his head back and laughed harder than she'd ever heard. Hannah? Camping? There could be a zombie apocalypse, and she'd be looking for a hotel. No, she won't be going. She's not like you. Why did that last sentence feel like a cut? Surely he didn't mean it like it sounded. She lifted her chin. Nope, she's not. I'm going to get my stall finished so we can dig through more boxes, okay? All right. Grace spun on her heel and walked back to the stall she'd been working on. As she stepped inside, she caught a tear running down her cheek. She's not like you. What did it matter that he thought of her like that? They had a shared goal, and he was being nice enough to let her stay at this grand old house as a favor. It's not like they had anything like feelings going on. Well, other than the love of the house. With a deep breath, she picked up the pitchfork and threw herself back into the work. No thinking aloud. Just sweat, hard work, and nothing else. Chapter 10. This wallpaper was put on with superglue. It had to be, Hannah said. It was the fourth day of her so-called help. Okay, it was helping, but it came with the price of her whining. Jackson caught a glance at her and shook his head. How many times was she going to say that? He had a count going, but he lost track after the 20th time. It's an old house. I don't even know how long this wallpaper has been on here, and with all these windows in this dining room, the sun baked it on. He went back to sanding his section of the wall. Grace and Hannah were working on taking down the wallpaper, and he'd come behind them, sanding off the stuck-on glue. It was grueling work, and if they didn't have air conditioning, it would be downright miserable. That was not a challenge, he thought as he looked up. They didn't need anything breaking down. "Why didn't you and Quincy stay here?" asked Grace. She never complained, and she could talk and work at the same time. Add some gum, and she could almost join the circus as a side act. It had been easy to pretend he was engaged to her. They'd been so busy with the house that they'd only had time for a few kisses here and there. Although, it was awkward to go to town with her the day before to apply for the marriage license, even if it was pretend. They told the clerk to mail it so they didn't have to wait around with all the prying eyes from the small town. Who knew what people were saying about them at this point? Quincy didn't want to take care of it. He liked living close to his shop. And living out here would have meant I couldn't walk to school or visit my friends as much. He never said it aloud, but I think he lived in town because he thought it was best for me. Grace caught his gaze for a brief second and smiled. Did he have any children of his own? No. He was briefly married before my dad split. She left shortly after I moved in. I often wonder if I had anything to do with it. Without looking at him, Hannah said, she may not have wanted kids, so it's a possibility. He knew she meant it as a way to cut him. Oh, she'd act innocent, but that was Hannah. Hannah! Grace stopped pulling wallpaper. Just because you think something doesn't mean it has to fall out of your mouth. Their relationship could have had any number of reasons for not working out. You can't lay that kind of thing at the feet of a little boy. Jackson shrugged. She's probably right. Grace stalked over to him, took his chin in her fingers, and locked gazes with him. Good riddance. Your uncle taking you in was sweet and kind. And look at you. Any woman would be proud to call you their son. Now, don't you ever think like that again. She turned to Hannah. And don't you ever say anything like that to him again. Okay, geez, I didn't mean to start anything, Hannah said. Grace let his chin go and stalked back over to her section of the wall, attacking the wallpaper with renewed force. It almost seemed like she was seething. He ducked his head to hide the goofy smile on his face. His skin tingled where her fingers had touched him. Grace had prickled like a porcupine. And she'd done it while defending him. He couldn't remember a time when anyone had done that. Hannah sure hadn't. After a few minutes, Grace seemed to be back to her normal, unagitated self. I was thinking after lunch, we'd take an hour and go through a few more boxes. How many boxes do you think are in the attic? Hannah asked as she cut a glance at Jackson. He rubbed his knuckles along his jaw. I don't know. Grace piped up. We need to have a system to put those records in chronological order. For now, we could just stick up a sheet of paper on the wall with the decade and put the correlating box under it. That way we aren't messing with boxes we've already looked through. Guess I should have thought of that sooner. Wow, you aren't perfect, Hannah muttered. Grace stopped working and glared at her. No, I'm not perfect. I never said I was. I need to use the restroom and wash my face. I'll be back in a few minutes. She shot Jackson a quick glance and started to walk out of the room. Before she could get through the door, Jackson grabbed her hand and stopped her. He put his arm around her, tugging her tightly against him. He put his mouth to her ear and whispered, "Thank you for standing up for me." He pulled back, and a smile played on her lips. She cupped his cheek, and for a breath, she locked eyes with him before pressing her lips to his. He wasn't sure what he was supposed to do. Should he kiss her back? It was a show for Hannah, wasn't it? That's why Grace was kissing him, right? Did he care? Not one bit. He returned the soft kiss, and it was like a green light had flashed. Her lips parted as she circled her arms around his neck. His body felt like it was on fire. He picked her up by the waist and whisked her out of the room. Pinning her against the wall just outside, he held her face as the kiss grew more heated. Grace broke the kiss and whispered low enough he barely heard her, "You think Hannah believed that?" "I believed it," he whispered back and shook his head. "I mean, yeah, I think she believed it." Honestly, he didn't care if Hannah believed it. He set Grace's feet on the floor but kept his arms around her. She placed her hands on his chest, and there was no way she didn't feel his heart slamming against his ribs. "I think I'll go wash my face now." Jackson bent down and brushed his lips across hers. It can't get any prettier. A blanket of deep red colored her cheeks, and she slipped from his arms. "I'll be back in a minute." He watched her take the stairs until she disappeared, and then he returned to the dining room to deal with Hannah. "Why do you have to be like that to her?" Jackson asked. Hannah brushed her hands down her jeans and faced him. "Like what?" "She does act perfect." "And she yelled at me." "Because what you said wasn't exactly kind." "I didn't mean it that way." "Sure, she didn't." Hannah never said anything without knowing how it would affect someone. "Then how did you mean it?" "I just meant that it may have been hard to be married to someone who up and decided to take on a child. It's not like she married Quincy, thinking she'd have to raise you. Maybe she wasn't a bad person. Maybe she just didn't want kids." Jackson put his hands on his hips. "Right. So her getting remarried and having 5 kids shouldn't make me wonder if she left because of me? You were someone else's child. It's different when they're your own, don't you think? I think when you see a child in need of a home, you need to put down your selfishness and step up to the plate." "Well, everyone isn't like you, Jackson. Some people have flaws and problems." Jackson gritted his teeth. "I do have flaws. I do have problems. I just don't think I could turn my back on a kid. And some people aren't kid kind of people. I don't think that makes them bad. I think it makes them better. At least they know their weaknesses and don't take it out on a defenseless child. I'm not saying they're bad people." He raked his hand through this hair. I don't know what I'm saying." Hannah exhaled sharply and covered her mouth with her hand. "Jackson, I don't want to fight. You're a great guy, and that woman missed out." She dropped her hand and crossed the room, stopping in front of him. "I'm sorry I made you think otherwise. Like you didn't know how it would affect me. You know how bad it hurt me when my dad abandoned me. Honestly, it just popped out. I wasn't thinking when I said it. When I realized it, I should have just apologized right then." She balled her hand in his shirt and tugged it. "I'm so sorry." Hannah apologizing twice in the space of a few minutes. She could have knocked him over with a feather. She never apologized for anything. Maybe Grace was right and Hannah had changed, or she was, at least, trying. That didn't mean he wanted to get back with her, but maybe they could end up being friends. "Thank you," Jackson said. Hannah smiled. "See, told you I'm trying to change." Jackson returned the smile. "Yeah, I know. Grace sure put me in my place, huh?" "Kinda." He grinned. "Not kinda." Grace straight up put Hannah in her place. It had made him feel good too. Hannah let go of his shirt and went back to where she'd been working. "I have a question, and I don't want you to get mad." "All right, fire away." "Are you really engaged to Grace?" Jackson's heart pounded against his ribcage. What should he tell her? Not that he'd ever take her back, but it did seem like Hannah had changed. She'd done this kind of thing before, though. A couple of days were nothing for her. Yes, we are. Did you see me kiss her? I saw it. It's just, something feels off. In case you didn't notice, when we are around others, I'm usually the initiator. And the one time she kissed me in front of you, I took her out of the room. She doesn't like showing affection in public. Phew. How had he thought of that on the spot? He hated lying, but he didn't want to give away anything. Having the excuse would give him and Grace a reason not to be lovey-dovey in front of Hannah. It also took away his excuse to kiss her. What was he thinking? That last kiss only made him want to kiss her more. Hannah ripped off a piece of wallpaper and chucked it into the pile they'd created. Okay, if you say so. She caught Jackson's gaze and held it, smiling. It was the smile she'd throw him while they were dating. The one that used to make his insides boil. Now, it did nothing. Not when he compared it to Grace. Mentally, he scolded himself and pushed the thought away. I do say so. Silence lingered as they went back to work. Okay, I'm back, Grace said as she entered the room. Washing my face woke me up. He caught her gaze, and she shot him a sweet little smile. Those pink lips now had a spotlight on them. He shook his head, trying to clear it. She'd said she wasn't available. This was just business. They'd just momentarily lost control. He had to make sure it didn't happen again. He pulled his gaze from Grace and studied Hannah. His moment alone with her had gone better than he'd expected. What had brought about the new Hannah? He didn't know why, but something was bugging him. He waved off the feeling and returned to his section of the wall, running his hand down it. This is finally smooth. Grace walked to the area and ran her hand over the wall. Wow, it's great. I wish I could use a power tool. It'd go faster. It'd also make more dust. I know it's slower, but it makes it easier to breathe this way. She brushed the residue from the wall off her hand. Jackson rubbed his shoulder. My arms are going to fall off. They are not. I bet you could raise a barn by yourself with those big muscles. Doesn't mean they don't hurt with all this sanding I'm doing. Grace placed her hand on his bicep and kneaded the muscle there. They were getting sore, but he'd been teasing. If you need to take a break, it's okay. Peeling wallpaper isn't all that labor-intensive. Speak for yourself. My arms are killing me. So are my fingernails, Hannah said. I'm not griping, just saying. Jackson locked eyes with Grace. I'm all right. Where her hands touched, zaps were arcing down into his stomach. The little massage felt good too. Okay, Grace said. If you get tired, let me know. I'll sand for a while. Without thinking, he took her hand and touched it to his lips. Thank you. She nodded and went back to the spot she'd been working on. The more he learned about Grace, the more he liked her. He didn't know who brought her his way, but he was finding himself grateful. The rest of the day, they hit the dining room hard. By the time dinner rolled around, they'd nearly completed it, and it felt amazing. All the wallpaper was down. Grace was now sanding the wood trim while Jackson and Hannah worked on the walls. By the time the sun hit the horizon, they were all aching from head to toe, and even with cool air pouring in, they were soaked in sweat. They'd played rock paper scissors, and he'd won the right to shower first. He tried to get Hannah or Grace to go first, but both women insisted he go first. He didn't know if he should feel flattered that they thought he'd worked so hard that he deserved to go first or if they were just saying it because of how badly he smelled. His only hang-up was that the two of them would be left alone, and he didn't know how he felt about that. What could they talk about? His name was the only answer he could find. Chapter 11. Grace downed a glass of water as she plopped onto one of the kitchen chairs. The icy water rushed down her throat, and she nearly fell over because it felt so good. It was the second time that day that cold water had come to her rescue. The kiss she'd shared earlier with Jackson had curled her toes and set her on fire. She'd only meant to show Hannah that they were engaged. A little affection so she didn't get suspicious. But the moment his lips touched hers, she couldn't stop herself from wanting more. He'd picked her up, taken her out of the room, and pinned her against the wall so fast it was a blur. It hadn't lasted long, but it was a mighty good kiss. He'd left her breathless and trembling. She'd barely made it up the stairs to the bathroom before she had to sit down. Then he'd shot her a sexy smile when she walked back in and nearly liquefied her. The more time she spent with Jackson, the more she felt an invisible thread tying her to him. Grief, like a thick fog, settled over her, and she shivered. It had been long enough, hadn't it? To mourn Brett? Well, that wasn't all that had kept her from moving on, but those were thoughts she hadn't been willing to dig into yet. She sighed, put her elbow on the table, and held her head in her hand. "I'm worn out too," Hannah said and sat across the table from her. "My manicurist is going to cry." If only it was just that, but her heartache wasn't something she would share with Hannah, especially since this was the first time Grace had been left alone with her. It didn't feel as awkward as it could have, but Grace did have enough sense to know the woman was trouble. Grace grimaced. Someone sure was wallpaper happy. It seems like every room was subjected to it. At least the kitchen and 2 of the bedrooms are free of it. "I'm not looking forward to pulling more wallpaper," Hannah said. Grace shook her head. "The only reason we pulled it in the dining room was to preserve the plaster. It was in good shape, so there was no reason to tear it out. The other parts of the house are sheetrock." "Oh, that's a relief. So we'll just take out the sheetrock?" "It's easier." With as hard as the wallpaper was to get off in the dining room, it'd just tear up the walls anyway. Plus, it'll give us a chance to check the wiring. Can't have faulty wiring if we're going to have guests staying here. "What about the outside of the house?" Grace inhaled and let it out slowly. "It'll need pressure washed. The paint that's chipping off will need to be scraped, and it'll have to be repainted. That'll have to be done in the evenings when it's cooler. Trying to work in that heat would give someone a stroke." "I was hoping you'd say evenings. Just thinking about being in that heat turns me into a puddle." Grace giggled. "I know, right? I can't imagine what June, July, and August will be like. And the humidity? Like walking in boiling water." Hannah laughed. "Exactly." The conversation died when Grace couldn't find another subject. The silence stretched out longer and longer until it became downright painful. "If I ask you something, will you be honest with me?" asked Hannah. Grace's heart pumped a little harder. What could Hannah want to ask her? Sure. Are you and Jackson really engaged?" Oh, great. Lying was not one of Grace's strengths. "Yes, we are." "Really?" "Because when I asked him, he said you weren't." Grace felt the color drain from her face. Had Jackson really done that? Wouldn't he have told her first? And if Hannah knew that, then why would she ask? "Maybe you heard him wrong." Hannah shook her head. "No, I didn't." A thread of panic glued Grace's tongue to the top of her mouth. "What did she say?" "He said you were only interested in saving the house." Grace felt a trickle of sweat race down her spine and pool in the small of her back. How did Hannah know these things if Jackson hadn't confessed it was a ruse? He did say she was good at lying. What if she was just fishing? "I'm interested in saving the house, but that's not the reason I agreed to marry him." "Do you love him?" Oh crud, what kind of corner had Grace backed herself into? She couldn't say she loved him. Lying about being engaged was one thing, but saying she loved him? That was taking things further than Grace could handle. Although, she could certainly see herself falling for him. He'd shown himself to be sweet, funny, and caring. And, man, was she attracted to him. But like was a far cry from love. Why do you care if I love him or not? You didn't. Hannah sat back like she'd been slapped. I did love him. I call bull. If you loved him, you wouldn't have left him. That's none of your business. You made it my business when you hurt him. Was it her business? Yeah, it was. Jackson was her friend. They'd spent almost every waking moment together since she'd arrived, and she knew enough about him that she was comfortable calling him that. Who was she kidding? Way more than comfortable. Hannah narrowed her eyes, and her lip curled. You have no idea what you're talking about. Grace didn't flinch. She liked Jackson, and this woman had run roughshod over him. I think I do. In the room today, you threw that comment out like it was no big deal. You had to know how that would hit him, and yet you just let it fly. I apologized to him for that. Like that made it better? You shouldn't have said it in the first place. Hannah pinched her lips together and stood. I know you and Jackson aren't engaged. I could tell by the way you turned white as a sheet when I asked, and I'm going to stick around until I can prove it. Her face was beet red, and Grace was almost positive she could see steam coming from her ears. Grace was determined to keep her cool, even though all she wanted to do was knock this woman on her rear. Why do you care? Because no one walks away from me. Grace tilted her head. So you don't really want him. You just don't want anyone else to have him. Is that what I'm hearing? No, that's not, I've changed. Hannah narrowed her eyes as she crossed her arms over her chest. I know what you're trying to do, and I'm not as dumb as you think I am. Clearly, Hannah didn't realize how low Grace had set the bar. Footsteps on the stairs made them look toward the door to the kitchen. Hannah stepped closer to Grace and leaned down. Go ahead and tell him what I said. I don't even care. If I did that, we'd lose the free labor because he'd kick you out. Nah, Jackson's capable of taking care of you. In the meantime, you can help save his house. Dumbfounded, Hannah stepped back as Jackson walked in and his freshly showered, manly scent filled the room. Grace was glad she was sitting down. It seemed every day she noticed something about him she hadn't before. Next, he said. Didn't use all the hot water, did you? Grace asked. Hannah dropped her arms. Grace said I could go next. She turned a steely-eyed glare to Grace, which Jackson couldn't see, like she was daring her to disagree. Jackson's gaze traveled from Hannah to Grace. Is that so? Yep. Grace poured him a glass of water and set it on the table in front of the spot Hannah had vacated. I don't mind going last. Hannah walked out of the room and Jackson took a seat, picking up the glass and draining it. Thank you. Would you like some more? Jackson smiled. If I want more, I'll get it. I know you're tired. I can see it in your eyes. No more tired than you are. I've never seen anyone work as hard as you do. Heat seared her cheeks, and she trained her gaze on her glass. I told you I'd earn my keep. And at this point, I feel like I owe you. He chuckled. Grace shook her head. No, you don't. I'm loving this. It's not work to me. He switched seats and covered her hand with his. I'm glad you broke down in Willow Valley. She lifted her head, and their gazes met. The way he stared at her made her feel like she'd turned to goo. Hannah doesn't think we're engaged. Her lungs felt squeezed, and the words tumbled out breathy. She told me the same thing. You didn't tell her we weren't? Jackson's eyebrows knitted together. No, why? She said you did. He clamped his lips together, and his eyes turned stormy. I knew it. She's out. Grace snapped out the trance she'd been under. No, don't do that. What? She's up to her old tricks. She needs to go. And now you know she is, and you can be on guard. She's extra help, and we need it. Let her stay and think she's winning. Jackson raked his hand through his hair. I don't know. We can handle her. We? Grace leaned forward. As long as I'm here, I've got your back. You have no idea how much I appreciate that. He looked over his shoulder at the door and back to her, leaning in even closer. I told her you like your privacy, and that's why we aren't all over each other all the time. He'd brushed his teeth, and the mint mixed with his body wash was making Grace lightheaded. You didn't have to tell her that. I just don't want to make you uncomfortable. If her feelings were a totem pole, uncomfortable wouldn't even be on it. Nervous, anxious, confused, maybe a little happy, definitely excited, and now she was disappointed. And they'd be stacked in that order, especially now that he wouldn't be kissing her as much. Oh, well, if you think we need to be a little more affectionate to sell it to Hannah, it's okay. Boy, it was hot in the kitchen, and the only thing sizzling was him. His lips quirked at the corners. You'd take one for the team? As long as it's yours. Brett was a truly lucky man. She nearly fanned herself, her face felt so hot. Her words seemed locked in her brain. Jackson had again complimented her, and she found herself liking it more and more. She had no idea what to say in return. So, she decided to turn the conversation back on him. Do your arms still hurt? Jackson tipped her chin up. A playful smile greeted her, like her dodge hadn't worked. You're an incredible woman, Grace Maddox. A hurricane of butterflies hummed in her stomach. His fingers were lightning rods, and her skin tingled everywhere he touched. Before she could respond, Hannah returned to the kitchen. Jackson dropped his hand and cut a glance at Hannah. I had an idea. What now? Asked Hannah. Why don't we go check out that stream tomorrow? We'll scout it, and if it's a nice place to go camping, we'll plan for it sometime soon. He winked at Grace. Grace lowered her gaze and rolled her lips in. According to Jackson, it was something Hannah would hate. He might be letting her stay, but this was his way of giving her a smack on the wrist. Hannah groaned. That's not my idea of a break. You don't have to go, Grace said. Hannah took a deep breath through her nose and let it out through her mouth. You know what? I need to take a step out of my comfort zone. I'm going to have a positive attitude and go. Okay, then the three of us can go. We'll take a few sandwiches, some swimsuits, and see what the day brings. Sounds great. Hannah held her smile, but her jaw was clenched and her tone tight. She didn't want to go camping any more than Grace wanted to take a stroll through a snake pit. Grace chewed her bottom lip and grinned. I think it sounds perfect. Jackson leaned forward and kissed Grace's cheek. I think it's your turn for the shower. Yeah, I can smell myself. She laughed. As she stood, Jackson curled his fingers around her hand, squeezing it before letting it go. Dinner will be done when you get back. Okay. She smiled and quickly walked from the kitchen. Her whole body thrummed from his touch. The memory of him kissing her roared to life, and as she reached the second floor, she leaned her back against the wall. What was happening? Hadn't she told him it was just a business relationship? She didn't want to hurt him. Why was she letting him affect her like that? And why had she told him it was okay to kiss her and that he could do it again? If he needed her to? It was more like she wanted him to. She rubbed the spot over her heart. It felt like a grape being crushed under 1,000 pairs of feet. Next time, she'd have to keep her wits. If she led Jackson on and hurt him, she'd never forgive herself. She had to go back to Houston. Her life was there. His life was here. She was just here to help him restore the house. Next time, she'd be sure to keep that in the forefront of her mind. Chapter 12. It had been a while since Jackson had ridden a horse any length of time. The distance to the stream was a little farther than he anticipated, and it took longer to get there. His legs and butt were on the sore side, so he could only imagine how Grace and Hannah felt. They rode in silence most of the way, giving him too much time to think about the kiss the day before. Phew, had it been a scorcher. If he let his mind drift enough, he could still feel the softness of her skin. It had kept him up most of the night too. "You think we're close?" Hannah asked. Jackson shrugged, almost grateful for the distraction. He needed to tame those thoughts before they got him into trouble. "I don't know. I didn't think it'd be this far." "It's been nice," Grace said, shielding her eyes with her hand as she looked up. "There's mostly been cloud cover. I was thinking it was going to be much hotter." He nodded. "Yeah, me too. So far, that little breeze we've been getting has helped with the heat." Hannah gasped. "Is that water I hear?" All three of them were quiet, trying to listen. "I think you're right," Jackson said. A few minutes later, they were stopping their horses and surveying a wide stream of beautiful water. Willows lined the area, and beautiful dark green grass was everywhere. It was like an oasis. Not that the rest of the area wasn't lush and green. This part was just more so. "This is great," Grace said as she stopped her horse next to Jackson's. "I can't wait to come back and camp." Hannah dismounted and took her horse to the water. "I have to admit, this is really nice. If I was staying here and I liked camping, this would be 5 stars. Yeah, this is better than I hoped for." Jackson threw his leg over and slid to the ground. Grace copied Jackson and slid to the ground. "Oh, wow, my legs feel like jelly, but that was fun." She wobbled to the edge of the water and smiled her brightest smile. The one that made his heart race. "This is unbelievable. People will be clamoring to ride out here and camp." "I think so too," Hannah said. "I can't believe I'm about to say this, but the longer I stand here, the more I think I wouldn't mind camping here. I even want to go swimming now." "Me too." Grace pulled off her boots and then peeled her clothes off. Jackson turned away. The last thing he needed was more images of Grace keeping him awake at night. He knew she was attractive, but mercy, she had a great body. She didn't feel the need to show it off either. Her little one piece hit all the right spots, though. "Oh, the water is great. A little on the cool side, but after riding, it feels good," Grace said. He turned, and she'd waded out to her waist. "It looks a lot faster than it is, too. This is just heavenly." Hannah grinned at Jackson, kicked off her boots, and shimmied out of her jeans and t-shirt to reveal a tiny bikini. She placed her hands on her hips and rolled her shoulders back, pushing out her chest. "You going to swim, Jackson?" Jackson shook his head, and as he looked past her, Grace stared at them with wide eyes. When she realized he'd caught her, she quickly turned around and swam farther out. "Hannah, I don't know what your game is, but I'm not playing. I'm not you, and I don't cheat." He quickly took his boots off and stripped down to his swim trunks. "I'm not interested in you." She scoffed. "You like what you see. You always did." "Yeah, well, people can change, right?" He pierced her with a look and stalked off into the water. Never in his life had he wished so badly to go back in time and rectify ever giving her the time of day. He pushed through the water toward Grace, who had her back to him. "Grace, she was just being." "Hannah." "Yeah." He raked his hand through his hair. Are you upset? She threw a tiny glance over her shoulder at him. I don't know. I shouldn't be. This is pretend, but it bothers me that she does that stuff. And after last night, when I know what she's trying to do. It hurt your feelings? Yes, she said softly. He stepped closer and wrapped his arms around her, pulling her back against his chest. You have no reason to be upset. She has more assets. Nah, she thinks she does, but all she's got is on the outside. There's nothing inside. Not like you. Not only are you beautiful, but you've got the things that matter. Things time won't wrinkle or break. Like how you fight for people, your talent, your kind nature. A whole heap of things that are worth more than double anything she's got. She turned in his arms and looked up at him. I don't even know why I let her get to me. Man, did the sun bring out those sapphire eyes of hers. They twinkled and shined. His heart picked up speed. Well, don't let her. Her lips twitched at the corners. I'll try not to. Good. He paused and flashed a wide smile. Ready to have some fun? Don't you dare. You don't even know what I was gonna do. She quirked up an eyebrow. I've been around enough men in water to know exactly what that face means. My face? My face is innocent. Grace backed away. That's what your lips are saying, but the rest of you has other plans. She had him there. He lunged for her and grabbed her around the waist. Jackson! Don't you dare! He held her as he let himself fall backward, plunging them into the water. The cool stream rolled over them, and he stood them back up. He let her go and scrubbed his face with his hands. Now, was that so bad? When he opened his eyes, he was met with a murderous glare. Pay back. I'm bigger than you. I'm feistier and quicker. Faster than he could say spit, she was on him, her fingers zipping around his ribs and stomach faster than lightning strikes. Stop it! No. Tickling. You dunked me. All's fair, Jackson. Is this love or war? She froze, and he took advantage of it, grabbing her around the waist again and pinning her arms behind her back. No. More. Ticklin'. She pointed her face up at him. Big baby. In an instant, the air around them felt charged. Her lips were so close. It was like a crab was sitting on his shoulder singing to him. He hadn't kissed her all day, and to keep up pretenses, he needed to kiss her, right? For Hannah to keep believing the ruse? A quick kiss would be okay. His head and his heart pounded the gavel and screamed, so ordered. He pressed his lips to hers and held them their breath before releasing her hands. She pulled back, and stormy eyes met his. For a brief second, he thought she'd walk away. Instead, she took his chin in her fingers and pulled his lips down to hers. He wrapped his arms around her, and he couldn't hold her tightly enough. The quick kiss he decided on was a sign in the rearview mirror. She nipped his bottom lip with her teeth, teasing and caressing his lips with hers. It was like gasoline running through his veins, and he'd been touched with a lit match. He kept one arm around her and held her face in his hand, capturing her lips with his. All right, enough. I got the message, Hannah called from a few feet away. Grace pulled back, and for a second, she held his gaze, looking stunned. Well, I guess that'll show her, huh? She whispered. Is that why she'd kissed him like that? To get back at Hannah? Isn't that why he'd kissed her in the first place? This show of theirs was getting confusing. He was tempted to get a calendar and count down the days until this was over. Yep, we sure did. I'm ready for some lunch, are you? Actually, he wasn't hungry at all. He felt like he'd been kicked in the gut, and for no good reason. It was nuts. He'd just met her, and they were business partners. He didn't want more than that anyway. She was his interior designer, and he was her landlord. He pushed down all the crazy thoughts and ignored his twisting stomach. Starved. This'll be so great. People will love coming here. You're going to have a packed house. That's the plan. He lowered his voice to keep Hannah from hearing. I mean, that's why you're staying here, right? To see this place working again? She smiled and pulled away. Exactly. Jackson nodded and walked to the edge of the water, kicking water onto the grass as he stepped onto dry land. He parked himself close enough that he could still poke his toes in the stream. His thoughts were wild and raging. One minute he was fine, and the next he felt miserable. It made no sense at all. He chuckled to himself. It was loneliness. Being by himself for so long had gotten to him. That's what it was. Months of solitude had made everything feel more intense. Why hadn't he thought of that before? If it wasn't Grace, it'd be someone else. His gaze landed on her as she wrung water out of her hair, and his pulse jumped. She certainly had an effect on him. When she turned, her eyes locked with his, and he swallowed hard. Well, there went that theory. Was he lonely? Sure, but there hadn't been a woman who made his heart race like her. She checked all his boxes and organized them by color. If he felt this way already, how was he going to feel when she was packing her things and leaving? How could he keep his head on straight until then? Could he? Her cheeks turned pink, and she pulled her gaze away. Was it possible she was having trouble too? Chapter 13. The sun beat down on Grace through the intermittent clouds as it made its way to the treetops. She'd pulled herself out of the water after kissing Jackson, but not before taking a few dips to cool the heat coursing through her. Her plan to keep her lips to herself had been thrown out the window the moment he bent down and kissed her. The man could kiss, and goodness help her, she sure liked being kissed by him. Hannah had crowed, and that was that. It was over before it had barely begun. When Jackson leaned back with an unreadable expression written on his face, she knew she'd gone too far. In hindsight, Hannah breaking the spell wasn't a bad thing. She hadn't meant to kiss him like that, but his lips were so soft. He'd wrapped his arms around her, and her brain had gone to mush. If he hadn't been holding her, she would have drowned. This pretend junk was getting to her. What happened to her plan to keep their partnership in the forefront of her mind? Him. What was it about him that made her so, well, gooey? She closed her eyes and started ticking things off like she was at a grocery store. He had arms the size of missiles, muscles that could give Superman a run for his money. His smile made her heart dance. What was she doing? She needed to get her purse and leave the store immediately before she got to the more important qualities she liked about him. A current of air moved as a body sat beside her. She didn't know who she wished it was, Jackson or Hannah. He is a good guy, you know? Hannah's voice was nails on a chalkboard at the moment. Grace peeked at Hannah with one eye and remained quiet. Hannah pulled her knees to her chest and put her arms around her legs. I think that's what's messing with me. I made so many mistakes, and I hurt him. He was a rodeo star, and I liked that. People would shower me with attention too. It was fun, and I didn't want it to end. I guess it got to me, and when he said he wanted to quit, I lost it. I did a lot of stupid things. Grace sat up and crossed her feet at the ankles. You're a manipulative woman, aren't ya? Hannah grinned. Yeah, I am. And you know I know that, so I don't know what game you're trying to play. Better to have your relationship tested now than later. Grace cocked an eyebrow. Honey, I'm confident enough in my man to leave him in a room alone with you until the chickens roost. He'd never be unfaithful to me. She nearly choked. Where had that come from? Oh yeah, she had binge-watched some reality show where the main character didn't put up with stupidity. Maybe she was channeling that. Hannah chuckled. You do seem a lot more confident than I gave you credit for. If you think you're coming to my party to run me over, you better get a bigger truck. And if you think I'm putting you on the curb, you've got another thing comin'. Jackson needs help getting his family's bed and breakfast running. If I have to walk over bodies to see that it happens and to see him happy, then that's what I'll do. Consider me warned. Oh, this woman. Grace took a deep breath and let it out slowly, trying to keep her temper in check. Now, if you want, we can be friends, and if you don't, that's fine too. I won't put up with your nonsense, and if you say something to hurt him again, you'd best hope someone holds me back. Are we clear? We're clear, Hannah said and stood. Game on. Grace shielded her eyes with her hand as she looked up at her. Hope you're ready to congratulate me, because I don't lose. What's going on? Jackson asked. Just a talk between women, honey, Grace said. Just a friendly talk. Hannah smiled. Yep. She walked to the bag they'd brought food in and pulled out a bag of chips. From there, she found herself some shade and plopped down. Jackson took a seat next to Grace. If that was a friendly talk, why is your face so flushed? She was trying to manipulate me, and I called her on it. How did you know she was trying to do that? Grace leaned back. Jackson, please. She strips down to her itsy bitsy like she's some feature in a Sport Illustrated swimsuit magazine and then comes over here, acting like some bird with broken wings? No. He cleared his throat. You always speak your mind like that? Mostly. I don't know how I managed to do what I just did. I think I channeled a Jersey Shorer just now. His laugh was infectious, and she began to laugh with him. It seemed to abate the tension and confusion she felt earlier. She liked him so much. I don't think Hannah has ever had someone put her in her place like you do, Jackson said. Maybe her spoiled but needs it. I've got no patience for that kind of crazy. She had her chance with you. She blew it, and you've told her no. When someone says no, that's it. It doesn't matter what you want from that point. They've said no. End of discussion. I don't know why she wants me back. I want to live here. She had no desire to be here. I have no intention of ever going back to the rodeo or selling this house. I don't get the reasoning. Grace shrugged. You put up with her when most men would have sent her packing. When she did find someone else, she was quickly reminded that other men wouldn't. She rubbed the spot over her heart. Brett's face floated to her mind. In a way, Grace could understand Hannah, but Hannah hadn't appreciated what she had with Jackson. At least Grace could be honest about why she stayed with Brett. You all right? Yeah, a little heartburn from that bag of cookies. And a lot of heartache from analyzing her relationship with Brett since meeting Jackson. The rosy glasses she'd worn since Brett's death seemed to be losing their color when she compared the two men. Where Brett was critical of her flaws, Jackson seemed to think they were her greatest strengths. But Brett was gone, and for some reason she couldn't understand yet, it seemed unfair to him to let herself think that way. Grace rolled her shoulders, trying to ease the tension growing between them. Jackson yawned. I don't know about you, but I'm ready to go back. Yeah, me too. I'm tired. Hannah, Jackson called. You ready to go? Yeah, been ready. Jackson and Grace stood together, and the three of them dressed for the ride back to the house. The return trip wasn't nearly as great. Grace's rear and legs cramped. Her back hurt, and she hadn't been kidding when she said she was tired. When they reached the barn, they dismounted and took care of the horses before going into the house. Hannah went to take a shower while Jackson and Grace took care of the used lunch containers. With a sink full of soapy water, Grace leaned her stomach against the counter and mindlessly washed dishes. "Penny for your thoughts?" asked Jackson as he stopped next to her, picking up a towel. Grace finished the dish she was working on and set it on the dish drain. Not thinking about anything. Or nothing she was willing to share with him. "I don't believe that for a minute. Your mind is always working." "Is not." "Is too." She flicked him with soapy water. "Is not." He scooped up a handful of suds and blew them at her. "Is too." "Oh, it's on." She smacked him with the wet dish rag. Jackson yelped. "Hey, that hurt." "Big baby." "I'm not a big baby, you big meanie." Grace splashed water at him, and he dove to the side to avoid it, grabbing her around the waist. Her head fell back as she laughed. "You put me down." "No, you're a mean ol' meanie." "Fine. I'll stop." He held her up a second more and then set her feet on the floor. "Be nice." Jackson loomed over her, and as their eyes locked, her throat closed up. Her pulse took off like a jackrabbit. He was just gorgeous, and his smile made her feel bubbly. He bent down, and just before he could kiss her, she put her fingers to his lips. "That's probably not a good idea." His eyes turned stormy, and he stepped back. "Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I got caught up for a moment." His voice was husky. Hannah walked into the kitchen. "Shower's open." You go ahead, Grace. I'll get one after you." Under normal circumstances, she'd have argued he should go first, but she needed it tonight. She needed a room to herself to collect her thoughts and get her head put back on straight. "Thanks." She tossed the rag into the water and quickly walked to the stairs, not stopping until the bathroom door was shut behind her. She'd done it. Somehow, she'd mustered the will to stop him from kissing her when that was all she'd wanted. She could only imagine how disastrously wonderful it would have been. She shook her head. No, it would have been terrible. Things were already getting hazy, and they didn't need to be any worse. Now to get her lips, heart, and every other part that wanted him on board. Chapter 14. It was the middle of the night. Jackson rubbed his eyes and swung his legs over the side of the bed. He raked his hand through his hair and yawned. He couldn't sleep to save his life. A week had passed since their ride to the stream, and it had been torture dipped in rattlesnake venom. Time had flown when it was just Grace those first few days, but with Hannah on board, it was a never-ending root canal. Grace was an easy woman to be around, and she worked hard. If she broke a nail, she fixed it and kept going. If she got a splinter, a tear in her clothes, whatever it was, it didn't slow her down or faze her. Her sheer determination demanded Jackson's respect and admiration. Hannah? What had he ever seen in her? She was beautiful and intelligent, but that woman complained about everything. Not overtly, but it was the whine in her voice that was like a record being scratched. And Grace was spot on about Hannah's manipulative nature. Not that Hannah was taking every moment to be that way. It was just annoying. If he didn't need the help so bad, he would have packed her bags by now. When they'd break to eat or take a rest, it felt awkward, and the conversation felt forced now that Jackson knew what she was up to. It felt like he had to be on guard all the time. Hannah being there had put the work back into restoring the house. Before she got there, it was kind of fun. Even peeling wallpaper with Grace was entertaining. It didn't take a deep thought to know he enjoyed kissing Grace too. That last time in the stream made his head swim every time he thought about it. They'd kissed since then, but they hadn't shared another one like that. Grace had been a little more distant after that day, like she'd regretted kissing him. Maybe she had. She did put the brakes on when he tried to kiss her that night when Hannah wasn't around. Why had he agreed to let Hannah stay? If he hadn't been so stupid, he wouldn't have had to kiss Grace or know how soft her lips were or how his body felt when it was pressed against hers. He groaned in frustration. If this line of thinking didn't stop, he was going to drive himself crazy. Jackson perked up as he heard a door creak open. What if it was Grace? Could he be so lucky to have a minute alone with her? He bolted off the bed and pulled his door open. His tongue felt like lead in his mouth as his gaze roamed from Grace's bare feet to the towel wrapped around her to the top of her wet head. She could even make a towel look good. He'd been careful to stay downstairs when he knew the women were taking showers. That way it wouldn't be weird or awkward, so seeing her in a towel was doing things to him. Grace jumped and gasped. Oh my goodness. You scared me. Her gaze dipped to his chest, and her cheeks reddened before her wide eyes returned to his face. He realized that in his rush, he hadn't put a shirt on. Man, she sure was cute when she blushed, and he liked the idea that he was the cause of it. Maybe he needed to figure out more ways to make her blush. He worked his tongue loose and found a few words to put together. What are you doing up? Chasing squirrels. What's it look like I'm doing? She asked through a soft giggle. He wanted to laugh too, but he held it in. If he woke up Hannah, he'd hate himself. Wanting a moment alone with Grace didn't mean anything. It just meant, oh, he didn't know what it meant, and he was too tired to try to figure it out. Why are you taking a shower so late? I woke up and couldn't get back to sleep. I hoped a hot bath would help, but it didn't. Oh. I was thinking I'd go sit outside a while and see if that'd help. Oh. Why did it feel like this was a first kiss and he was bumping teeth? She pulled her towel tighter. You wouldn't want to join me, would you? Good heavens, he thought she'd never ask. If that's okay with you. Her little smile was like 1,000 shots of dark roast coffee, and his heart pounded faster. Well, sure, it's okay with me. This way, if I fall asleep, I'll have my very own cowboy pillow. Was she flirting with him? Nah, couldn't be. You sure will. And he was flirting back. God help him, he was. Let me get changed, and I'll meet you at the front door. Okay. She slipped inside her room, and with one last look, she shut the door. He needed mercy. Buckets and buckets of mercy. He pulled on a shirt, slipped on his boots, and headed down the stairs. Then he remembered he'd nodded off. What if he had morning breath? Or was it never went to sleep last night breath? He debated about brushing his teeth and decided against it. It would dissuade him from being tempted to kiss her. Oh, what am I doing? He murmured. I was hoping you were waiting for me. He turned and found Grace grinning at him, holding a folded blanket in her arms. You heard that? She rolled her lips in, but he could see the corners quirked up. No, I can read your mind. You're too smart for your britches. Only she wasn't wearing pants. She had on little soft pink shorts, but what really caught his eye was the baggy shirt she wore. The neck looked like it had been stretched, and her shoulder was exposed, showing the contours of her collarbone. Her shoulder looked so soft and kissable. He bet the other one was just as great. Duh, smacked him square in the forehead. It wasn't like she didn't have a matching pair. She giggled and brushed past him to open the door. Come on, silly man, let's go see if we can find some stars. Have I said thank you for helping me? Sure you have, she said and opened the door. You're letting me stay here. He followed her onto the porch and shut the door. No, I mean, with words. Have I said thank you? No, but you don't have to. I can tell. Jackson felt compelled to say it. I'm sorry your car broke down and you lost your job. But I'm glad you wound up here. Thank you for helping me. She shrugged, and her cheeks turned a light pink. Let's spread this blanket out, and we can talk. He pulled the blanket out of her arms and stepped off the porch. A few feet away from the house, he found the perfect spot. Grace yelped, and he turned around. She'd followed him into the yard. In a few good strides, Jackson crossed the distance and stopped in front of her. You okay? I stepped on something. With one swift motion, he hooked his arm under her knees and slipped his arm around her back, lifting her off the ground. He took her to the blanket and set her down. I'll be right back. I have a flashlight in the truck. The moon was out, but that wasn't enough light for sticker pulling. Okay. He went to the truck, grabbed the flashlight, and went back to Grace. As he kneeled down, he flipped the light on. Which foot? My right. He shined the light on the bottom of her foot. Yeah, you stepped on a goat's head thorn. I worked to get rid of them when I first got here, but I still have a few. It was so green and lush that I didn't think there'd be any. Grace jumped as he plucked the thorn from her foot. She sucked in a sharp breath and rubbed her sole. You wouldn't think something that small could hurt so bad. Oh, you think one's bad. I fell when I first got here. When I stood up, I looked like a goat head factory. Took me forever to get them all out. After turning off the flashlight, Jackson set it next to him and then sat next to Grace, stretching his legs out in front of him. A breeze was blowing, and it made the night pleasant. This is nice, she said, pulling her knees to her chest and wrapping her arms around her legs. That breeze against my wet hair is relaxing. I like how quiet it is. Well, other than the animals. It's just peaceful. They sat in companionable silence a while. The breeze swirled around him, bringing with it the smell of rain. He'd need to check the weather. Maybe it would rain. Texas sure needed it. Jackson leaned back on his elbows and let his head drop back. Stars filled the sky like a filled-up light bright. Breaking the silence, Grace said, I know you think I'm helping you, but I'm not. You're helping me. She unwrapped her legs and lay back against the blanket. When Brett died, it was like someone took their hand and scooped out everything that made me alive. I asked if I could stay because I've been so lost that I couldn't remember who I was. He understood that. His split with Hannah had rocked him. I get that. I can't understand Hannah. She makes no sense to me. She's got this gorgeous, hardworking, intelligent man, and she walks away. What woman in their right mind does that? Jackson was glad he was lying down. She'd just given him the best compliment anyone had ever given him. Well, it's true. Which part? She lightly smacked him in the stomach with the back of her hand. You know which part. Don't even pretend to act like you don't know. You may not believe this, but I don't. She rolled to her side and took his chin in her fingers. Jackson, I swear by all the sane women of this world, you're the kind of catch that wins tournaments with huge cash prizes. And if Hannah was half as smart as she thinks she is, she'd have treasured what she had instead of throwing it away. His vocabulary was sorely lacking. As hard as he tried, he couldn't think of another word to say. If I'd known you had cats, I'd have protected your tongue. Jackson snorted. He'd never had a woman make him laugh like her. You're funny. I haven't laughed this much in a long time. I haven't been myself in a long time. I can see why Brett loved you. Grace rolled to her back and rested her hands over her stomach. He did. The way she said it, with a slight hitch in her voice, told him there was something else there. He wouldn't press it, though. He knew what it was like to be working things out in your head and have people breathing down your throat. He wouldn't do that to her, so he decided he'd change the subject. I think I'm going to go 10 miles east and build my house. You aren't going to stay closer to the bed and breakfast? No, I'm going to hire a manager. I want to devote my attention to horses and getting the ranch going again. I've got enough acreage that I could fence off enough for the bed and breakfast and have plenty left for everything I'd want. I think I might have a few acres dedicated to a horse rescue too. Plus, Logan had always said if he decided to do that, he'd move back to Willow Bend and help him. His brother loved horses as much as he did. So much so that he was still bronc riding. Jackson had balked at the idea until Grace put their past in a new perspective. Now, he was eager to get started. Maybe it would give him a chance to get to know his brother without the chip on his shoulder that he'd carried since they were kids. He'd always pictured his brother having this great life with his dad, but what if he hadn't? What if living with Dad had been miserable? Anytime Logan mentioned their father, Jackson would cut him off. Maybe this time, Jackson would hear him out. Grace sat up and twisted around to face him. "Oh, that sounds wonderful." She palmed his chest and leaned forward. "See, I told you that you were a catch." "Aw, you're going to give me a big head." Her lips curved up. "I'll just buy you a bigger hat." She yawned and laid her head on his stomach. "You make a good cowboy pillow too. You can add that to the list of your outstanding qualities." Jackson laughed and dropped the rest of the way onto the blanket. She swatted his stomach. "Stop that. You're rattling my brains." "Well, quit making me laugh." "No, I like your laugh." "Then don't complain when your head's bouncing." Bracing her hand on his stomach, she sat up. "Fine. Come here." He tugged on her, and she lay down next to him, using his shoulder to rest her head. "Better?" "Much." She curled her hand under her chin. "We're going to be dragging in the morning. I can't believe how much we've accomplished these past couple of weeks. As much as Hannah whines, she's actually helped." Grace laughed. "I wasn't as surprised by how much she helped as I was with how little she's tried to make a move on you." "Well, other than trying to trick me into telling her we weren't engaged." He'd been surprised by that too. "She's really good at making you think things are okay and then blindsiding you." Grace pushed up on her elbow. "Do you think you'd ever give her another chance?" "No." He wanted to say more, but he couldn't bring himself to open up to her like that yet. It had only been 2 weeks, and he wanted to trust her. He just couldn't yet. Hannah had taught him that trusting someone too quickly would get him hurt. "You know, it's okay to still love her." "I don't." "Yes, you do. She was a big part of your life. You may not love her like you once did, but there will always be some small part of you that remembers all the good times, a part that loves her." Jackson took a deep breath. He hated that he could still love Hannah after the way she'd hurt him. It made him feel weak and stupid. "I don't want to love her." "I know. She hurt you something awful. I can see it when you look at her." Grace brushed the back of her hand across his cheek, and his breath caught. Even keeping the pretense that they were engaged, she'd been careful the past week to make sure all their physical interactions were only when Hannah was present. This simple touch was more comforting than she knew. Jackson took her hand and held it to his chest. Grace squeezed his hand as she laid her head back on his shoulder. "You're a good guy, Jackson. Someday, that perfect person is going to come along, and they're never going to let you go." He wished that was true. Part of him wished that someone was Grace. He liked her laugh, her humor, and the way her nose wrinkled when she was thinking. She yawned as she stretched her arm over his chest and put her leg over his. "I'm so comfortable," she murmured, sliding her hand up his chest. She tilted her head up, and he could see that her eyes were closed. Comfortable. That was a good word for how he felt right then. It had been a long time since he'd been so relaxed. Eventually, he'd pick her up and take her to her room, but for now, he was going to enjoy holding a woman he genuinely liked while lying under a blanket of stars. He'd wondered what it'd feel like, and now that he knew, it dampened his spirit a little to know it wasn't going to last much longer. Chapter 15. Grace smacked her lips and stretched in bed. It had been months since she'd felt so rested. Then she remembered the night before. She'd lain down with Jackson outside and fallen asleep. He must have brought her to her room. It had been the most natural thing to curl up next to him and throw her arm across his chest. Her body had fit like she was made to be right next to him. She smiled as she thought of him. He was comfortable, and any time she was around him, she had such a sense of peace. A ray of light slowly grew on the bed until she squinted and bolted straight up. The sun was already rising, and she was late. Grace flung the covers off, pulled on her jeans and a t-shirt, and slipped on her shoes. As she darted out of the room, she grabbed a ponytail holder and threw her hair up. She made a quick stop at the bathroom to check herself, brush her teeth, and then ran down the stairs. Knowing Jackson would be in the barn, she didn't slow down until she got there. She pulled the door open and let it shut behind her. As she walked through the barn, she peeked into each stall before continuing. By now, all the horses would be out. So where was Jackson? She heard the last stall door open and froze. Gulliver. Anytime Jackson let him out, he made sure she was outside. They'd slowly been working on getting him used to Grace, but the stallion was still unsure of her. And to be honest, the feeling was mutual. Gulliver stopped short and eyed her. She still couldn't get over his size. According to Jackson, Friesians were some of the tallest horses bred. This guy was the biggest horse she'd ever seen in person. The stallion pawed the ground and whinnied just as Jackson walked out. His eyes widened. "Grace!" Jackson yelled. "Move." Gulliver jerked his head up and down, his long black mane flying around him. His hooves bounced off the ground like he was about to rear up. "Grace!" Before she could gather her wits, Gulliver shot forward, and time slowed. She knew that animal was going to ram into her, and for the life of her, she couldn't get her feet to move. Next thing she knew, Jackson had his body curled around her like a cocoon. She felt the shock of the horse ramming them into the wall, and then the wind knocked out of her as they hit the ground. Gulliver slid to a stop at the front of the barn and turned around. His hooves pounded the ground, and Grace wondered if he wasn't going to paw both of them to death. Relief flooded her as he seemed to change his mind and flew past them out the open back door to the pasture. Grace pushed herself into a sitting position. It felt like her brain had been jiggled. Jackson groaned, and she was instantly alert. She leaned over him. "Jackson, are you okay?" He took a deep breath before answering, "I think so." He started to sit up, and Grace threw her arms around his chest to help him. Then she noticed the tear in his shirt and the jagged scratch. She touched her fingertips to it, and he sucked in a sharp breath. "You're hurt." "Aw, it's just a scratch. After riding broncos, this is nothing." He touched his head and rubbed the back of it. "I do have a headache developing, though. You need to see a doctor." "I'm fine." Grace took his face in her hands. "You saved me. I wanted to move, but I couldn't. I froze. You told me to be careful, but I wasn't. You got hurt because of me." He took her hands in his. "No, I didn't. I got hurt because someone abused that horse and now he's scared of people. If anything, that person is responsible." She sat back on her heels. "But if I checked first, it wouldn't have happened. I slept late and didn't think about it taking you longer to do things." He smiled. "Everything's fine, Grace." Everything wasn't fine. Not for her. He'd saved her life and got hurt in the process. It had been all her fault. If she'd just taken a moment and thought it through, none of it would have happened. It was history repeating itself. Tears pricked her eyes, and she looked away. Jackson took her chin in his fingers, making her look at him. It is not your fault, and I'm fine. I'm telling you, I've been worse off. Getting bucked from a horse is a lot more painful. She could hear the words, but they did nothing to alleviate the guilt she felt. Wiping her eyes, she nodded and said, "Let's go inside. I'll clean that scratch, and we can eat breakfast." Sounds like a plan. Grace helped him to his feet and kept her arm around his waist while they walked to the house. When they entered the kitchen through the back door, Hannah was sitting at the table. Her head popped up as Jackson took a seat at the table. "What happened to you?" Gulliver got spooked. In Grace's head, she added, "Because of me." "You've looked worse," Hannah said. He smiled. "Yeah, I have." Grace pulled out a dish towel and wet it. "Did you meet while he was in the rodeo?" Hannah nodded. "Yeah, I won tickets when it came to town. We met afterward." "I've never been to a rodeo," Grace said. She crossed the kitchen and stopped next to Jackson. "I need to clean that cut." He pulled his t-shirt over his head, revealing the cut. She pressed the rag to it, and he flinched. "I'm sorry," Grace said. Hannah chuckled. "That's nothing. The night I met him, his hand got caught." Jackson nodded. "I sprained my wrist that night. And got a decent-sized knot on your temple. I drew the hardest horse that night, but it worked in my favor." He smiled. Grace finished cleaning his shoulder. "How?" "The harder it is to ride a horse, the more points you get." "Oh." She took the rag back to the sink and laid it over the faucet. "How did your hand get tangled?" Jackson shrugged. "It happens. Things are moving so fast. You don't even realize it until you dismount. It sounds scary." "Can be." Hannah scoffed. "It's terrifying. I saw a guy get trampled. Later, I found out he'd broken his collarbone and his leg was crushed. I'll never forget it." "Is that why you left the rodeo?" asked Grace. "No," he said. The way he said it made Grace pause. She looked from him to Hannah. Her curiosity was killing her, but she'd ask him about it later. Something told her it was part of why they split, so she decided to let it go. For now. Grace went back to him with a band-aid in hand. "This is the biggest bandage I could find, and it's too small. I don't need it." "You have a bruise developing right at your temple," she said as she combed her fingers through his hair. "Do you need something for the headache?" "Now that I can use." He chuckled as he looked up. His laughter died the moment their eyes locked, and instantly, it seemed the room had no air. Grace brushed the back of her hand along his jaw. Tingles shot up her arm, and without even thinking, she bent down and kissed him. "Are you sure that's all you need?" His Adam's apple bobbed. "A couple of aspirin, and I'll be fixed right up," he said, his voice husky. "Okay. You want me to cook you some eggs? Is that what you're having?" She smiled. "Is that your subtle way of asking me to eat with you?" Hannah made a gagging sound. "Oh my gosh, just stop." She pushed from the table. First, it wasn't enough. Now, it's overboard. Grace clenched her jaw. "As I recall, you're the one who begged to stay here. No one's keeping you from leaving, either." For a moment, they stood there, staring each other down. Grace wasn't sure what was going through Hannah's mind, but she almost hoped she'd leave. Sure, they still needed her help, but it was getting old having her around. "Oh, I'm not going anywhere. I said I'd help, and I will," Hannah said and stomped out of the room. Grace had a feeling that helping wasn't what was on Hannah's mind, no matter what her mouth said. She turned her attention back to Jackson. "You sure know how to get to her," he said. "She makes me mad. Things fly out of my mouth without so much as a second thought." He chuckled. "You're cute when you're mad. You won't think that when I'm mad at you. I think I'd try to make you mad on purpose." She giggled. "Let me get breakfast fixed, you big ol' flirt." "You started it." "Did not." "Did too." Grace narrowed her eyes. "Fine. Then I'm ending it." As she turned, his fingers wrapped around her wrist, and he pulled her onto his lap. "What if I don't want it ended? Don't you know the song 'You Can't Always Get What You Want'?" His gaze found hers and held it. "I've heard," he said softly. "I think he gave up too easily." Before she could stop herself, she brushed her lips across his. Oh, how the feel of them made every nerve ending on her body come alive. She shouldn't be kissing him. It wasn't part of the deal. But despite what her head was saying, her body was AWOL. She circled her arms around his neck as his arms made their way around her, pressing her tightly against him. Again, she was reminded how she fit against him as she molded her body to his. His mouth moved from her lips to her neck with a delicate touch that made her want more. He stopped at the hollow of her throat and placed several feathery kisses there. When his lips found hers again, he teased hers, and, with a moan, she parted her lips as he deepened the kiss. She was losing herself in him and his touch. A wildfire raged in her core and spread outward, engulfing her. Jackson was a cliff, and she was being pulled over. She couldn't get enough of him or his kisses. He pulled back, his chest heaving in and out, and his face flushed. Grace saw movement out of the corner of her eye and realized Hannah was standing in the door. How did she get so caught up in him? He wasn't kissing her because he wanted to kiss her. It was for Hannah's benefit. "It's okay." She stood and caught Hannah's gaze as she walked to the fridge. "Is something wrong, Hannah?" The woman grinned. "Nope. We'll be right there." "Okay," Hannah said and walked off. Grace leaned against the fridge door and let the chilly air roll over her heated body. A second later, Jackson stood behind her. "Grace." She plastered on a smile and turned around. "Is everything okay?" Something flashed in his eyes, and his lips turned down. "Yeah, everything's fine. I know where we stand." "Okay, good. Take a seat. Breakfast won't take long." He opened his mouth like he wanted to speak. Instead, he closed it and walked back to the table. The chair legs scraped the floor as he sat down. Grace shook her head, trying to clear her mind of Jackson. It was becoming harder and harder to remember why she was there. With every kiss, the line she'd drawn for herself became fuzzier. How was she going to continue to pretend and keep her heart from being broken? Chapter 16. It was another day of sanding the walls in the dining room, this time with smaller grit sandpaper. Jackson was glad it was mindless work, because if it wasn't, he'd be in trouble. Grace had nearly been trampled that morning. He yelled her name, but she stood like a statue. Instinct had taken over, and he propelled himself into action. If something would have happened to her, the thought made a shiver run down his spine. Of course, from there, his mind would not only replay that, but the kiss too. She'd kissed him, and it had been all kinds of hot, and definitely left him bothered. Then he'd realized Hannah was there. It explained Grace kissing him, but the way he'd kissed her back hadn't been planned. It just happened. Well, that wasn't entirely true, but his body wasn't exactly listening to marching orders when it came to her. He thought something magical had happened until he realized Hannah was in the doorway. It had felt so real. The way she'd responded to his touch. His heart had fallen to his shoes like a rock in a well when he realized why she'd kissed him with such abandon. "The house sure looks different," Quincy said. Jackson spun around and found his uncle standing in the doorway. Splotches of grease stained his overalls, and his hands looked dirty, even though Jackson was pretty sure he'd washed them before coming over. "And so do you. What happened to you, son?" He tapped his temple. "Aw, nothin'." Grace walked to Jackson. "It was more than that. Gulliver would have hurt me if he hadn't put himself in harm's way." "Oh, she's making it more than it was." "Am not." She pressed her palm against his chest. "1 minute I was frozen, and the next, he was curled around me, protecting me." Jackson felt heat race up his neck to his ears. He was so tongue-tied he couldn't find words. Quincy looked from Jackson to Grace and smiled like he was proud. Jackson rubbed the back of his neck. "Can we change the subject, please?" Hannah sighed. "Yeah," she mumbled. Grace rolled her eyes. "Fine." "Quincy, do you know what's wrong with my car?" "Yeah, and I'm sorry I've taken so long." "I don't have good news." "How long did you see smoke coming out?" Quincy asked. "I don't know. I stopped when I noticed it." Quincy rubbed his knuckles along his jaw. "You must not have noticed it quick enough, because you've got a blown head gasket." Her shoulders rounded. "How long will it take to fix?" "I'm ordering parts, and as soon as I get them, I'll get to work." Jackson eyed him. "How soon are we talking on those parts?" No doubt Quincy would know what he was asking. His returned his stare. "I've put the order in for them. They'll be here in a few days." "That's good to know," said Grace. "No kidding," murmured Hannah. Quincy's gaze traveled from Jackson to Grace to Hannah. Jackson was glad he told Quincy about Hannah staying and that it had been Grace's idea. "I just had the best idea." His best ideas were about as good as scaring a skunk. "I bet you do," grumbled Jackson. No doubt, Quincy had something up his sleeve. "Boy, you hush. It's Friday night. These ladies need to be introduced to Willow's Tavern." Hannah's eyebrows went up. "Tavern?" "It's a place to grab a bite, sit a while, and maybe have a dance or two," his uncle said. Grace ran her thumb over her ring. I don't know. We really need to keep working." Hannah scoffed. "I really need a night to relax." "I'm there." Quincy chuckled. "Grace darlin', I learned a long time ago that work and play need to be balanced. I can see you three have been getting after it something fierce. It won't hurt you to take a night off. Besides, won't this be good research when you're talking about the place?" There went her thinking face. "Actually, you're right. Some guests will want to explore the town. It'd be good to have a feel for the place when I'm talking to various historical societies and newspapers. This'll be great." "See," he said, tapping his temple. "This old man knows a thing or two." Grace smiled. "You don't look that old to me." Quincy winked. "Good, then you can save me a dance." "What if I can't dance?" Grace asked. "Well, there's no time like the present to learn." His uncle nodded to Jackson. "All right, I'll be going. See you at the tavern at, say, 7? Jackson exhaled slowly. "Sure. We'll see you at 7. He tapped the door frame as he walked away, and Jackson heard the front door open and shut. "It's been a long time since I've gone dancing," Grace said. Hannah tilted her head. "You mean you haven't been there before?" Jackson looked at Grace, who returned his wide-eyed stare. It felt like he'd been caught with his hand in a jar of off-limits candy. Hannah crossed her arms over her chest and cocked her hip. "I knew it. I knew there was no way you'd be engaged that fast. I was right. Just because I haven't been to the tavern doesn't mean we aren't engaged. It just means we've had other things to do, Grace said, mimicking Hannah's stance. Hannah clenched her jaw as she stared down Grace. Okay, fine. Her posture softened, and she raised her hands, signaling she was backing down. I guess with the house needing so much work, it's not out of the realm of possibility that you haven't been there yet. Jackson studied her. Maybe Hannah had changed. She'd never given up that easily. Grace wasn't like him, backing down from her like he always did. Still, he had an uneasy feeling in his gut, and he couldn't put a finger on why. Grace kept her arms crossed. I don't understand why you're trying so hard. You wanted Jackson to sell the house, which tells me you wouldn't want to live here. If you don't want to live here, why do you want him back so badly? Jackson had to hand it to Grace. She sure knew how to handle a situation. And he liked that she was feisty, especially where Hannah was concerned. The only reason I'm here is to prove that I've changed. It's not as easy as you think, Hannah said, her lips taking on their familiar pout. Okay, I'll give you that. Change is hard. Just when you think you've got it, old habits rear their ugly head. Grace pulled out her phone. It's 2, which means we have 5 hours until we're supposed to meet Quincy tonight. How long do you need to get ready? Grace asked as she looked at Hannah. Hannah shrugged. Maybe an hour? Grace turned to Jackson and touched his arm. Do you need a longer shower? I know you've been sore. I don't take that long, so it's okay if there's not much hot water left. Without so much as a second thought, Jackson cupped her cheek and rubbed his thumb along her jaw. I'll make sure I leave you hot water. Thank you for thinking of me. She covered his hand with hers. It's not all that hard. For the first time in he didn't know how long, he felt his cheeks burn. She'd made him blush. Man, he wanted to kiss her. But the next time he kissed her, it wasn't going to be in front of Hannah, because the next time he wanted to be able to stop when he wanted to, and he wanted to know if she was really kissing him back. You ready to get back to work? Guess we should since we're going to be dallying tonight. One last quick grin, and she walked back to the spot she'd been working on. Hannah caught his gaze and an eyebrow arched. I'll admit I was wrong. Remember that. Jackson turned back to the wall he was working on. Now that no one could see his face, he smiled like a Cheshire cat. Dancing with Grace. He couldn't wait to see what that would be like. For half a breath, he was plumb stoked about going to the tavern. Until he remembered she didn't want a relationship. She wasn't over her fiancé. Even if she hadn't said a word, he could see that. Sure, she'd kissed him, and it had felt real. But all of their kisses had taken place in front of Hannah. Those meant nothing, and he'd let himself get caught up in what was only a show. Why had he let himself think they could be something? Why was he always throwing himself at people who didn't want him? With every thought, he sanded harder and harder. The sweaty sheen created by the exertion caused the white dust to form a thin film on his face and arms. When he realized how viciously he was attacking the wall, he stopped. He looked as though he'd been hit with a bag of flour. Jackson pulled his shirt over his head and wiped his face. The stuff was even up his nose. Tonight while he was showering, he'd have to double-check to make sure he got all the dust washed off. He lifted his gaze and found Grace gawking, mouth hanging open and all. Her cheeks looked sunburned, and she spun on her heel, putting her back to him. Is there a problem, Grace? He asked. Probably shouldn't have teased her like that, but he couldn't resist. Nope, she squeaked and cleared her throat. No problem at all. He tugged his shirt back on. You sure? She shot him a side glance. We have a time problem, Cowboy. A few hours later, they stood back and examined the day's work. Another day, and the dining room would be done. There was one small crack, but Grace had contacts, and she'd found an expert who could repair it. Is this just gorgeous? A good dusting and some polishing, and it'll be just like it was, Grace said. I couldn't have done it without you, Jackson replied. Grace hooked a thumb toward Hannah. And Hannah. She helped too. His ex-wife beamed with pride. I did, didn't I? It was a new look, one he'd never seen before. At least, not where work was concerned. You've been a great help, Jackson said. Thank you. Hannah nodded. Well, unless you want to go first, I'm getting a shower so I can get ready. Maybe I'll meet my future mister. While I'm there tonight. She bounced out of the room and took the stairs at a trot. Well, blow me over with a feather. Jackson chuckled. She seemed to like what you had to say. She deserved some credit. Doesn't mean I trust her one bit, but I'm not going to deny what someone's due. We all worked hard, and it shows. Grace stretched and yawned. Her ponytail hung down her back as she tilted her head back and rolled her shoulders. Jackson wondered how she was able to keep going like she was and not fall over. If you're tired, you don't have to go tonight. If I don't, Hannah will be suspicious. I don't want that. You know, we don't have to pretend anymore. Grace froze and relaxed so fast he almost didn't catch it. You want her hounding you again? No. Then what choice do we have? Besides, I hate that snide smile she gets when she thinks she's right. Bugs me to death. He laughed. You don't back down from a fight, do you? I don't know how. My mom says I get a bone and won't let it go. How's that any different from what she does? She's a lawyer, but does that matter? No. If you aren't a lawyer or a CPA or something. Jackson put 2 fingers to her lips to stop her from talking. Her eyes locked with his. Grace, I like you just the way you are. He took his fingers away. You going to save me a dance tonight? I only have one promise to someone else at the moment, she said softly. Good. She lowered her gaze. I need some water. Do you? You know you don't have to wait on me. Grace jerked her head up. Oh, he'd prickled her good. Her eyebrows knitted together, and her lips pinched tight. I am fully capable of deciding for myself what and how I want to do things. If I'm offering to get you a glass of water, it's because I want to, not because I'm waiting on you. Now, you put me in a French-maid outfit, and we're having a different conversation. Asking if you'd like something to drink isn't waiting on you. It's polite. Man, he liked it when she got all Spitfire-like. It only made him want to get her upset on purpose. Consider me schooled. Good. She patted him on the cheek. I'm glad you can be taught. Just as he was about to wrap his arm around her, Hannah called out, next. Jackson didn't know if he wanted to thank her or cuss her. One more minute and he'd have kissed Grace. And a minute after that, he may have regretted it. If he didn't get a handle on things soon, he wouldn't know which way was up. You go ahead and get your shower. But. Scoot. She lifted on her toes and kissed his cheek. Thank you. He winked at her, and the color of Washington apples flooded her cheeks and raced to the tips of her ears before she walked away. Yep, it was official. He was in trouble. Chapter 17. Squished between Jackson and Hannah in the cab of Jackson's pickup wasn't the most comfortable thing in the world. On top of the sandwiching between 2 exes, Hannah's choice to pour on a gallon of perfume was making Grace's stomach a little queasy. And the miles to town seemed to drag. You'll like this place. It's not super loud even on Fridays. They do have a live band each week, but it's country music. Hope you like that style, Jackson said. Hannah laughed. I don't care if it's White Christmas put on repeat. I just wanted out of that house. I like country music just fine, Grace said. Aren't you glad to be out? Asked Hannah. Grace shrugged. It'll be fun to meet people who live here, but I love the house. Once it's fixed up, it'll be amazing. I can see sitting on the front porch in a swing, the cool night breeze blowing through my hair as I drink a glass of tea. It'll be perfect. Jackson covered her hand with his. Absolutely perfect. I bet guests would love to see free-range chickens running around. They'd know they were getting fresh eggs every morning. I don't know about guests, but I would, Jackson said. I'm planning on having a few. Maybe a cow too? I think so. Fresh milk tastes good. Hannah groaned. Oh, please. Store-bought is just fine. I've tasted both and couldn't tell a difference. Grace snorted. You got milk from a defective cow, then. Fresh milk can't be beat. It's sweeter and creamier than store-bought. Have you lived on a farm, Grace? Jackson asked. She nodded. I had a friend in middle school up through high school. Her dad had a ranch and he produced dairy cows. On the weekends, I'd hang out with her. Breakfast on Saturday mornings usually consisted of eggs, pancakes, and bacon served with fresh milk and butter. Best thing I ever put in my mouth. It's been a while, but it's something I'll never forget. Maybe I need to try fresh milk again, Hannah said. Grace patted her leg. You'll love it. She paused. You know, you look really pretty tonight, Hannah. That dress looks really good on you. Maybe if Grace showed Hannah she could be nice, they could be friends. They certainly didn't have to be enemies, so what was the harm in trying? Thanks, Grace. I got this dress on sale in New York about 2 months ago. I didn't even know why I'd packed it, but I'm glad I did now. Those Willow Valley guys won't know what hit 'em, Grace said and bumped Hannah with her shoulder. Jackson squeezed Grace's hand. She looked at him, and he smiled. That was him telling her that he liked what she was doing. Being nice to Hannah had made him happy. Why was that so important to her? It hadn't started like that, but in the last couple of days, the desire to see his smile and hear his laughter had grown. She couldn't get enough of it. She could have clapped like a seal when he blushed earlier in the day. Those cheeks of his had turned bright red, and it was the cutest thing next to a kitten. And that laugh, goodness gracious, was it something? It had become her favorite thing. It was deep, like his voice. Oh, what was she thinking? Well, she knew what she was thinking. Jackson was having an effect on her. Something she hadn't planned on and didn't want. All she wanted was to get that house finished, not find a man. Jackson pulled into the parking lot of the tavern, parked, and cut the engine. Well, this is it in all its small-town glory. He pushed the door open and stepped out. Fresh air. Grace's lungs cheered. Her nose did a cartwheel. She climbed down after him and took a big gulp of balmy air. It felt fantastic. That perfume was too much, huh? Jackson asked. Did she bathe in the stuff? I mean, I feel like I've been attacked. He leaned down, put his mouth against her ear, and whispered, That was nice of you to compliment her, but to me, you're just gorgeous. I've got jeans and a t-shirt on. And never have a pair of jeans been happier. She smacked Jackson on the arm. You stop that. Although, she could say the same about him. That man could fill out a pair of jeans better than anyone she'd ever seen. Grace thought Brett was an attractive man. Jackson was suck-your-lungs empty gorgeous. Jackson slipped his fingers between hers. She would have pulled her hand away if Hannah wasn't around. Or so that's what she told herself. His hands were big, strong, and rough. They made hers feel tiny. Well, he made all of her feel that way. It made her wonder how it'd feel to be held by him when no one was around. She shook her head. No more thoughts like that needed to happen. So, do you come here a lot, Jackson? As they reached the front door, he held it and said, "Some." Following Hannah, Grace passed by Jackson into the dance hall. As the door shut behind him, he pulled his hat off and raked his hand through his hair. The place was bigger than she thought. It wasn't as country as she'd pictured it, at least, not for a small town like Willow Valley. On a scale of 1 to 10, she'd give it an 8 on her honky-tonk scale. A live band was playing, and they were in the middle of doing a cover of I Like It, I Love It by Tim McGraw. They weren't too bad either. As her eyes adjusted, she could see booths lining the walls, leaving a fairly good-sized dance floor in the middle, which wasn't overcrowded with people. Quincy stood and waved them over to a booth in the very back. They crossed the room, dodging dancers, and stopped at the table. "Now, isn't this nice?" Quincy asked. "Grace and Hannah, you both look great. Are you glad to have a night off?" Glad? Her mind wasn't, but her body was saying, "Bless you, Quincy. It's great. The live band sounds good. I can see people really enjoying coming here. It's just enough country to be fun but not overbearing." Hannah surveyed the room, standing on the tips of her toes. "Hey, Quincy." He tipped his head toward her. "Hannah." "I think I'm going to go mingle," she said and headed onto the dance floor. Grace slipped into the booth and scooted to the wall. It was clean, which was good. Jackson sat beside her and leaned forward with his arms on the table as Quincy sat across from them. The band finished the song and started another fast one. "I saw how the house is coming, Grace." "You've gotten a lot done," Quincy said. She'd worked hard, but so had Jackson. He sanded that plaster wall to a surface so smooth you could skate on it. "We wouldn't be near as far along if it weren't for how hard Jackson's been working." Hannah lending a hand is helping too. "Don't let Grace fool ya. She's the reason we're as far along as we are. She's up before me every morning." Jackson bumped her shoulder with his and held her gaze. "She's incredible." Grace's cheeks burned. "He's just being nice." Quincy laughed. "Jackson? Nice? I think I need my ears cleaned." "What was he like when he was a little boy?" Grace asked. Jackson's lips quirked up as he shook his head. "No, don't ask that. Too late, it's been asked." Quincy grinned and wiggled his eyebrows. "Aw, Uncle Quincy, don't." Quincy sat back. "What am I supposed to do?" she asked. "Tell her I was an angel and that I sang in the choir." Grace chuckled. "Even I'd spot that lie a mile away." Quincy pointed a finger at her. "See, that's a smart woman." "Oh, I know she's smart," Jackson said and winked at her. How did he figure out she liked it when he winked at her? Butterflies tickled her stomach, almost making her squirm. He was going to have to stop doing that. Anyway, this boy was a wild one, and when he turned 10, it was like he got a double dose of mischief and daredevil the moment he blew the candles out. He was running fast and furious all over the place. One day, he's blazing through the house and goes for the handle on the screen door. It had glass that would slide down over the screen. Well, his hand slips, and, somehow, his arm goes right through that glass. He's screaming and hollering. There's blood everywhere. He broke his arm in 2 places. Grace's mouth dropped open. 2 places? How did he manage that? The doctor was as mystified as I was. Jackson shivered. I don't think I'll ever forget that. That hurt. Slowed you down all of 2 seconds, Quincy said. Of course, as he got older, that wild streak got smaller and smaller. Jackson started to speak. Excuse me for interrupting. An older gentleman with graying hair and a beard stopped at the table. Pastor Chuck, how are you doing? Asked Quincy. A pastor? Normally, Grace would question a preacher being in a place like a tavern, but it was the only restaurant in town aside from a Dairy Queen. She loved DQ, but sometimes you needed variety. I'm doing just fine. Blessed like the rest. How are you? Quincy shrugged. I'm fine. Like you, I'm blessed with enough work to keep a roof over my head and food on my table. Can't complain about that. No, sir, you sure can't. Quincy leaned forward with his arms on the table. What brings you to our table? Is your car giving you trouble? Oh, no. I was eating dinner with the Charlene, and I was told these two were looking to get married the second week in June. I won't be in town. The men's Bible study is taking a trip to Israel, and I'll be gone 2 weeks. The pastor's gaze traveled from Jackson to Grace. Grace's mind went blank. All she could think was, What's going on? Asked Hannah as she rejoined them. Jackson narrowed his eyes. Like you don't know. Hannah shrugged. I don't know. I just got here. The preacher shook her hand. Hi, there. I'm Pastor Chuck. Hannah Charles. Nice to meet you. He turned his attention to Jackson and Grace again. I was just telling these two that I won't be able to marry them in June like they wanted. I was thinking, since I'm here, that is, if you'd like, that I could marry you tonight. I know how you young folk like to get things done. When I get back, we could always do the big wedding, if you want. Grace said. Hannah caught Grace's gaze and grinned. I'm sure they'd love that. Jackson coughed. Thank you for the offer, but I don't think tonight is the best time. Why not? You are engaged, right? All this means is that you get to go on your honeymoon quicker, Hannah said. What was Hannah doing? Did she tell the pastor that they were wanting to get married? Maybe she was smarter than Grace thought. It definitely meant they weren't going to be friends. Hannah did look pretty tonight, but if Grace had known she was going to be an underhanded menace, she'd have kept the compliment to herself. Jackson put his arm around Grace. Well, it's always been her dream to get married in a church with a bunch of people. Actually, that wasn't true at all, but Grace was going to keep that tidbit to herself. At the moment, it was working in her favor. Hannah rolled her eyes. I knew you two weren't engaged. Just because we don't want to get married right this second, doesn't mean we don't want to get married. Her family's not even here. Then prove it. He already said he'd perform a big wedding when he got back. She crossed her arms over her chest and stared at Grace. Unless, of course, Grace is having second thoughts. Wouldn't surprise me. All she seems interested in is that house. Grace was as hot as a tea kettle on a hot fire. 1 minute she was as cool as could be, and the next, she was madder than a kicked rattlesnake. Her blood was boiling, and her heart was slamming against her ribs. If the pastor wasn't standing there, Grace would knock Hannah flat out cold. Grace narrowed her eyes at Hannah. I'm not having second thoughts. And I'd pick Jackson over that house any day of the week. Sure you would. The moment your car is fixed, dollars to donuts, you'll be putting this town in the rearview mirror, just like I did. Grace was so mad she was seeing stars. I will not. And you will not manipulate us into getting married when and where you demand, just to prove a point. How was she going to continue working with this woman? She was being so awful to Jackson. What had he ever seen in her to marry her? Grace folded her arms over her chest and turned her face to the wall. Chapter 18. Hannah lifted an eyebrow. How about you, Quincy? They've been dating since. Oh no. Hannah's introduction to Quincy had not gone according to plan at all. The moment they met, it was oil and water. And by the look in Hannah's eyes, she was going to try to back him into a corner. Jackson's Adam's apple bobbed. Why are you dragging him into this? Well, when we got married, all you needed was his blessing. He wouldn't give it because he didn't like me. Isn't that right, Quincy? Quincy turned sideways in the booth and leaned his elbow on the table as he looked up at her. I knew that, eventually, Jackson would be done with the rodeo, and you would never be satisfied with the quiet life. You liked the attention his winning got you. Hannah clenched her jaw. Then I assume you've given your blessing to him and Grace. After all, Jackson did say he'd never get married again without it. Man, if there was a pot to stir within 100 miles, Hannah would find it. What could he say? He felt trapped. At this point, it was come clean or charge forward. The pastor held his hands up. Wait a minute. You two were married? He pointed from Hannah to Jackson. Yes, sir, Jackson said. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with this. I'm going to need more than some vows, Pastor Chuck said. What makes you think this marriage will work? Hannah cocked an eyebrow. Yeah, Jackson, how do you plan to make this relationship work when ours didn't? Who died and made her captain of the peanut gallery? Jackson ran his palms down his jeans. He wished he had a chance to order a drink before he was interrogated. At least, that's what it felt like. I don't know. I just am. Pastor Chuck tapped the table and said, Grace? She looked at him. Yes, sir? Did you know he was divorced? Grace covered his hand with hers. I did. Have you thought about why his first marriage didn't work? The pastor asked. She glared at Hannah. Other than her? Jackson held his lips in a thin line. Inside, he was busting a gut. He shouldn't be, because it was such a serious question, but Grace just said what was on her mind. Of the things he liked about her, that was the one he liked most. Pastor Chuck folded his arms over his chest. I'm asking a genuine question. I thought I gave a pretty genuine answer, Grace said. Hannah rolled her eyes and tapped her foot. Well, you didn't. I need a real answer. It takes two, Ms. Grace. What makes you think the two of you can make it? I'm not marrying two people unless I'm comfortable they'll work hard to love each other. Love? Jackson's heart stuttered. He liked her, but love? How on earth was he going to get himself out of this mess? Grace wrapped her arms around his bicep. You have never met a more hardworking man. He gets up just as the sun rises to take care of the horses. Then he works on the house until nearly dark. She caught his gaze and held it. And he's sweet as can be. He's funny and kind. He saved my life this morning. A horse nearly trampled me, and he protected me. Her eyes glistened as she stared at him. When I'm feeling down, he says the sweetest things, and sometimes he doesn't even know I'm feeling down. He's a great kisser, and I can't imagine there's a person on this earth that could put up with me half as good as he does. Jackson was speechless. She'd stared straight into his eyes while she said that stuff. Did she really mean all that? Was it just for the people watching them? And you, Jackson? Why do you think you can make it work with her? She's saying you have to put up with her. He didn't take his eyes off of her as he cupped her cheek. She had it all wrong. I don't have to put up with her. She's got a feisty spirit, but I think it's the best thing about her. I know she'll never let me get away with nonsense. She's beautiful, inside and out. I've never met anyone who gives their all like she does. When she sets her mind on something, she never gives up, which makes me think she'll never give up on me, even when I do stupid things." He bent down and touched his lips to hers. When he pulled back, instead of seeing shock, what he saw was something he couldn't put a finger on. Quincy slapped the table. "They have my blessing." Jackson jerked his gaze to his uncle and stared at him, wide-eyed. Was he nuts? Quincy knew they weren't really engaged. Why was he giving his blessing? What was he thinking? Of course the crazy old coot would go along with it. It was like watching a prison door shut. He looked at Grace again. No, not a prison door, but certainly a broken heart just waiting to happen. He was falling for her, and no matter how hard he tried to fight it, it felt pointless to resist. Pastor Chuck cleared his throat as he tapped the table. "Quincy, you think they'll make this work?" "I'm positive," he said and winked at Jackson. The pastor smiled. "Well, you've convinced me." "Come on," he said and waved for them to follow him. "Where are we going?" Grace asked. "You might not get the big wedding right now, but we can certainly do one better than sitting in a booth." "What?" Jackson held up his hand. "Hold on a second. I need a minute to talk with Grace and Uncle Quincy. Could you excuse us, please?" Hannah and Pastor Chuck stepped back as Jackson stood, holding his hand out to Grace. She seemed relieved as she took his hand and stood. Once Quincy was out of the booth, Jackson led them to the end of the hallway in the back past the restrooms. Turning on Quincy, he asked, "Uncle Quincy, what were you thinking? You know we aren't really engaged." "We were trying to shut down Hannah's pushing." Quincy shrugged. "I don't know. The way you two talk about each other, I didn't see how I couldn't give my blessing. Hannah was standing right there. The way I saw it, if I hadn't, she would have known something was up." Jackson didn't know what to think. He'd wanted his uncle's blessing before he got married again, but he was giving it for a relationship he knew was fake, and for a woman who didn't even want to marry him. Not that he was opposed to marrying her, it actually sounded more appealing all the time, but she'd made it clear this was business only. He turned to Grace, who looked more confused than he did, and took her hands in his. He glanced back at Quincy. "Uncle Quincy, I appreciate your blessing and your help, but do you mind giving us some time to discuss this?" "Not at all. I'll guard the hallway so you can talk." He walked down the hall and leaned his shoulder against the doorway. Jackson held Grace's gaze for what seemed like minutes, looking deep down and hoping to discover what she was really feeling. "What do you think of all this? Did you really mean all those things you told me in there?" "With all my heart." He didn't even miss a beat, but had she? It sure seemed like it. Grace chewed her bottom lip, and her eyebrows knitted together like she was debating with herself. After a second, her face relaxed. "Then let's do it." Jackson gaped. Had he heard her right? "What?" "Let's go ahead with the wedding," she said as she laid her hand on his arm. No way. She couldn't be serious. A mixture of confusion and delight hit him. Did she really want to marry him? "I won't let Hannah pressure us into getting married. I won't let her do that to you or me anymore." "I know, but if we pretend to get married, Hannah will leave, and then we'll be able to finish the house in peace. Plus, we won't have to pretend anymore." Of course. This was all about the house, an extension of their agreement. Could he keep his feelings under control if he was married to her? Actually, it'd be easier to be married because Hannah would be gone, and he wouldn't have to touch her, which made his heart ache a little. That's true. I'm definitely ready for her to go. But what will we do once the house is done? My sister's a lawyer. We'll do a simple annulment. A tinge of sadness hit him at the thought, but he could handle it. It wouldn't be ending a real marriage. Okay. Let's do it. Jackson hesitated a second. "You're sure this is okay?" "It's okay." Jackson took her hand, and they walked to Quincy. "We're going to do it," Jackson said. "Really?" Quincy's gaze went from Jackson to Grace and back. "Only to get Hannah off our case and out of town." Jackson didn't want his uncle getting his hopes up. "Sounds like a good enough reason to me." The way Quincy smirked made him wonder what his uncle was really thinking. A thought hit him. "Wait. We don't have the marriage license. I totally forgot about it. It should have come in the mail days ago." "You mean this license," Quincy said, pulling an envelope out of his jacket. "They must not have had your updated address and sent it to my house. Came over a week ago." With a grin, Quincy handed Jackson the envelope. Jackson gaped as his gaze traveled from Quincy to Hannah and back as the realization hit him. It wasn't Hannah who set them up, it was Quincy. Why would his uncle do that? "Quincy?" His uncle's grin widened, and he winked. "I'll find the minister, and we'll get this thing going." As Quincy walked away, Jackson barely heard him mumble, "I knew sicking the pastor on M would work." Jackson couldn't believe it. He should have known his meddling uncle was behind all of this. It must have been his plan when he invited them to the tavern. Uncle Quincy had really outdone himself this time. Jackson looked at Grace, and she shrugged her shoulders and smiled. Butterflies erupted as he gazed at her. Boy, was she beautiful. Who would have thought they'd be in this position when they met at Quincy's shop not too many days back? It seemed as though he'd known her all his life. Quincy returned with the minister and he grinned. "So you decided to go ahead?" Pastor Chuck asked. "Yes, sir. We'd be honored if you'd marry us." Jackson hadn't planned to utter those words again for a very long time, if ever, and even though it was pretend, it didn't feel wrong when he was standing next to Grace. They walked with the minister to the front of the dance hall where Pastor Chuck got the attention of the singer. After a few moments, the lead singer stopped the band from playing. "Looks like we're having a wedding tonight," Pastor Chuck announced. The crowd cheered, circling behind them. That's when it hit him that it was actually happening. Jackson's palms began to sweat so bad he was wondering if he'd find a puddle if he looked down. His heart pounded, and his chest felt tight. He swallowed hard. He'd known Grace for barely 2 weeks, and he was about to marry her. Why wasn't he stopping it? All he had to do was come clean, and they'd both be off the hook. It would be simple. He was sure he'd get a bunch of funny looks, but wasn't that better than being divorced twice? "Nervous, Jackson?" Hannah asked. Well, he had his answer. Maybe he and Grace weren't that different. Not one bit. "And we're doing this for us, not because of you. We decided there wasn't any reason to wait. And I know she likes me for more than my rodeo career." He grinned. "You can pack your bags once you get back to the house." Grace narrowed her eyes. "Let's do this." He leaned down, put his mouth to her ear, and whispered, "You okay?" "I'm okay. We're partners, remember?" Partners. Why did that word bother him so much now? But that's what she wanted, and he'd oblige. When the time came, they'd unhitch and go their merry ways, just like Grace said. He nodded. "We are, aren't we?" "Yep," she said and smiled. "And we're friends, right? That means I've got your back." How did she do that? Make his fears and doubts float away. What was it about her that was so comforting? This wasn't going to be so bad. It was just for 2.5 months, and it'd be over. He could handle it that long. From that point, everything happened so fast. There were vows and an exchange of I do's. Next thing he knew, the Pastor Chuck was saying, "I now pronounce you husband and wife." The crowd cheered again. You may now kiss the bride." And with that, the pastor handed the microphone back to the singer. Kiss the bride? Well, it wasn't like he hadn't been kissing her in front of people. Although, applying the word people to Hannah was a stretch for him. He tugged Grace close and whispered, "You all right?" "I'm all right." "Are you all right?" Now that she'd asked, he realized he was just fine. It felt natural to hold her close. She certainly could kiss, and he believed what he said about her. They knew they'd taken too long when the entire tavern started chanting, "Kiss her." That meant he didn't have a choice, right? They were standing in front of a crowd with everyone watching, including Hannah. It's not like he had feelings for Grace and she didn't have feelings for him. This was a business deal. With one arm, he held her around the waist, and with his free hand, he held her face as he brought his lips to hers. Show or not, he had to admit she had the softest, sweetest lips. He tried to keep himself in check, but his body took over, pulling her closer. His lips moved across hers, and her body conformed to his. Her hands ran up his chest, stopping briefly on the back of his neck, and continued into his hair. When her lips parted, he deepened the kiss, and it could have been the 4th of July with the display of fireworks that was exploding behind his eyes. The crowd began cheering, and they startled. He pulled back, feeling flushed and out of breath. It had been so easy to get lost in the kiss. Why had he done that? He should have given her a quick kiss, but the minute his lips found hers, he couldn't stop himself. "How about we play a song for the newlyweds?" the singer asked the crowd. Jackson took a deep breath and grinned. He would, keep his cool. There was no way he was getting his heart broken again because a woman didn't want him. He'd tamp down whatever feelings he was having for her and make it until the end, and then he'd watch her go, all without getting hurt. "We sure showed them, huh?" Grace's mouth turned down a fraction of a second, and then she was smiling again. "Yep, we showed them. I guess we need to dance now." "I don't know how, remember?" He picked her up by the waist and set her feet on top of his. "Is this okay?" "Yeah, it's okay." As the singer began to belt out a slow song, they swayed to the music. The song was one about promised love and long lives together. Jackson wanted that. That was why he quit writing Bronx. He wanted a home filled with love and someone to kiss at night. Hannah hadn't wanted that. She'd wanted him to continue in the rodeo, but his heart wasn't in it anymore. He wanted a wife and kids running around. It seemed the more he wanted it, the harder it was to have. His heart withered a little at the thought. What was the point of working so hard when he'd have no one to share it with? "Jackson? Yeah? Is what Quincy said true? That Hannah only liked you because you were a rodeo star?" He nodded. "Seems so. Things were okay when I was riding and going around the circuit. When I stopped, that's when all our trouble started. Her dad's business partner was hired, and he was getting a lot of attention. I don't think I'd want you doing something so dangerous. I mean, I wouldn't stop you if that's what you loved, but if you said you'd stop, I'd have been thrilled." He squeezed her a little closer. "A lot of red flags were there, but I was just blind." "Yeah, I understand that." The wistful way she said it let him know she meant it. What had really happened to her? Maybe she'd trust him enough to tell him soon. "Thank you for standing up for me so much. I guess I should grow a tongue and stand up for myself, but most of the time, I don't see the point," Jackson said. Grace tiptoed and kissed his cheek. "You're worth standing up for, Jackson Bellamy." He held her gaze, unable to find words, and before he could wrangle any, the song stopped. After that, they were congratulated and offered more drinks than they could handle. Truth be told, it wasn't a half-bad wedding, if he did say so. Laid back, casual clothing, and someone he liked. Sure beat that stuffy tuxedo and cold catered chicken when he married Hannah. A little before midnight, the ink on their license was barely dry as they pulled in front of the house. Hannah poured out of the truck. She wasn't drunk, but she wasn't walking straight either. Unfortunately, she'd be there another night since it was so late. Jackson got out, and Grace followed him. "So, what are you two doing for your honeymoon?" Hannah asked. "Oh man. We're going camping," Grace said. Jackson grinned. Leave it to her to have a quick answer. "Camping? Why?" "A beautiful night with a sky full of stars, and it's just me and him. What better way to spend a honeymoon?" Grace tangled her fingers in his. Jackson smiled. Maybe this pretend marriage was going to be easier than he thought. Chapter 19. "I guess you two will be sharing a room now," Hannah said as they reached the second-floor landing. "Seeing as how you're married now." Once again, Grace's big mouth and inability to think before she spoke was biting her in the rear. Sleeping in the same room with Jackson? Her face flushed with just the thought. If she'd have taken a moment, maybe she would have been less bullheaded. She looked at Jackson, not knowing how to respond. "Yeah, I guess we will," he said, squeezing her hand. Hannah paused at her door with her hand on the knob. "What are you doing?" asked Jackson. She cocked an eyebrow. "Making sure you actually stay in the same room." "You still don't believe me, do you?" "Nope. You might have been a wild man in the arena, but you were cautious outside of it. It took you almost a year to tell me you loved me and then another before you proposed. It was Grace's fault they were in this awkward predicament. I'll get my things and move them over, okay?" Jackson nodded. "You want some help?" "Sure." He followed Grace into her room, and they stopped just inside. She turned to him and whispered, "I'm so sorry." With just a simple smile, he put her at ease. "I've had worse things happen, trust me." They packed up her few belongings and carried them across the hall to Jackson's room. When they were finished, they shut the door just as Hannah entered her room. Grace leaned back against it. "I never even thought about sharing a room." She'd been exhausted while walking up the stairs, and now she was wide awake. "It's okay. I'll take the floor. Can't be much different than pretending to be engaged, right?" "No, I guess not." She pushed off the door. "And you don't have to sleep on the floor. We're adults. We'll be fine." Jackson nodded. "All right. I feel like I can't say sorry enough. Every time, it seems I do something even crazier. What's wrong with me?" Jackson strolled over to her, put his hands on his hips, and held her gaze. "I don't want to hear any more of that. There's nothing wrong with you. Do you get a little too mad? Maybe. Do you rush in? A little, but because you care about people. That's not a bad thing. I like you just as you are. Okay?" Grace was dumbfounded. He told her that with so much conviction that she couldn't help but believe him. "You mean that, don't you?" "I certainly do. Now, the next time you say you're sorry, I'm going to stop you from talking. You hear me?" She grinned. "How?" He shot her a devilish grin. "I'll think of something, trust me. I'll make sure to remember that." "You better. Now, make yourself at home. I've got nothing in here that's secret or that I don't mind sharing." "Okay." Grace looked around the room and found a large box sitting in the corner. "What's in that?" She nodded to it. "Oh, just stuff." She should have asked if it was okay, but her curiosity propelled her forward, and she was looking through it before she even thought about asking. The box was filled with memorabilia, belt buckles, articles, pictures, and all sorts of things. One was dated 6 years ago, and Jackson looked so baby-faced. Not like the chiseled man he was now. These are awards and pictures of you in the rodeo. She twisted to look at him. These are great. She was so proud of him, and she hadn't even been around then. What would it have been like to have been there? They're just trinkets. They don't mean much. Turning back around, she pulled a picture out that showed him in the middle of a bronc ride. It was incredible. The way he was holding on, the arch in the horse's back, the way it looked like they were both working together to win, even though the horse just wanted Jackson off. I think they're wonderful. They're all right. She put the picture down and walked to him. They're more than all right. She took one of his hands and held it between hers. I know we're not really married, but I'm so proud of you. Well, I always have been. You're such a good man. A blush spread across his cheeks, and he grinned. Nah, it's just stuff, and I'm just me. Part of her wanted to press it, but she felt sticky and gross from all the dancing at the tavern. Maybe it'd help her relax too. I'm letting that go long enough to take a shower. When I get back, I'm going to tell you how wrong you are. He answered with a small smile. Grace dug through her luggage and pulled out a pair of pajamas. I won't take long. Without waiting for a response, she walked out of the bedroom and into the bathroom. She turned the water on, and while the water heated, she peeled her clothes off. Her mind drifted as she stepped into the tub and let the water pour over her. If it wasn't so late, she'd have taken a bath. It'd give her more time to prepare herself for staying in Jackson's room. The thought made her heart race. It was sweet of him to offer to sleep on the floor, but that was silly. It was his room, and she was the reason they were in this mess in the first place. If she just slowed down and thought a little bit. But Hannah had made her furious. It felt to Grace like if she'd said she didn't want to marry him, it'd be proving to Hannah that he wasn't good enough. And he was more than good enough. Brett always said she was a hard woman to love and that it took effort to have patience with someone like her. Over time, being with him fashioned her own opinion of herself. Why had she let him do that? And it wasn't just him. It was her mom, sisters, all her family. They weren't overt, but there were little things they'd do to hurt her feelings. Everyone had flaws, but why had Brett thought to make such a big deal of hers? Brett wasn't perfect. Neither was anyone else, but she didn't find it necessary to bring up their faults all the time. Was it really so bad to rush in when you were wanting to help? Maybe it didn't always work out like you wanted, but wasn't it the thought behind the action that mattered too? Since she'd met Jackson, he'd challenged what she thought about herself. Jackson liked her quirks. He enjoyed her company, or it seemed he did. It sure was fun being with him. And just like her, he enjoyed the simple things. He didn't need anything fancy to be happy and satisfied. What if he was just saying those things to be nice? They were pretending to be engaged and now married. Only kissed in front of people. What if all the things he said were just to keep things easy? That didn't fit the kind of person she thought he was, but he was kind. Was it out of the realm of possibility that he was just putting up with her to get the house fixed? He'd said how important it was to him. Her head hurt. She was tired, and it was too late to be thinking all of this stuff. Finished with her shower, Grace turned the water off, quickly toweled herself dry, and dressed. With one last deep breath, she went straight from the bathroom back to Jackson's room. As she opened the door, Jackson sat up on the bed. He'd changed into his pajamas too. Feel better? He asked and stood. Yeah, she said. Do you want me to get the lights? Just a second. Grace tilted her head. Is something wrong? She asked as she walked to the foot of the bed. No, I don't feel right with you wearing that ring. She touched the ring with her fingers and slipped it off. I guess you wouldn't. Jackson pulled open the top drawer of his nightstand, dug around in it, and then walked to her. This was my grandma's. He held out his hand, and a wedding band sat in the middle of his palm. I know it's nothing fancy, but she wore it 46 years. It seemed to do the job for her. It's beautiful. A tiny smile played on his lips as he stared at the ring. I asked my grandma one time why she didn't want something nicer, and I'll never forget the look in her eyes or her words, he said, his voice low. She told me it was just a piece of metal until my grandpa put it on her finger. Fancy rings didn't make a marriage. He lifted his gaze to hers. It was the commitment behind the ring that made it special, and it was a reminder of their devotion to each other when times were hard. Grace dipped her gaze to the ring. I guess that's why it's pretty, then. You can feel that commitment and devotion wrapped around it. You think you could wear it? Could she? There was significance in that ring. It had meant something to two people who'd worn them for almost 5 decades. That was a long time by any standard. Are you sure you want me to? I think my grandma would have liked you, and I don't think she'd mind you wearing it. She chewed her lips and held her hand out. Okay. Jackson slipped it on her finger, and it didn't feel near as heavy as she thought it would. He tugged her to him and wrapped his arms around her. For a second, she didn't know what to do, but then her body decided for her. She leaned into him and soaked up his warmth as she slid her arms around his waist. Minutes ticked by as they stood there, embracing each other. He kissed the top of her head and released her. His absence was so profound, she nearly pulled him back. Are you sure you don't want me to sleep on the floor? I really don't mind, he said. Grace walked to her side of the bed and crawled on top. You are not sleeping on the floor. If anyone is sleeping on the floor, it'll be me. I'm the one who got you into this mess. I'm the one who gets so mad that I don't think for a second. I'm the one who... Grace, I'm a grown man. If I had a problem with anything, I'd have said so, he said as he went to his side of the bed and sat on the edge. But it's all my fault, she whispered. Then she remembered his threat. She wasn't sure what he'd do if she told him she was sorry, but with them this close and alone, she wasn't going to risk whatever it was. After turning off the lights, Jackson lay down, scooted closer, and pulled her to him. Why are you so set on taking all of this on yourself? I wasn't an unwitting accomplice. I actively participated. With his arms around her, she almost sighed. Man, she liked it when he held her. There was safety and comfort in his arms. She could quickly get used to this feeling. You wouldn't have had to if I hadn't butted in. I should have known you wouldn't sell the house. It hasn't been so bad. To tell you the truth, it was pretty lonely before you got here. I haven't laughed so much in a long time. I've kinda liked having you around. Yeah, but you don't have to be engaged or married to me for that. I've made things so tangled. And now, I'm invading your room too. Jackson kissed her forehead, and the soft touch sent a charge through her. Grace, I don't know who got you to thinking that your passion is a bad thing or that somehow anyone should be put out with your presence. I don't feel invaded. She pulled back. Are you sure? I'm positive. He paused. I do have an idea. What's that? Tomorrow, just you and me, we get up early and go to that town with the hardware store and get you a sleeping bag and pick up a few things. Maybe we'll even have lunch while we're there. And, hopefully, Hannah won't be up when we leave and will be gone by the time we get back. That sounds great. I'm so excited about camping. I hope it's as great as I'm picturing it. Maybe I'll even learn how to ride a horse better. Not only would they finally have a day without Hannah, but Grace would get to see some of the property. You did pretty good that day we went out there. Grace shrugged. Yeah, but I'd like to get a little more confident. With the moonlight streaming in, she could see his eyes widen. I can arrange that. She chewed her lip. I'd like that. Once you get comfortable on a horse, you'll never want to get off. There's something about being on one that makes you feel like you've always got someone in your corner. Horses are magical. Treat one with the love and care they deserve, and you'll have a companion until one of you passes. The excitement in his voice made her smile. You really love them, huh? It's more than love. I respect them. They helped shape this country and provided strength when we needed it. We owe them. I'm sure I'll love it. I'll do my best to listen too. I know you will on both accounts. Without even a second thought, Grace pressed her lips to his and quickly realized what she'd done. She rolled over and put her back to him. I didn't mean to do that. I got caught up in the moment. After a few moments of silence, he said, I know. His voice was soft, and it made her wonder if she'd hurt him somehow. He moved to his side of the bed and didn't say anything else. She wanted to face him, to see if she was wrong, but if she did, she knew she'd kiss him again. And she couldn't do that. Having feelings for him was hard enough. If she fell in love with him, she'd never be able to go back to Houston. Sure, he was sweet, but that's who Jackson was, a sweet man with a good heart. A heart she wanted to hold and protect like nothing ever before. It was as though someone thumped her heart, and suddenly, she realized why she couldn't push all her thoughts down. She had feelings for him. Now she needed to figure out how to keep a handle on them until the house was done. Chapter 20. Silence, like the road before him, stretched out. Jackson ran his knuckles along his jaw with one hand while keeping the other on the wheel. Grace had picked up an 8-foot pole and put it between them since she'd mistakenly kissed him the night before. It had hurt him when she said she didn't mean it. Which didn't make any sense. All of it was pretend. Caught up in the moment, is what she'd said, and it had played in his head until he went to sleep and then started again the minute he woke up. Why did it make his heart ache that she felt that way? Whatever the reason, he couldn't stand the quiet any longer. Grace. She turned to him. He glanced at her and lifted an eyebrow. Her eyes widened like she understood exactly why he was giving her the look. We're in a truck? What can you do? Jackson cocked an eyebrow. Try me. Fine. I'm sorry. He took a quick look in the rearview mirror. With no traffic around, he pulled off to the side of the road and put the truck in park. What are you doing? I told you the first day I met you that I'd keep my promises. Grace pressed her back into the door, wedging herself as far away from him as she could. You don't scare me. The words rushed out. See, the way you said that tells me that you are. Her eyes widened. I'm not. Okay, then, we'll test that theory. He closed the short distance and ran his fingers along her ribcage. For a breath, she held strong, grinding her teeth together. See, I'm not. He didn't believe her for a second, and with a second pass, she giggled. Okay. No. She held her hands out, trying to block him. Taking her hands in one of his, he pulled her away from the door and ran his fingers around her midsection until she was gasping for breath from laughing. Jackson, stop, she choked out. Stop. He paused a moment. And what have we learned? That you're easy. Not the correct answer. Again, he tickled her. She squealed, and her laughter filled the truck even more. Okay. Got a better answer? It took a second to catch her breath. When she did, she said, yes, I won't say, you know. He tugged her closer, wrapping his arms around her. That's right. And I keep my promises, don't I? She hugged him around the waist. Yeah, you do. This time, silence filled the cab, but the air had changed. Grace? Yes. You ready to get on the road again? Heartbeat after heartbeat pounded by until she said, I am now. Another heartbeat, and they released each other. Before he could move, she covered his hand with hers. I didn't mean to hurt you last night. It's okay. He lowered his gaze. I'm fine. Grace palmed his cheek. Tell me what happened with Hannah. He lifted his gaze to hers. Mind if I get us back on the road first? No. And you don't have to tell me. I don't think it matters now. He slipped across the seat, put the truck in drive, and pulled onto the road. His heart was thundering in his chest. You know how we met. You were still in the rodeo. Right. Things were really great while I was on the circuit. Not to gloat, but I was what you'd call a celebrity in the rodeo crowd. Hannah loved it because my limelight included her. Everyone told me that's why she was with me. Like Quincy? Him, my friends in the rodeo, everyone who knew me. I just didn't want to believe them. Things were so good, and I thought they just didn't see what I saw. That she loved me. When did things get bad? It was a couple of months after I left the rodeo. I don't know if she was trying or if I was still excusing little things she did. Little digs, forgetting dates I had planned, or running late when she was out with girlfriends. I found out later that it wasn't girlfriends she was out with. I found a text from her dad's new business partner. Grace moved closer. I bet that was hard. I tried everything. I loved her, but it was one-sided. Our last big fight, she told me marrying me was the single worst mistake she'd ever made. Jackson. He shrugged and said, I think I held on to her so tight because I wanted to be loved. I know Quincy loves me, but being young, it felt like pity. Like, poor Jackson. I have to love him because his dad left. I wanted to be wanted and not have it feel like someone felt sorry for me. The words had poured out like a waterfall. He'd thought them for a while, but he'd never said them out loud. It made them real and took what was left of his heart and broke it into an infinite number of uncollectible pieces. His chest tightened like someone had put him in a press. He hurt deeper than he'd ever hurt. Wanting to be loved and finding out you weren't. You never were. That you'd been used and cast aside. Do you still feel like that? It was a question that took the rest of his air because the answer was one he didn't want to tell Grace. I don't know. They reached the town, and he cleared his throat. He didn't want to talk about it anymore. We made it to town. The hardware store isn't far. Grace stayed quiet until he parked. When he put his hand on the door handle, she scooted across the bench and stopped him. He kept his gaze trained on the floorboard. The last thing he wanted to see was pity, especially from her. She touched his cheek, bringing his gaze to hers. Jackson, if you're thinking I feel sorry for you, I don't. You wanted to be loved. Everyone wants that. We pick a person, put our trust in them, and, sometimes, it's the wrong person. That doesn't mean we aren't worthy of being loved. It means that when we finally find the right person, the love is sweeter because we know what imitation feels like. He was speechless, but he'd found he was like that a lot with Grace. Nothing she ever said or did was predictable. You never ceased to surprise me. She circled her arms around his neck and kissed his cheek. Someone's going to love you one day, Jackson, and they'll be lucky to be loved by you in return. You think so? All he could do was wonder if it could be her. He wrapped his arms around her, loving the feel of her body against his. I know so. He closed his eyes as he buried his face in her neck. She knew just what to say and when. When to hold him and make things that seemed to choke the air from him float away. How did she know just what to do and when? She pulled back, a smile playing on her face. Okay, no more sad eyes today, Mr. Bellamy. We have a day planned, so let's have some fun. That's right. They could have some fun today. Tomorrow, he'd take her camping, and it'd be just the two of them. If he kissed her out there, with no one around, he'd know for sure if she was pretending or not. Yes, ma'am. Jackson opened the door and let his feet hit the pavement as he slid off the seat. She climbed out of the truck behind him. Maybe we can get some paint samples while we're here. Kill two birds with one stone. We can do that. I know you said you'd defer to me, but you need to have a say too. They're your walls. He grinned. Yeah, but you're my designer. That's why you're staying with me, right? Yep. Her voice sounded a little off, but when he glanced at her, she had her famous heart-melting smile on. That's exactly why I'm staying. It took work to keep the disappointment from showing on his face. He'd been teasing her, but she'd answered so quickly. Maybe he'd misread the situation. They were alone in the truck when she held him. He'd felt the shift in the air. Was it just him? What was he going to do if she rejected him? Should he risk it? His chest tightened. He wasn't so sure now. Suddenly, he wasn't looking forward to the camping trip much at all. Chapter 21. The smell of hamburgers and chicken fried steak permeated the restaurant Grace and Jackson had picked. It was one of 4 places in the town and the only one that was sit down. At the moment, Grace had her elbow on the table with her head in her hand as she drew letters in her ketchup with a fry. He'd confirmed what she'd been thinking. She was just his designer, and that's the only reason he was letting her stay. Hearing it had crushed her, but she didn't let it show. She'd pasted on her best smile and went with it. If that's all she was, then what was the point in letting him know how it affected her? Is your lunch okay? Asked Jackson. She lifted her head and nodded. They'd spent more time at the hardware store than originally planned because it took longer to look through the paint. So, it was more like late lunch. Yeah, but I think they used too much sage on the fish. It tasted funny. How's yours? It's good. Better than cold sandwiches. Grace laughed. True. And no Hannah to boot. Now that's what I call a good meal. You think she was the one who told the pastor we were wanting to get married? He shrugged. The pastor didn't recognize her when she came to the table, but I still suspected so, until right after we told Uncle Quincy we were going through with the wedding. I'm assuming you didn't hear him mumble that he knew sicking the pastor on us would work. He shook his head. That reminds me. I need to have a long man-to-man discussion with him about intruding into my life. You're kidding me. No wonder he gave his blessing so quickly. Has he done something before? Put me on a dating website. Grace's mouth dropped open. He didn't. Sure did. Even got the woman to come to his garage and told her what he was doing. She went along with it? He nodded. Felt sorry for me, so she figured why not. Is that what she said? Word for word. Unbelievable. In fact, I thought you were a setup too, Jackson said. Grace gasped. You did? Yep, but I'm glad you weren't. Jackson leaned back with his arm across the top of the booth. How about you? Got any pesky Batinskis? My sisters can be. A few months after Brett died, they thought I should be getting out there again. They flew into Houston, and I just thought they were visiting. One night we were supposed to be going to dinner, just the 3 of us, but when I arrived, there was a guy with them. All of a sudden, they had plans and left me alone with him. Did you like him? Grace would never forget that night. Her sisters had only come to Houston to set her up. He'd been the friend or brother of their mom's client. It was a boring night filled with laughing at bad jokes. She'd never been more thankful for a date to end. He was nice enough but dull as a 100-year-old butter knife. He chuckled. That's bad. I swear he was related to Charlie Brown's teacher. His voice nearly put me to sleep. Although, he was still more exciting than the holidays with my family. How did your family take it when you told them you were staying here? I sent them a text. His eyebrows knitted together. And they didn't have anything to say about it? No, well, other than "Are you sure you want to do that?" to which I replied, "Yep." That was all I got. Why don't you move back to Corpus? I mean, you don't have to be close to family to be near them. That way, if there's trouble, someone's there to help you out. Grace shrugged. I can take care of myself. Didn't mean she wanted to all the time. If she thought they'd actually be there for her, she'd move back in a heartbeat. They wouldn't be, so she stayed where she was because it was familiar. I think you can too. Have you dated since Hannah? He shook his head. A few times, but there wasn't anything there. I'm a one-date wonder. Grace giggled. Better than me. I haven't dated anyone. Mr. Boring doesn't count. Silence hung between them a moment, and then Jackson asked, "You want to start on those horse lessons later tonight?" Sure. He shot her a heart-melting half-grin. Have you always wanted to learn? Yeah, Brett and I were going to go on a trail ride, but he decided he needed to concentrate on his running. He wanted to run a marathon later that year and needed to train for it. And he couldn't have done that after? Oh, it was important to him, so I told him it was no big deal. He said he'd make it up to me, but we just never had time. They never had time to do a lot of the things she wanted to do. Brett's wants had overshadowed her own. She was the one who was difficult, so her line of thought was that she needed to compensate for it. He did that a lot, didn't he? She blinked. Why would you say that? I can see it in your eyes. It was fine. It wasn't like anything was all that important. Okay. She crossed her arms over her chest. Who was Jackson to be judging her relationship? He'd picked a woman only interested in him because of his career. At least Brett didn't willingly leave her. They'd had their fair share of troubles, but they'd worked them out. Of course, it was always to Brett's benefit. Why was that? And why was it bugging her so much all of a sudden? Are you ready to go? Jackson asked. Yep. Her tone was clipped. At the moment, she couldn't figure out who she was angrier with, Brett or Jackson. And she didn't even know why she was angry with Jackson. She just knew she was. Jackson threw a few bills onto the table, but she picked one up, replacing it with one of her own, and handed it to him. I can pay my own way. Are you mad at me? Yes, but she wasn't about to tell him that, especially when she couldn't explain it. No. Let's go. As she stood, he did too, touching her arm. I didn't mean to upset you. I'm not upset. I'm just ready to go. We have work to do at the house, horse riding lessons, and a camping trip. We don't have time to kill. Taking today put us behind, and going camping tomorrow will put us even further behind. He held up his hands. Fine. I want to get back too. His tone held an edge to it now too. Great, she said, brushing past him to the front door. Jackson caught up with her and held the door for her. They walked in silence to the truck, and the tension between them seemed to settle like a solid wall. And she didn't care. She was tired, hurt, and confused. Normally, she'd be about to blow her top, but not today. She was keeping her cool, no matter what. He didn't need to know the trouble she and Brett were having before he died. or that she felt guilty about it. Jackson didn't need to know diddly squat. When the truck finally coasted to a stop in front of the house, Grace nearly threw herself out of it. She couldn't wait to get away from Jackson, and she didn't want his horse lesson either. She stopped at the hood of the truck. "I changed my mind. I don't want a horse lesson tonight." "Why?" "I just don't," she snapped. His neck turned pink. "Fine. I didn't want to teach you anyway. You'd have probably fallen off." Like a cork popping off champagne, her temper hit its peak, and whatever little reasoning she had left leaked out of her brain. "And you would have stunk as a teacher." "Fine. Fine," she yelled and stalked to the house. "And you can get your own water from now on too." She opened the door and slammed it behind her. Hannah appeared at the top of the steps. Ugh. She was still there. "Are you still here?" Grace asked, her anger now directed at Hannah. "Trouble in Lover's Paradise?" Grace shot her a glare. "Nope. I've got to pee really bad." She stomped up the stairs and disappeared into his room before Hannah could say another word. She shut the door behind her and seethed. Jackson and his stupid questions. What business was it of his? So what if she didn't have the perfect relationship? He didn't either. Obviously. Only, his questions had been the ones she'd been asking herself lately. Tears pricked her eyes, and she furiously wiped them away as she began pacing. Why was she so mad at Jackson anyway? He hadn't done anything wrong. They were just questions. If she was honest, she'd even admit they were innocent. He didn't know about the fight. About Brett storming out and taking a jog that morning. Jackson didn't know Brett's death was her fault for being so hot-headed. Grace sank onto the bed and let the tears gush down her cheeks. For the past 8 months, she'd held in her hurt like she was a lockbox. It had been her way of holding on to Brett's memory and served as punishment for pushing him away that day. What had changed? Why was it pouring out now? The reason floated in her head like a banner being pulled behind a plane. She'd gone and fallen in love with Jackson, but he only saw her as his designer. Why had she let herself think it could be more? Because she was stupid, and she'd fix it tonight. When she got done crying, she was going to tell Hannah the truth. She was done pretending. There was no way she could give up on the house, but her relationship with Jackson would be purely platonic from now until she left. That'd be the cure for everything. No more of his cute smiles, sweet compliments, or mind-blowing kisses. Just as long as she didn't have to get too close to Jackson anymore. Her heart would mend, and she'd be fine, right? She'd survived after Brett. Why did this time have to be any different? Chapter 22. Jackson marched alongside the house to the barn. He was so mad that it felt like he was going to melt. One minute they were having a nice lunch, and the next, Grace was as hot as July asphalt. All he'd done was ask a couple of questions. Then wham! When he got to the barn, he went to the pasture and caught Maple. She was his easiest horse, and she'd been the one he'd planned for Grace to ride. He walked her into the barn and got her saddled. Once they were clear of the barn, he mounted her and took off at a trot. He needed a minute to cool off, and the campsite seemed as good a place as any. What had made her so mad at him? Jackson thought back to his questions. Her hackles got raised right after he said something about Brett getting his way. She'd brushed it off, but her tone had changed. Now that he thought about it, her whole demeanor had shifted right then. It had bothered her that Brett got his way, and she didn't want to say so. But why? Wasn't that part of a relationship? Recognizing each other's strengths and weaknesses so you could balance each other out? Only, it sounded like Grace did most of the giving. Maybe that's what upset her. realizing that she was the one doing all the giving, and now that he was gone, she couldn't work it out. That would have to be hard. Evaluating your relationship after and realizing that maybe it wasn't as great as you remember it being. Not that he was one to judge. He'd picked the wrong person from the get-go. At least Grace could look back and take comfort in knowing that it had started for the right reasons. He wished he could do that, but looking back, all he could see was mistake after mistake. The faint sound of water brought him out of his thoughts, and he slowed Maple to a walk. He'd been so lost in thought, he'd ridden all the way without even paying attention. Good girl, Maple. Thanks for watching out for me. She whinnied and bounced her head up and down. Yeah, I know. I need to stop being so distracted when we ride, huh? Maple bounced her head again. He dismounted, and she walked next to him. If he did decide trail rides and overnight camping was something he wanted to do, Maple would not be part of the lineup. Stopping at the water's edge, he squatted as Maple lowered her head and took a long drink. He stuck his hand in and let the cool water run over his fingers. Just like the last time, it was warm enough to be comfortable and cool enough to be refreshing. He stood with his hands on his hips, letting his gaze roam over the place. Grace had loved it, and he'd loved seeing the sparkle in her eyes. With a sigh, he left Maple by the water and walked a bit, letting his mind wander. He'd handled the whole situation wrong. If he'd slowed down, maybe he could have diffused it. She was upset, and he'd acted like a pig-headed jerk instead of finding out the root of the reason. Why had he gotten so mad? He leaned his back against a tree and crossed his feet at the ankles as he stuck his hands in his pockets. What was really eating him? Rubbing his knuckles along his jaw, he uncrossed his feet and pushed off the tree. He was restless as all get out. He walked a few steps and kicked at a rock. Maple left the stream and moseyed over to him, pressing her nose into his stomach. He rubbed his hands over her cheeks. You think I'm in love with her, don't ya? Maple nudged him and nickered. We had a fight today. She nudged him again. I may have inadvertently started it. With a stomp of her foot, she neighed. You are one bossy girl. It almost sounded like she laughed. I haven't known her that long, baby girl, but she sure wiggled her way into my heart. She has a smile that'd put fear into a rain cloud. Her little nose when it wrinkles. Have you seen her nose? It's the most perfect nose I've ever seen. And when she laughs, it's with her gut. The best laugh you'll ever hear. She's so fiery, and I love it. Maple grunted and pushed him back a little. She doesn't love me. She said from the beginning that she's only here until the house is finished. Even confirmed that she was only my designer. I think that's what upset me the most. I was teasing her, and then boom. Man, my heart was twisted in two. Guess that should have been my first clue, huh? Maple pushed him again, and he pressed his forehead against hers. She nickered and stomped her hooves. I think I'm going to take a little bit, get my thoughts in order, and go back to the house. Maybe by then, I'll have figured out what it is I'm supposed to do. I don't want to get hurt again, but it's Grace. The thought of her leaving makes me ache all the way to my core. He went back to the tree he'd leaned on and sat on the ground. I think I'm going to lay down and shut my eyes a while. You okay with that? Maple nibbled his hand as he reached up to pat her nose. See ya in 30. He lay back on the grass and pulled his hat down over his eyes, crossing his feet at the ankles. Between the cool breeze and the running water, he lasted all of 3 breaths before he was asleep. His dream came fast and hard. He had his arms around Grace, her back tucked against his chest, and they were looking out over their ranch. Their kids were swinging and running everywhere. He'd never felt so light and happy in his life. The dream was playing on until he felt like a snow globe being shaken. He grabbed his hat and yanked it from his eyes. Maple was nudging him with her nose. Once his vision cleared, he realized he'd slept longer than he'd anticipated. Orange, rusty red, and blue painted the sky. "I'm up, girl. I'm up. Why'd you let me sleep so long anyway?" She stomped her hoof as if to say, "I tried." If he didn't get a move on, it'd be dark before he got to the house. He stood, and then it hit him. The horses were still out. Wrangling Gulliver while there was light was hard enough. In the dark, Jackson would have his work cut out for him. The horse trusted him, but he was still antsy sometimes. Jackson grabbed the saddle horn and pulled himself onto Maple. "I hate to do it because I know you don't like to run, but we need to hurry, okay?" He touched his heels to her side, clicked his teeth, and Maple shot forward. Hopefully, there'd be a little light left by the time they reached the house. Chapter 23. Grace stood on the porch with her hands on her hips, looking out over the horizon in the hopes that Jackson would return. It had been hours since she'd caught sight of him through the window as he streaked off on a horse. She'd waited for him all afternoon so she could tell him what she planned to do. She didn't want to blindside him, but all this lying had to end. He'd probably be relieved to not have to pretend anymore anyway. When the sun hit the top of the trees and he still hadn't come back, she worried. He was probably just fine, but he had a schedule when it came to the horses. Another few minutes, and he'd be late putting them to bed. Oh, what do I do? That day in the barn with Gulliver sent a shiver down her spine. He would have killed her, but Jackson loved his horses. And she loved him. A sick feeling settled in the pit of her stomach. She was going to need to take care of the horses. Her stomach gurgled a little more as she stepped off the porch. When she got to the barn, she walked to the gate that led to the pasture. 3 of the horses were already standing there, waiting to come in. It bothered her that they were locked out of the barn during the day, until Jackson told her about them having access to the barn and breaking into the feed room. After she mentioned it, he built them a place to get out of the rain. Buck whinnied as she stopped in front of him. "You thought you'd been forgotten, huh?" She looked past him into the open field where Gulliver stood, eyeing her. If she was quick, she could get the gate open, get Buck, Iris, and Baker in and settled, and then deal with the last 2. On a count of 3, she yanked the gate open, and the 3 waiting horses walked in. Gulliver pawed the ground but stayed in the field. She shut the gate and got the 3 horses settled in their stalls. As she walked back to the gate, Buck hung his head over the stall door. Grace stopped and ran her hand down his forehead. "You're a good boy, aren't ya? I'd stay and pet you a little longer, but Gulliver and Ida are still out there." She dropped her hand and walked to the gate. "Ida!" Ida was as slow could be, but she was also the oldest in the group. Jackson had picked her up from a farmer in Abilene who was selling her off because she was no longer able to work. Jackson, the big old softy. It was one of the reasons she loved him. A few minutes later, Ida strolled to a stop, and Grace opened the gate so she could come inside. Grace took her halter and led her to her stall. With Ida taken care of, it was Gulliver's turn. Her stomach hurt. Part of her wondered if she should just leave him to Jackson, but it was getting darker. She didn't want to leave him outside. It wasn't his fault he was so skittish. Before she opened the gate, she pulled open his stall door. Not only did it serve as a shield, but maybe he'd take the hint. She opened the gate and raced back to the stall door. From where she stood, she could see him. He pawed the ground several more times and blew air out his nose. Grace's heart pounded, and she wondered if she was making a mistake. A giggle popped out. She'd had plenty of time to think this through, and she'd still bulldozed ahead. When was she going to learn? Her heart whispered, never. She shook her head and concentrated on what she was doing. It wasn't the time or place for introspection. Minutes ticked by, and it felt like she was having a showdown with Gulliver. Slowly, he pranced his way to the gate, stopping just short of being inside the barn. Grace tilted her head as she studied him. He was so pretty. She couldn't understand why anyone would have wanted to hurt him. "I promise I won't hurt you. You can walk into your stall, I'll shut the door, and that'll be that." "I'm sorry Jackson isn't here. I bet he's kicking himself for being late." Gulliver neighed and bounced his head. "Man, you are something else." He stood there staring at her like he was trying to make his mind up whether she was friend or foe. Then he clopped his way into the stall, and she shut the door as he stood in the far corner. "See, I told you I wouldn't hurt you." His head bounced twice. She smiled and left the barn, feeling like she'd conquered Mt. Everest. It had been a little scary, but maybe letting him in the barn gave him a little confidence in her. She walked through the back door of the house and stopped at the table. She thought her stomach was churning because she'd been nervous about Gulliver, but now, she wasn't so sure. It felt more like food poisoning. "You've looked better," said Hannah. "I've felt better," Grace replied. "Is Jackson not back yet?" Grace shook her head. "Do you know where he went?" "I think he went back to the campsite." Hannah tilted her head and crossed her arms over her chest. "He didn't tell you where he was going?" "No." "Did you have a fight?" Grace felt worse by the minute. "Hannah, I don't have it in me to spar with you. I'm going to bed." Hannah sighed as Grace walked out of the kitchen. "For what it's worth, I hope you feel better. I might be a jerk, but I'm not that big of a jerk." "Thanks," Grace said and stopped at the bottom of the stairs. When she looked up, they looked like a never-ending climb. As she trudged up the stairs, she gripped the railing until she reached the landing and then braced her hand against the wall until she reached Jackson's bedroom. Her stomach roiled as she hit the bed, and the fish from lunch bubbled in her throat. She swallowed down the taste with a grimace. Holding her midsection, she flopped down and curled into a ball. Never had her stomach hurt so bad. She closed her eyes and took deep breaths, hoping to calm it enough that she could sleep it off. Chapter 24. In the moonlight, Jackson could see the house, and he was tempted to push Maple a little harder but decided against it. It wasn't like it could get any darker. As he passed the pasture, he noticed the horses missing. The realization made his heart pump even harder. Had they gotten out? Maybe they'd found a way into the barn. It wouldn't be the first time one of them had managed to get the gate open. As Maple came to a stop, Jackson dismounted and pulled the door open. Buck and Ida hung their heads over their stall doors and nickered. A second later, Gulliver stuck his head out. Anger grabbed him by the throat. "Grace," Jackson ground out. It had to be her. Hannah would have never taken care of his horses. Grace. What had she been thinking? Taking care of Gulliver. He could have killed her. He almost did not that long ago. How did she even get him in his stall? Jackson was furious. What if she'd gotten hurt? His heart dived simply thinking about it. If he'd been home sooner, she wouldn't have had to take care of the horses. It would have been his fault if she got hurt. By the time he was finished taking care of Maple, he was so angry he couldn't think straight. Mad at Grace. Mad at himself. Mad at the world. Why couldn't things be simple? He loved her, and he didn't want to pretend anymore. He stomped into the house and pulled his hat off as he walked through the kitchen and continued up the stairs. When he reached the top step, he heard a tiny groan. Hannah peeked her head out from the bathroom. "Are you still here?" "What's going on?" he asked. "Grace is sick. Really sick." All his fury vanished like smoke. He hung his hat on the banister knob and jogged the rest of the way to the bathroom. Grace's head was lying in Hannah's lap. "How long has she been sick?" She started throwing up maybe an hour ago. And you're helping her? Hannah leveled her eyes at him. I can wave a white flag long enough to help her. Jackson stepped into the bathroom and squatted in front of Grace. He touched her forehead, and her skin was clammy. I'm sorry I was gone. It's okay, she whispered. He slipped his arms around Grace as Hannah stood, taking her spot on the floor. Thanks, Hannah. If you need anything, you know where I am. She tapped the doorframe and left. Jackson pushed Grace's hair back from her face. What happened? I think the fish was bad. She put her fingers to her mouth. You don't have to stay. It's just food poisoning. He pulled her onto his lap and cradled her in his arms. I'm not going anywhere. You don't want to hang around me while I'm throwing up. I do believe my vows said in sickness and in health. She groaned and held her stomach. A second later, she pushed away from him and threw up. She finished and wiped her mouth with a towel. I don't think my stomach has ever hurt this bad. The fish, she said and stopped. Apparently, just the mention of it made her vomit. Her body trembled when she stopped. I didn't think I'd eaten that much. I'm so sorry I wasn't here. It's not like you knew. Another groan, and this time she dry heaved as she white-knuckled the toilet seat. Jackson pushed off the floor and kneeled behind her, wrapping his arms around her. I've got you. His heart was breaking. He hated to see her sick. Hours went by, and she threw up again and again, her whole body violently convulsing. It was hard to watch. Her face was so pale, and there was nothing he could do to help her. All he could do was hold her. She panted and leaned back from the toilet. I think I'm done, she said, wiping her mouth. You want to go lie down? Yeah. She grabbed the sink and tried to pull herself up. I'm a little pathetic. I don't think I can get up. Come on, I'll take you. Grace twisted around, put her arms around his neck, and laid her head on his shoulder. This isn't what I had planned. I don't think you can plan for food poisoning. He stood and carried her to their room. He'd carried rag dolls with more energy. I'll never eat that stuff again. Inwardly, he chuckled at her refusal to even speak of fish. And you don't have to, he said as he laid her on the bed. She tightened her arms around his neck. Please don't go. Okay, I won't go anywhere. He picked her up and sat down on the bed with his back against the headboard. Her body relaxed against his, and she was quiet so long that he thought she'd fallen asleep. I'm sorry I got so mad at you today. It was silly. You asked questions, and I wasn't upset with you. I was upset with myself because I didn't like the answers. He smiled. That was the conclusion he'd come to. I didn't handle myself the way I should have. I'm sorry for my part in it. You had a right to get upset with me. I was being unreasonable. She paused and took a deep breath. Oh, I just have no energy. Go to sleep. I'll be here when you wake up. No, I need to tell you. She slipped to the crook of his elbow and looked up at him. I was the reason Brett was jogging that day. We had a fight. I told him I was sick of being the one always compromising. We fought over an hour, and it ended with him telling me I didn't understand how hard it was to love me. Tears slid down her cheeks. I told him to get out. Oh, Grace, why don't you tell me later? I'd made up my mind that I was calling off the wedding as soon as he got back. Then I got the call that he'd been hit. My heart just crumbled. I felt responsible for him dying. That wasn't your fault. It was an accident. I know, she said and closed her eyes. I got here, and you, just your designer. The last 3 words were a knife carving his heart into pieces. Grace, I don't want that. But he knew she hadn't heard him. On the ride to the house, he'd made up his mind that he was going to tell he loved her. Did she really only see herself as his designer? How was it possible that she could kiss him like nothing in the world mattered yet not have any feelings for him? You love her, don't you? Jackson lifted his gaze and found Hannah standing in the doorway. What makes you say that? The way you look at her. You used to look at me like that. It was something I took for granted and probably won't find again for a good long while. He nearly swallowed his tongue. Had she been body snatched? She'd been a thorn the entire time. What was going on? Are you playing some game? No. Not this time. Jackson didn't know how to respond. Hannah continued when he didn't speak. If I'd been smart, I'd have loved you like you were supposed to be loved. I'm sorry, Jackson. I did love you. I know, and I know you love Grace. I sat with her while you were gone, and I like her. She's got so much spunk. I tried to hate her, but I can't. So I'm done. Hannah turned and then stopped to face him again. Before I go, I wanted to apologize for all of this. You were right. It was my idea for Daddy to buy the mortgage to try to force you to remarry me. It was my idea to show proof with a marriage license because I thought you'd never do it. You were always so cautious, but it backfired on me. I thought I could stay here and prove I was the one you wanted, but all I did was push you two together. She sighed as she glanced down at Grace. I can't compete with her. I watched you fall in love, and there wasn't a thing I could do to stop it. She's good for you and treats you better than I ever did. I'll try again to change Daddy's mind about foreclosing, but I doubt he'll budge. He knows you were good for me. Are you leaving? Hannah stuck her hands in her jeans pockets. Yeah, I am. I'm going to go home and take some time to figure out who I want to be. You don't have to go right now. Yeah, I do. You need time alone with her. Jackson lowered his gaze to Grace and brushed his knuckles along her cheek. She doesn't love me. She just wants to be my designer. Did she say that? He nodded. Then she's lying to herself. You can see how she feels about you when she looks at you. I don't really want to talk about it, Hannah. Okay. She turned and stopped. You're a good man, Jackson. Better than I deserved, and there won't be another man who'll ever measure up to you. His mouth dropped open as he lifted his gaze. Bye, Hannah. Bye. It almost seemed surreal. He tried so many times to be free of her, and now that he was a little sad. Grace was right. There would always be a part of him that loved Hannah. That remembered the vibrant, giving woman he met all those years ago. Grace took a deep breath and drew his attention back to her. He loved her, and he wanted to believe Hannah was right. But he'd heard her with her own 2 lips. She was just his designer. That's what she set out to be, and that's all she was. And now that Hannah was gone, he didn't have to pretend anymore. He didn't want to lose the house, but he couldn't continue to let Grace stay when he knew she'd never return his affection. When she woke up, he was going to ask her to leave. Chapter 25. Grace took a deep breath as she stretched. Her whole body ached, but she felt so much better than last night that she didn't care. She was dead serious when she said she'd never eat fish again. Just the sound of the word made her want to gag. She smacked her lips. Her mouth felt disgusting. Jackson had stayed with her through her being sick. Disgustingly sick. She'd been so weak she couldn't lift her head. He'd curled his body around hers, held her hair back, and whispered, "I've got you," more than once. The one thing she did remember was telling Jackson she didn't want to just be his designer. That was crystal clear to her. Talk about picking the wrong time to tell someone something. She'd wanted to tell him she loved him, but she'd had enough wits to keep that back. When she told him that, she wanted to kiss him and not stop. Hey. She sat up and smiled. Hi. Are you feeling better? That's good to hear. He had his hands on his hips, and he wouldn't quite meet her gaze. When you get dressed, would you mind coming downstairs? I need to talk to you. He sounded like something awful had happened. Her heart raced as she thought of the gambit of possibilities. She pushed the thoughts away. No, he'd taken care of her last night, and only someone who cared would have done that. What's wrong? He held his hand up. When you get dressed. Okay. Jackson hesitated a second before leaving, and then she heard his footsteps on the stairs. What could he want to talk about? She hurried out of bed and took the fastest shower she'd ever taken. When she was dressed, she hurried down the steps and stopped when she heard Jackson's voice. Yeah, Uncle Quincy, it was all pretend. Jackson held the phone from his ear. When the voice quieted, he put it back. No, she's just the designer. Tears pricked her eyes, and her heart shattered. She put her hand to her mouth and tried to stifle her cry. She'd promised him she'd stay until the end, but she couldn't. Not now. She'd nearly told him she loved him, but he'd been pretending the whole time. Taking care of her last night was just him being kind. That's who he was. Grace quietly turned around, walked to the stairs, and tiptoed up. She walked to Jackson's room and shut the door. There wasn't a single piece of her that wasn't numb. She pulled her phone out of her pocket, took a deep breath to calm herself, and dialed her sister. Grace? Hey, Carla. How's the house coming? It's great. When it's done, it'll be amazing. She paused. Hey, you know that money I've been hanging on to? Her sister chuckled. You mean the money Brett left you? Yeah, I finally know what I want to do with it. Oh, good. It's just been sitting there, doing nothing. I want to invest in the bed and breakfast. There's a mortgage note on it, and I want to pay it off. Grace heard papers shuffle. Okay, give me the details. Grace gave Carla all the information she could remember. With her sister being a lawyer, she could track down just about anything. I'd like this done as soon as possible, okay? I'll work on it as fast as I can. Carla paused. You okay? Yeah, I'm great. I need to go. Can I call you later? Sure. They said their goodbyes, and Grace grabbed her luggage, hurriedly stuffing it with her things. When she was packed, she headed down the stairs, and as she reached the bottom, Jackson came into view. You're leaving? Yeah, I think it's time for me to go. Jackson narrowed his eyes. I thought you weren't leaving until the house was done. She dropped her gaze to the floor. If she looked at him at all, she'd crack. I realized this morning that maybe I needed to get back to my life. Oh, is that so? Yeah. I think I should. Right. Well, I won't beg you to stay. It felt like he was throwing knives at her. She'd hurt when Brett died, but this was a new level of pain. Jackson had shown her she was worthy of a better kind of love. Someone who wanted her and didn't just tolerate her. She walked to the door, and with her hand on the knob, she said, "Good luck with the house. I hope it turns out to be everything you've ever wanted." He muttered something, and she quickly pulled open the door and walked out, stopping on the porch. She was so stupid. Her car was at Quincy's shop. She laughed and sat down. How was she going to walk back in there and beg for a ride when she didn't want to leave? Chapter 26. There were so many more things Jackson wanted to say to Grace. Why'd he let her leave like that? He'd planned to sit her down, tell her how he felt, and then if she still wanted to go, fine. Well, not fine. He'd have fought until he was hoarse to keep her from leaving. He'd talked to Uncle Quincy about the whole mess. His uncle was the one to convince Jackson to be calm and rational. She'd been sick the night before, so who knows what she was trying to say. Even Hannah thought Grace loved him. And it was Hannah! Then she'd come down the stairs, carrying her luggage, and all his calm and rational had taken a hike. Grace could get his blood boiling faster than anyone. If he went after her, he'd spend the next 60 years being driven insane by her. And he couldn't picture life without her. Jackson hesitated all of 2 seconds before he walked to the door and yanked it open. I'm going to need a ride to Quincy's shop. I forgot I didn't have my car. He scrubbed his face with his hands, trying to give himself a minute to get cooled down. I'm not giving you one until I say what I need to say. Jackson. No. It's my turn. With a sigh, she nodded, and her shoulders rounded. I don't want you to be my designer. If that's all you can be, then I'll take you to my uncle's shop and you can go. But Grace, somewhere between agreeing with your crazy pretend fiancé thing and getting married, I fell head over heels in love with you. I don't know what kind of man Brett was, but I can't for the life of me see how it's difficult to love you. I'm finding it the easiest thing in the world. Grace twisted around. Tears stained her cheeks. She blinked. What? I don't want you to go. Not now, not ever. I love you. But I told you last night that I didn't want to be just your designer. And then I heard you tell Quincy that I was. Last night, you left out the I don't part, and all I heard was that you only wanted to be my designer. And what you overheard was a snippet of me telling Quincy you were anything but that to me now. Grace, I realized last night that you've been more than that since the moment I met you. She stood and smiled. So, you want me to stay? Well, that depends. Her face fell. On what? Do you love me? Grace flung herself at him and hugged him around the neck. I love you more than anything in this world. I don't want to go. She pulled back. I was sitting out here, trying to figure out a way to walk back inside to ask for a ride, but I couldn't because I didn't want to leave you. That's what I wanted to hear. I thought you were pretending the whole time. That's what I thought about you, Jackson said. He wrapped his arms around her. I'm going to kiss you now, and I'm not stopping until I want to. I wish you would, and I don't want you to ever stop. Jackson touched his lips to hers, and it was a completely new experience. When he'd kissed her before, there were doubts and questions. Now, she was his, and he didn't have to hold back how he felt about her. She threaded her fingers in his hair and molded her body to his. Her lips teased his with soft, delicate kisses. Only this time, all the urgency was gone. She cupped his cheek, and her parted lips left his, leaving a trail of fire across his skin. Those feathery kisses continued along his neck, across his cheeks, and down his jaw. He was so desperate to feel her lips against his that he sank his hand into her hair, capturing her lips with his. She took his bottom lip in between her teeth, and there was no holding in the throaty moan. Her lips parted again, and he held her still as he accepted the invitation. For who knows how long, he held her and enjoyed the softness of her lips. When he finally broke the kiss, her cheeks were crimson, and she was gasping for air. Mrs. Bellamy, I'm not done kissing you, but I'd like to take this inside where it's not so hot and there's a little more privacy. Isn't Hannah here? Left last night. We have the whole house to ourselves? Yep. A devilish smile formed on her lips, and he could see a desire that matched his own looking back at him. I'd really like to go inside now. I believe you owe me a honeymoon. And I keep my promises. Yes, you do. She pressed her lips to his. I love you. He winked and opened the door before scooping her up. I should have done this the night we were married, he said and walked into the house. I love you, he said as he shut the door with his foot. Epilogue. A year later. With a cup of orange juice in one hand, Grace pulled the door open with the other and stepped onto the wide porch. She scanned the early morning sky as the sun began to peek over the horizon. Every morning, she was still amazed by the beauty. The front door opened, and in an instant, Jackson curled around her, kissing her on the neck. She giggled and pressed herself into him. Oh, how she loved this and him. I'm glad we decided not to open the bed and breakfast, Jackson said. She set her juice down on the railing and twisted in his arms. Me too. It works better as a ranch. When they'd finished restoring the house, neither one had wanted to run a bed and breakfast. Jackson's heart had been set on running cattle and horses. Plus, they were going to need the space soon. I have a late birthday gift for you, Grace said. He smiled. Oh, yeah? She nodded and placed his hand on her stomach. His smile dropped. You mean? If the test is accurate. He took her face in his hands and kissed her cheeks. Grace. He said her name like a prayer. Oh, Grace. I hope it's right. I've been feeling kinda sick of a morning, so I thought I'd better check. I got 2 lines this morning. Oh, sweetheart, this is the best gift ever. Even better than paying off the mortgage? Grace could still picture his face when she told him she'd paid it. He'd been furious at first, demanding to pay her back, but she'd insisted it was their money now that they were married and would be staying that way. By a million times. He bent down, and his lips moved across hers, slow and tender. His kisses still melted her into a puddle. Ah, geez, Jackson. Isn't the honeymoon phase over already? Logan asked. Grace glanced over her shoulder to find Jackson's little brother on a horse with another in tow for Jackson. His little brother had moved back to Willow Bend 10 months ago. He and Jackson had worked out their issues, and they built a foreman's home a few feet away from the house. Jackson kissed Grace's nose and then looked at Logan. Find the right woman, and it'll never end. Logan shook his head. You comin', Romeo? Guess I'd better go. Grace tiptoed and kissed him. Be safe, cowboy. He winked. I'll see you tonight. I love you. Jackson stepped off the porch and mounted his horse. Love you, he called. As Grace watched him ride off, she marveled at how her life had changed over the past year, and in a year, she'd be saying the same thing. She smiled and laid her hand on her stomach. She'd never. This has been Marrying the Cowboy. Written by Bree Livingston. Copyright 2018.